Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. This story is about what if a cultivator was reincarnated into the world of One Piece. Now onto the video.
One Piece, Dream of Immortality. Chapter 1, All for Nothing. 10. She'd finally finished it, her masterpiece, a sword of unmatched beauty and power under the heavens. She had put almost everything she had into this. She had traded away every treasure she owned, poured every drop of blood essence she could spare without dying, and spent every moment of the last 10 years working on this single blade. Despite the high cost, it would all be worth it. The sword sects would practically throw their entire treasuries at her to obtain this sword. Just steal it? They wouldn't dare. Her master is by far considered the greatest weaponsmith amongst the countless worlds. Any fool who tried would soon find themselves targeted by nearly every immortal sect in existence, all vying for his favor. I can't wait to show him. She wrapped the sword in a cloth, unsealed her workshop, and rushed towards her master's residence. She found her master drinking tea in his courtyard, and gave a polite bow. He looked up at her, and gave a fatherly smile. 3. You've finally come out. I thought perhaps you had suffered an accident. Well, were you successful? He inquired, looking down towards the wrapped object she was holding. Yes, master. In fact, I've done much more than succeed. She unveiled the sword with a flourish. Her master's eyes widened in surprise. His hands trembled in excitement as he took the blade. He studied it from every angle, made a few testing swings and stabs. With each moment his gentle smile grew wider until he was practically smiling ear to ear. My disciple, you have truly gone far beyond any expectations I had, and I assure you they were quite high already. He turned to look at her. This sword is easily comparable to my own spear of aeons. Even I have never made a second piece of such quality. She was truly ecstatic with this praise. Her master was her savior and somewhat of a surrogate father figure to her. Without him, she was have died a dog's death a long time ago. So she wanted to make sure he knew it was the right choice, that his disciple was worth the effort and resources he gave her. 3. How much do you think? She paused. Looking into her master's eyes, there was no warmth. His smile had vanished. She glanced down at her chest, seeing her magnum opus piercing her heart. You don't need to worry about that. His voice was emotionless. No, there was something there. Greed, envy, the smallest trace of guilt. I never thought my little pastime would net me such gains. I'm sorry to see you go, but I need this. He unceremoniously ripped the blade from her chest. In order to secure the resources necessary for my breakthrough. I'm truly thankful. I had all but given up hope. Goodbye. 14. As she slipped into darkness, her rage soared, and she used the last vestiges of her willpower to trigger the failsafe she installed in case the sword was ever used. Against her. Eat this, you old bastard. The last thing she saw was the look of horror on her ex-master's face, as the sword erupted with enough energy to annihilate everything within a 100-kilometer radius. Focused entirely upon himself. Then she knew nothing. 22. She felt as if she were wandering around in fog, dazed and confused. Distant voices that she couldn't make sense of echoed around her. What is this? Aren't I dead? I was. Stabbed, yes, by that bastard who called himself my master. He used my own sword, but then why do I still exist? I'm sure I included soul annihilation into the inscription. 14. Crack. She felt as if she was struck by lightning. Suddenly she was aware, her mind clear. She helplessly fell face first into thick puddle of mud, rain hammering down on her back. Sweet mother of pearl, are you all right, Cherry? Cherry was swiftly picked up out of the mud and held in the arms of an older woman, who looked down at her with eyes filled with concern. Cherry shook her head and looked at the woman. Why are you so large? She asked, slurring her words. The worry on woman's face was replaced with a stunned expression. 2. You spoke. You spoke words. The old woman lit up with happiness. She squeezed Cherry into a tight hug. She stood up and spun around with Cherry in her arms. You finally spoke. It's a miracle. The words are a bit strange, but they're words. Ha 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 ha. Damn it, let go of me. Why are you so strong? Cherry felt like she might vomit with any more spinning. The woman stopped and set her down. Who the hell has been cursing around you? Tell me which bastard you learned it from so I can beat his damned ass into the ground. I'll teach that son of a bitch a lesson he'll never forget for ruining this beautiful moment with foul language. Cherry finally started to get her bearings. She only just now realized she was speaking a language she hadn't known before. Memories began to wash over her mind. Apparently she had been reincarnated rather than destroyed. While her mind was lost in the fog, her body has wandered about like an idiot. The woman in front of her was her grandmother. Cherry was her only family left in the world. It was no wonder she's so excited, as Cherry distinctly remembered the woman begging her to say something, anything at all. On multiple occasions only to receive a blank look. Cherry's grandmother was staring at her, worry once more creeping onto her wrinkled face. You're the only one who curses around me, Grandma. Oh, whoopsie he. Doesn't matter anyway, you can say whatever you want, as much as you want. Let's go inside now. Don't want you to get sick. I'll call the doctor to come check you out to make sure you're all right. You did get struck by lightning after all. 15 Grandma led her inside a building that looked to be a dojo. They got cleaned up and changed into fresh, dry clothes, which happened to be some sort of training uniform. Grandma told a young man to go bring the doctor and another to prepare meals for herself and Cherry. The two settled down to eat and speak to each other properly for the first time. Cherry asked questions about herself and the people around her. She learned that she was 5 years old and would turn 6 on the 30th of May this year. Her father was, in Grandma's words, a no-good rotten pirate bastard, who had crippled her grandfather in a duel the very morning after sleeping with his daughter, her mother. Her mother had died after giving birth, which sent her grandfather into a deep depression until his age caught up to him and he died as well. 11 afterwards, Cherry asked about where they were and the world she found herself in. She was on a medium-sized island in an ocean called West Blue. The world was only called the world, and Grandma dismissed the idea of multiple worlds. 6. Cherry started to feel tired, and Grandma insisted on carrying her to her bedroom and tucking her in. Cherry laid in silence, thoughts swirling around in her head. She thought of all the work and effort she had put towards her cultivation, and how it was all wasted in a single moment by some greedy old coot. All for nothing. No matter, I did it once, I can do it again. But that can wait till morning. 7. Their clasped hands. She found that Grandma's vital energy was also strong, but not quite at her own level, and obviously it was waning alongside her advancing age. I can't tell if this is because we're related, or if this is a normal amount. I'll need to check other people to be sure. Cherry went around the dojo introducing herself and shaking hands to check the vital energy of the various disciples. It seems I was half right. Most people seem to possess 3 or 4 times as much vital energy as the average mortal from my previous life, but there's a few monsters aside from myself and Grandma as well. She smiled widely. I guess this means I'm a genius in terms of body cultivation in this life, now. There's only one problem. In order to reach perfection in each realm of body cultivation, I'll need miracle medicines or treasures containing lots of energy. I need to figure out if such things even exist in this world with no celestial energy. 25. Cherry went to find her grandma and bombarded her with seemingly random questions, a few of which were the ones she really wanted answers to. This didn't come across as odd to her grandma, as she was very young and only just became able to speak and understand others, and she answered the questions patiently. What Cherry learned about was something called a devil fruit. Apparently, when consumed, they granted strange abilities in exchange for becoming extremely weakened when submerged in water. This seemed like it was exactly what she needed, but unfortunately, there was no known ways to find devil fruits in the wildest side of good luck. 7. Well, that's something to worry about later. It's best to wait until my natural vital energy level has reached its peak before I begin cultivating it. That won't be until I'm around 15 years old. For now, I need to refine the impurities out of my body. Cherry spent the rest of the day circulating her vital energy to purify her body. 4. The next day, Cherry took a break from her body refining to observe the courtyard where her grandma was instructing the disciples in swordsmanship. Most were what she would expect of young mortals, though 2 of the disciples, whom she had learned to have abnormally high vital energy levels yesterday, proved to be surprisingly talented. However, when her grandma gave a demonstration, her jaw dropped. She'd seen better swordsmanship, of course, but this wasn't a level that could be reached by a mere mortal in her previous life. Perhaps I've underestimated these people, this world. Grandma is just the master of some small dojo on an island with less than 10,000 people living on it. If she can reach this level, what sorts of experts are there in the outside world? Just what sort of monster was my deadbeat father that defeated my grandfather, who was apparently much stronger than Grandma? 18. A sense of urgency and excitement began to build with her. She could hardly wait to get around there. No, she must be patient, she told herself. There was time for exploration later. Right now she needed to build her foundation. 1 year later. 3. Cherry had finally finished removing the impurities from her body. She hadn't expected to finish so soon, but her enormous vital energy pool made the process proceed quickly. Grandma had asked her why she sits around for most of the day, every day. Cherry told her she was meditating to keep her mind clear, which she accepted, and she encouraged her to continue, but not to go so overboard about it. Now Cherry only needs to spend 10 minutes every day to maintain this pure state. Much in the same way cleaning your home frequently makes cleaning easier, so too was body purifying. Now she was ready to explore this island she lived on. Chapter 3. Going to the town. Cherry told her grandma that she wanted to go down to the town. She didn't want to worry the old woman by sneaking off, at least not yet. All right, you can go with Bork to do the grocery shopping. Don't go wandering off on your own. Just because I've been spoiling you doesn't mean I won't discipline you if you act recklessly, Grandma stated, trying to look stern. Bork was one of the 2 disciples that Cherry determined to be somewhat talented. He was a young man in his late teens, nearly 2 meters tall, extremely muscular, shaved head, a ordinary face, blue eyes, and dumb as a bag of hammers. He was honest and extremely loyal to her grandma, so she had a good opinion of him, too, though that didn't stop her from messing with him. He's such an easy target, she just can't help herself. Cherry finds it especially funny how he never seems to realize she was the perpetrator, no matter how obvious she makes it. She had once painted him red from head to toe while he slept, and then painted her own hands red. After waking up and taking far too long to realize he was covered in paint, he had asked her if she knew anything. She shrugged, revealing her red hands. Ah, he shouted, and pointed at her hands. Is this the moment I get caught red-handed? Cherry thought. 8. They got you too, Cherry. It's one thing to prank me, but pranking Master Angela's granddaughter is going too far. I'll definitely find out who did this. He stormed off to interrogate the other disciples. Cherry had nearly suffocated laughing. 22. The other disciple she had taken notice of was Slenk. He was a few years older than Bork, rather short at 1.5 meters tall, sported a green mohawk, green eyes, handsome, but looked like a snake. Unlike Bork, he was very intelligent and observant. If it weren't for the fact that Cherry remembered him protecting her from another disciple's bullying when she was still an idiot, she would have been very wary of him. 4. Cherry met up with Bork when the time came to go down to the town. Pebbleton was where most of Boulder Island's residents lived, with the rest living in small farming or fishing villages. 9. After her grandfather died, more pirates started to get bold enough to mess with our dojo, so the Marines set up a base to discourage them. A number of the dojo's disciples end up joining the Marines after all. They often ended up becoming officers because of their swordsmanship. One even became a captain. 1. Cherry and Bork walked down the main street, which was bustling with activity. Occasionally, Cherry would meet eyes with someone, who would then flinch and look away quickly. She wondered if someone had started false rumors about her or something, but then remembered how intimidating her face was. After accidentally making a child cry, she tried to put on a friendly, innocent smile. This seemed to have the opposite effect, as people instinctively opened a path ahead of her. 12. Oh, people seem to be especially polite today, Bork said. He looked down at Cherry and flinched. 1. What's wrong, Bork? Cherry said, sensing an opportunity. Did something startle you? This time, she gave her best attempt at a demon's twisted smile. 7. Bork started to sweat, a rather strange thing to happen on such a cool morning. I was just surprised to see Cherry's beautiful smile, haha. He gulped. Oh, then I should do it more often since you like it so much, Cherry said with great amusement. That's not, I mean, you don't have to go out of your way for my sake, Cherry. I think I read somewhere that smiling too much will make your face hurt. Yes, I definitely read that somewhere, Bork said, his eyes darting around, trying to look anywhere but at Cherry. 7. Cherry let her face return to its natural frown. All right then, but let me know if you ever need cheering up. I'll happy to give a smile. I've grasped your weakness, Bork. I hope you're prepared. Hehe. 10. The two arrived at the farmer's market, where Bork hurriedly went to collect the things on his grocery list. Cherry spotted the blacksmith the dojo gets its swords from nearby and decided to have a look. When she opened the door, a bell above her rang and she walked inside the store. Various weapons lined the walls and counters in the room. A young man came into the showroom from a back room and spotted her. Hey, this isn't a place for brats to play around in, get lost. Cherry had expected this, but she had a plan. She called it spoiled young mistress won't take no for an answer. It wouldn't work on prideful master craftsmen, but it was good enough to deal with this guy. Don't you know who I am? I'm the granddaughter of Harpin Angela and Harpin D. Mortis. Don't compare me with common children who can't handle a blade without tripping and stabbing themselves with it. I want to speak with whomever is in charge here. 16. The young man was stunned silent. He'd had the brats argue with him before, but he was at a loss with this one. If what she said was true, and she was wearing the dojo's uniform, so it may very well be, then he couldn't afford to offend her. I'll just go get the old man and let him deal with her. She'll regret not leaving when I told her to, I bet. He imagined the haughty little girl carried by the scruff, tossed out the door like a stray cat. 1. He put on his best sales smile and assured, yes, of course, young miss. I apologize for not recognizing your, esteemed excellence. I'll get the master right now. He scurried into the back room while bowing repeated towards her. 4. Cherry knew what he was up to, planning to exaggerate her bad attitude even more than it already was to the master, no doubt. Naturally, she had a plan for this as well. She walked over to one of the sword racks and started searching. It didn't take long for her to find the best piece in the shop. It was a mass-produced sword, nothing special at all about it, but she could tell it was made by the most skilled smith in this place. Even when made in a hasty manner, the skill in its make was plain to see in her eyes. Now to put on a show. She walked to the center of the showroom and started going through the motions of the dojo's particular style. Cherry wasn't a sword immortal in her last life. In fact, she hardly ever fought at all, let alone with a sword. However, she did possess a great deal of knowledge about swordsmanship, book learning you might say. It was necessary to know how a sword would be used to make a good sword, and she had made the best sword ever crafted by someone who hadn't reached divinity. After a few moments, an irritated old man burst into the showroom. Which arrogant brat thinks she can come into my smithy? He stopped dead in his tracks, his mouth dropping gobsmacked at the sight before him. 2. Chapter 4. Inspiration. Martin has worked as a blacksmith for almost 60 years in Pebbleton. He'd seen many talents from the Boulder Island dojo come and go over the years, including Harpin D. Mortis when he was just another brat disciple. So when he heard that some little girl who claimed to be that man's granddaughter was making a fuss in his smithy, he was understandably annoyed. What is that woman doing? How has she already spoiled the girl rotten? Martin burst into the showroom fully intending to give the girl the discipline that Angela should have. But he stopped when his rant was only getting started. What is this? She moves like a novice, but I can't help but I feel there's something hidden beneath the surface. Martin watched the girl go through the motions of the dojo's style for a few minutes in silence while his assistant was confused, unsure whether to ask what was going on. When Cherry finally stopped, she turned to look at the old smith. Huh? It seems you're not blind, old man. Unlike your employee there. She gave the younger man a smile that said, You got a problem? Let me introduce myself. I'm Martin, the master smith here. I have a proposal for you. Do you now? You've piqued my interest, old man. What do you propose? Cherry asked. I've got you. Now let me make a sword for you, not just any sword either. You've given me a great inspiration, so I'm sure it will be the greatest work on my life. Martin almost shouted in his excitement. 2. Wow, his eyes are practically sparkling. No wait, they're literally sparkling. What the hell? Will this world ever cease to surprise me? 6. All right then, but since you're making it for me, I have of my own ideas to run by you. Martin's eyes shone with resolve. Fantastic. Come into the back here and we can discuss. Boy, you. Mind the shop. The younger man was at a loss for words. 2. Half an hour later, Cherry left the blacksmith to look for Bork. By the end of her chat with Martin, he was begging her to be his apprentice. She refused, but said she'd come work in the smithy from time to time if he didn't disappoint her with her new sword. 2. She found Bork scratching and muttering to himself. I'm definitely forgetting something important. Then he spotted Cherry, and she could see the gears in his head click into place. You shouldn't run off like that, Cherry. You'll worry Master Angela, you know. He said, as if he hadn't forgotten she came to town with him. 3. They went back to the dojo having finished their business. Cherry told Grandma about Martin promising to make her a sword, and that she needed to pick it up next month. What? That stubborn old man said that? Your grandfather had to pester him for years to make him a personalized sword. Could it be? He's helpless in the face of my granddaughter's cuteness? 8. Cherry wasn't sure how Grandma thought she was cute. Well, I guess she's just a weirdo. 10. Cherry didn't have much to do over the next month. She tried to get Bork to go out exploring other parts of the island with her, but he insisted on training. Unfortunately, Slank had overheard her and went behind her back to ask Grandma's permission to explore with his supervision. Grandma had agreed without much fuss, and Cherry didn't have anyone else to ask to go with her instead. So she acquiesced as it was better than staying cooped up in the dojo. 1. Since Slank had taken on the role of babysitter unilaterally, she wouldn't hold back and drag him around where she wanted to go. The first thing she did was circle the perimeter of the island, all while bombarding Slank with questions about the island's interesting and not so interesting locations and features. The 2 places on the island that caught her interest the most was a small, hidden beach tucked away between rocky cliffs on the eastern side of the island, and a dense, coniferous forest full of many thorny plants on the north side of the island. These were the best choices to build a secret hideout, as people rarely ventured to these places. You might ask how she had managed to circle the entire island in a single day with her short child legs. That's easy. She had her trusty serpentine steed carry her on his shoulders, while he ran as fast as he could. 5. Slank had of course refused this demand of hers at first. However, he became quite obedient when Cherry revealed that she knew the location of his stash. 8. Cherry had Slank assist in her exploration for the next few days and got a decent understanding of the terrain. For the rest of the month she decided to join the disciples in their training, much to Grandma's delight. Her talent became quickly apparent, and by extension she gained a great deal of respect in the dojo. One of the disciples of meager talent had been growing more envious by the day. In fact, he was the very same disciple that Slank had prevented from bullying her. During the morning training in the courtyard, he actually had the nerve to challenge Cherry to a match. Naturally, Grandma happened to be on business in Pebbleton on this particular morning. 1. Everyone present looked at him with disgust, even the innocent Bork. However, before anyone reprimanded the fool for challenging a 6-year-old girl, who had been training for less than a month, Cherry accepted. On the condition that should he lose, he would leave the dojo and never return. 6. The disciple gave a malicious grin, not suspecting that perhaps this was going too well. The other disciples hesitantly formed a circle, while Slank acted as the referee. The match continues until one of you surrenders, is disarmed, or I declare a winner when the outcome is clear. Ready? Slank stated, clearly looking forward to whatever fate the disciple had coming. 1. Ready? Both the fool and Cherry answered simultaneously, raising their wooden training swords. Begin! The fool rushed towards Cherry and immediately raised his sword high in the air, with the intent to swing it down with all his might. Cherry was surprised. Just how little talent can someone have? He's been in the dojo for years, but he's actually just swinging his sword like it's a club. Cherry simply stepped to the side and angled her sword to parry in case he changed the trajectory of his attack. Though that was ultimately unnecessary, as the fool just followed through and nearly fell over in the process. Thoroughly embarrassed by his own incompetence, which he blamed on Cherry of course, the fool turned around taking up the same stance for his overhead swing. Enough with this farce, Cherry thought, exasperated. She'd hoped this would at least be a bit of a challenge. Just that was just wishful thinking. Cherry landed a swift kick between the fool's legs and stood back as he toppled over, releasing his sword. 9. The winner is Cherry, Slank announced, stifling a chuckle. You see cheated. That was a cheap shot. The fool wheezed. 2. I don't believe we set any rules about striking below the belt or using kicks, isn't that right, referee? Cherry grinned lazily. 1. Of course, this match was entirely fair. Please escort this idiot off the premises. Slank replied, as if it was the most natural thing in the world for a swordsman to kick someone in the gonads. 3. The fool was dragged away and swiftly forgotten. When Grandma returned later and the matter was reported to her, she had half a mind to find and kill the fool. Cherry managed to talk her down, however. 3. The next few days were uneventful until the promised day came. Time to see what old man Martin cooked up for me. I hope he surprises me. Creator's Thoughts. ScarletArboretum. Chapter 5. Martin's Masterpiece. After a morning workout followed by breakfast, Cherry and Grandma Angela set out towards Pebbleton to meet with Old Man Martin about the new sword. 2. Cherry was full of anticipation to see what the mortal craftsmen of this world were capable of, but even she wasn't as excited as Grandma Angela. She had made Cherry wake up 2 hours earlier than usual so they could be at the blacksmith the moment it opened. The streets weren't as crowded as usual, mostly farmers and fishermen setting up their stalls and some of their early bird customers. When they arrived before the smithy, Grandma Angela walked inside without hesitation and Cherry followed behind. Come out, you old coot. You've got my adorable Cherry's new sword by now, don't you? Let's get a look at it before you die of old age, Grandma Angela shouted rather rudely. 1. Old Man Martin came out from the back room, sword in hand. "Who are you calling old coot? I'll outlive you by a dozen years," Martin shouted back. He then turned his eyes to Cherry, filled with pride and confidence. "I'm certain you'll be quite happy with the result, girl. Have a look." He handed the sword to Cherry. Cherry took the sword with both hands and drew the blade from its scabbard, with some difficulty, due to her short little girl arms. She held it vertically to examine the sword from point to pommel. It was a single-edged blade with a slight curve, like moth swords in the shop. The blade was 0.8 meters long, and was a pale steel color. The guard was also a pale steel decorated with cherries. The hilt was made of a light-colored wood and wrapped with bright red cotton in a diamond pattern. 9. After giving the sword a few test swings, Cherry smiled. When Martin and Grandma Angela saw this smile, they were shocked. This wasn't the almost sinister smile that Cherry usually wore, but rather a more childlike smile that better suited her age. Grandma Angela almost died from sweetness overload and was barely containing herself. Even Old Man Martin felt his cold steel heart melt. 11. Cherry was very impressed with this sword. It didn't compare to the swords of her last life, of course, but those were more akin to weapons of mass destruction. This sword was perfectly mundane, and only made of steel, not to mention made with mortal hands. Taking all that into account, this sword was truly a marvel. Martin cleared his throat. "This is the best sword I ever made, girl. I'm confident that it can even become a Mato, a famous named blade. And of the skilled grade, I have no doubt. There's only 50 skilled grade Mato in the world. But if you take this sword out into the world with you one day, I'm certain there'll be a 51st. 5. Mato? Are there weapons even better than skilled grade?" Cherry asked, inwardly surprised to find her own eyes were now sparkling. 2. Of course. There's an unknown number of grade blades, the 50 skilled grade blades, the 21 great grade blades, and the 12 supreme grade blades, Martin answered, seeing the Cherry's interest rising. "Maybe she'll reconsider becoming my apprentice with this, 1. I'm very satisfied with your work, Old Man Martin. As agreed, I'll come by every now and then. Now, how much do we owe you?" Cherry inquired. Grandma Angela froze and began to sweat. She hadn't expected the sword to turn out this well. Although it wasn't a Maito yet, she didn't doubt Martin's words, and he was quite the Scrooge. "Cherry dear, I'm afraid this might be a bit too pricey. The dojo could afford it, but it would be irresponsible to use the money meant for the dojo's upkeep on a personal item." Grandma Angela did her best to convince her granddaughter as much as it pained her. Cherry looked at Grandma Angela, her smile fading. Grandma Angela felt her heart shatter into a million pieces, knowing she was the reason. Well, maybe I have enough in my savings. I'd say the sword is worth 500,000 berry as it stands, though I reckon that could go up to 3 million berry once it has its earned a name. Martin dumped cold water on Angela, sending her to the depths of despair. "Bah! Ho ho! I'll stop teasing ya, Angela. I won't charge a single berry, on the condition that it belongs to Cherry alone." At Martin's words, Grandma Angela felt her heart beat in her chest once more in relief. "Quick, before the old coot changes his mind!" Grandma Angela grabbed Cherry by the hands and charged out the door with her in tow. They heard the distant shouts of indignation from a certain cantankerous old man as they ran back towards the dojo. 11. The days, weeks, and months passed quickly, mostly filled with monotonous training. Cherry discovered a new strange phenomenon. It seemed that when a certain level of effort was put into training, her vitality would start to move instinctually and slowly reinforce her muscles in a similar but different process to body cultivation. 10. This must be the reason Grandma and Bork are so freakishly strong. The vital energy in this world operates on a different set of rules. Hopefully this doesn't ruin my future plans. If I'm lucky, however, this instinctual body improvement may even make the first 3 realms of body cultivation go much smoother. I may not even need a miracle medicine or a devil fruit, which I don't even know for sure, will work yet to perfect the first realm, maybe even the second. 5. Before she knew it, she was already 8 years old. 1. It was in the autumn of that year that she snuck away to the isolated beach. She had been sneaking out for some time now, and Grandma Angela had already given up on scolding her. She was no match for Cherry's puppy dog eyes, though to most people they were more like a vicious wolf's eyes. 8. As she approached the beach, she noticed something that hadn't been there before. It was a ship. And high above that ship flew a pirate flag. Cherry slowed her approach and lowered her stance to stay hidden. She fortunately had brought her sword with her. After 2 years of sparring with Broke, Slank, and Grandma Angela, she was confident. In dealing with ordinary pirates, especially with her yet unnamed future Mato. She cautiously and silently snuck towards the ship until she heard voices. "Captain, why'd we come here to resupply? There's a marine base on this island?" "Da ha ha ha. My bad, my bad. The last time I was here, there wasn't one, promise. It's fine though, we can just walk to town and carry our supplies back. If the Marines recognize us, we'll run away. Da ha ha." 2. The others laugh riotously as well. Cherry peeked through the bushes at the pirates. She saw the first man who spoke was tall, with slicked back black hair, and carried a rifle in his waist sash. The man he had spoken to, the captain, had tousled red hair, 3 scars over his left eye, and was wearing a straw hat. Fiend. Cherry suddenly felt herself being lifted by the back of her collar, turning to see a rather round pirate in a green bandana and tiny goggles, hoisting her up out of the bushes. 5. Cherry didn't hesitate and drew her sword. Her eyes sharpened, and she swung at the fat man's arm, meaning to cleave it off in one move. 3. Clang. Cherry's sword didn't meet flesh as she had expected, as she had hoped. Instead, it had met another sword. "Whoa there, girl. We don't mean any harm. We're just here to resupply and go on our merry way," spoke the red-haired pirate captain. 6. Cherry had barely seen him when he moved to intercept her sword. She also hadn't heard the big pirate approach her at all, despite his size. "These aren't ordinary pirates. I can't fight since I'm completely outclassed. I can't flee since I'm being held up, not to mention the redhead is way faster than me. Only one choice then." 1. The red-haired captain spoke once more, with a confident smile. "We really need those supplies, you see. So we'd appreciate it if you didn't go telling the Marines we're here. We'll let you go if you promise to at least keep your silence until we're gone, deal?" 2. Cherry silently glared at the man for a moment, then sheathed her sword and said a curt "fine." 1. The red-haired captain's smile widened a bit. "Right. Put her down, Lucky Roo. She seems trustworthy enough." 3. Lucky Roo put her down on the ground, and the moment Cherry's feet touched the sand, she shot backwards and vanished into the bushes without a sound. 1. "She got you good, Captain. Ha ha ha." Meanwhile, Cherry is rushing through the thick bushes. She knew she couldn't outrun them, at least not the red-haired captain. Which is why she was currently using a technique called traceless steps. It wasn't anything special in her last life. All it did was allow one to move quickly and silently without leaving tracks. It couldn't hide you from supernatural senses at all, but it was enough to hide her from ordinary senses. 8. Cherry was feeling quite smug thinking about how gullible those pirates were despite their strength. That didn't last when you ran face first into the red-haired captain's extended palm. "Yo, you're quite the slippery one, aren't you, girl?" He gave her a lazy, teasing smile. How? That question was the only thought in Cherry's mind. It was a question that didn't arise out of disbelief, but out of a desire for whatever trick he used to find her. "Secret," the red-haired captain teased. "Will you tell me if I keep my mouth shut?" Harry was serious this time. These guys were a bunch of softies as far as she could tell, so she might as well get something from them if she was going to keep quiet anyway. The red-haired man seemed to consider it. "No, but I'll give you a hint of where you can learn. You'll have to hang around until after we get our supplies before I tell you though. Cherry sighed and rolled her eyes at him. Whatever. Da ha ha ha, alright, you can keep Yassop company while he guards the ship. Careful though, he tends to spin tall tales. 2. Cherry had pestered Yassop with questions. Yassop had tried to ignore the girl at first, but when he didn't answer a question she would stare at him until he did. Which was unnerving with those eyes of hers. 12. Every once in a while Cherry would sneak in a question regarding whatever trick the redhead had used to find her so quickly, hoping that he'd answer it by accident. She almost got him once, but he was a tough egg to crack. So what do you do? What role do you play in this band of merry men? Cherry asked, giving up on tricking him. I'm the sniper, one of the best in the world too. Yassop spoke with clear pride in his voice. Can you show me then? There had been firearms in Cherry's previous life as well, but they were widely considered the weapons of weak mortals. Bang. Yassop drew his pistol and fired it faster than even the red-haired man, who she now knew was called Shanks, had moved to block her sword. Cherry turned her gaze to where he pointed the gun, and could just barely see a seagull in the distance fall into the ocean. Can you teach me? She asked, genuinely interested now. Though the pistol was nothing special to her eyes, his skills certainly were. That level of marksmanship could be applied to anything. Don't you use a sword, girl? You look to be a member of the dojo here. So, swords aren't exactly known for their range. Also, if I was ever in a tough fight with another swordsman, I could shoot him when he least expects it. Cherry replied, nonchalantly. What, don't swordsmen have some kind of code of honor or something? Isn't it unfair? Cherry looked at him with a raised eyebrow. Quibbling over fairness is for the weak or foolish. The strong don't complain when their enemy fights dirty. The strong can handle whatever comes their way, regardless of whether it's fair. 3. Da ha ha. What do you know, girl? You some kind of philosopher. Da ha ha. Yassop laughed at her, but he agreed with the sentiment. He was a pirate after all. All right, I'll show you a thing or two, but I'll only let you fire a few shots, so make them count. 7. Shanks and the rest, the crew returned with their supplies, as well as some extra goodies so they could throw a little party for themselves on the beach. 11. Cherry mingled with the crew, listening to stories which she figured were mostly exaggerated, though she would years later discover they were only a little overblown. After Cherry left for home, Shanks thought to himself, I wonder if Hawkeye knows about her. She looks just like him. Should I ask next time I see him? Nah, he'll just think I'm making things up. I wish I could be there to see his face when he finds out. Da ha ha. There was no doubt in Shanks's mind that the girl would one day go out to sea and make a huge ruckus. Where in Neptune's beard have you been? Grandma Angela was not happy that her dear granddaughter had stayed out long after dark. I was partying it up with pirates, Grandma, was I not supposed to? Cherry gave her best, saddest puppy dog eyes she could. Although Grandma Angela felt her heart tighten slightly, she was getting used to her granddaughter's cute act. I'm not falling for that. And what do you mean, partying it up with pirates? Cherry chuckled inwardly. They seemed nice enough. They even shared their booze with me. This was a lie, of course. She hadn't touched a drop of liquor. Something inside Grandma Angela snapped at that moment. Her face turned to cold steel, and she asked almost robotically, Where can I find these nice pirates, Cherry? I want to thank them for their hospitality before they leave. I went to the hidden beach between the cliffs on the east side of the island this morning where I found their ship. They told me I wasn't allowed to leave and go shooting off my mouth about them before they got their supplies. Those pirates sure can tie a tight knot, Grandma. Crack. The floor beneath where Grandma stood exploded into wooden fragments and she was gone. Cherry could have sworn she heard desperate cries for help from the east as she settled into bed for the night. Good night, red hair pirates. Ha 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 ha. Chapter: Thorns. Grandma Angela didn't take her eyes off Cherry for weeks. When the other disciples started to complain that she wasn't teaching as much, she reluctantly let Cherry off the hook, "You're on probation, Cherry. Don't get yourself into any more trouble or I'll make you join the Marines in their summer training," Grandma added grimly. Cherry took this threat very seriously. She had met the Marine base's commander once and could tell he was a no-nonsense hard-ass at a glance. Grandma Angela was strict, but she didn't make a big deal about it when Cherry fooled around. Cherry needed to find a new place to practice her secret techniques. The beach had been great, but if she had unwanted visitors show up once, it would happen again sooner or later. So Cherry turned her gaze towards the next best candidate, the Thornwood. The Thornwood was actually much more isolated than the hidden beach was. The reason it was only second best in her opinion was, naturally, the thorns. Seriously, everything in that dense forest has needle-sharp thorns, many of which were mildly poisonous. Even the coniferous trees' needles would turn you into a pincushion. Cherry hadn't spent the last 2 years idly, however. She had been working in Martin's smithy and had earned a fair bit of money. She used that money to put together a protective suit of hardened leather and thick cloth. She considered using steel, but that was harder to adjust as she grew, and a bit overkill. They were just thorns from ordinary plants after all. After getting suited up, and enduring Grandma Angela's giggling, Cherry set out for the Thornwood to find her new secret training spot. Pushing through the thorny underbrush went about as well as she anticipated. The hardened leather got scratched up a lot, but held together just fine. Occasionally she'd get snagged and have to pull herself free or stop to remove the accumulating needles in the bottoms of her boots. After several hours of searching, she found a clearing on a small hill that was nearly perfect for her purposes. It had just enough space, and the few thorny plants that had encroached were easy enough to uproot. Cherry went home for the day with plans to return, this time with a number of things to make her new hideout more homey. Over the next few days she would bring plenty of tent canvas and rope to set up a nice big canopy over the clearing, bug nets, a table with 2 chairs in case Grandma Angela decided to visit, a training dummy, and a leather couch with a tarp to cover it, for napping comfortably. Winter came to Boulder Island. Winters here rarely got more than a bit chilly, so wearing her thorn-resistant armor was more than enough to keep Cherry warm. After her morning training, Cherry took the tarp from her couch and a picnic basket through the underbrush towards the beach for a nice lunch a little before noon. Unfortunately, it wasn't meant to be. When she reached the beach, she saw a rowboat washed ashore. Cherry put her guard up, hand on hilt, and approached the boat. Cautiously looking into the boat, she didn't find an ambush, but rather a teenage girl clutching a small wooden chest. The girl looked to be 14 or 15 years old, had shoulder-length black hair, and lightly tanned skin. Suspicious, Cherry thought, but seeing the girl was wounded, she decided to check on her. Cherry grasped the girl's hand gently and sent thin strings of vital energy into her body to see whether it was safe to move her. What she found had greatly startled her, however. 2. What is this mess of foreign vital energy tangled around her heart? No, not a mess. There is a pattern here, but it's too enigmatic to understand without extensive study. It's almost like inscriptions. Cherry decided to bring the girl back to her hideout to tend to her wounds, which weren't serious. She also wanted to study that enigmatic vital energy pattern. Cherry wrapped the girl in her tarp to protect her from the thorns, and dragged the rowboat behind her back through the underbrush. A difficult endeavor, to be certain. After applying some ointment and bandages to the girl's wounds and giving her some water, Cherry spent a couple hours analyzing the heart inscription, as she had decided to call it. When she could gain no further understanding just by looking, she left the girl to rest and meditated on her findings nearby. The girl was deep in her dreams. She was in a warm bed. Her mother, whom she hadn't known for long, held her hand. All the people she had cared about surrounded her with pleasant smiles. A warmth filled her chest that reminded her of a home she could never return to. However, it didn't last. The warmth left her, and her mother no longer held her hand. Explosions rang out all around her, and the people disappeared into flame one by one. The girl shot awake in a cold sweat. She looked around to gain her bearings as she calmed her pounding heart and heavy breathing. She found herself underneath a large makeshift canopy in a clearing surrounded by trees. She was sitting on a leather couch with a tarp as a blanket. In front of her was a table, on top of which was the small chest of gold she had stolen, and a picnic basket. She also saw a young girl in strange padded armor sitting crossed-legged with her eyes closed. She would have thought she was sleeping if she hadn't opened her eyes in the next moment. The two girls stared at one another silently for several moments. "You can eat that if you want," Cherry said to the girl. "I'm not hungry." Growl. 4. Another few moments passed in silence while the girl's face heated up in embarrassment. The girl sighed. Surely she didn't need to be this wary of a little girl. She opened the basket and saw an assortment of cold meats, cheeses, fresh bread, fruit, and tiny jars of various condiments or sauces. It clearly wasn't originally meant for her, but likely meant to be the younger girl's snack. The mysterious girl let go of her remaining reservations and began to eat. "My name is Cherry, what can I call you?" The girl swallowed a bite. "I'm Raven." She hesitated, so that's likely an alias. This girl might be trouble. Cherry thought to herself, giving her best innocent smile. Raven almost choked. Maybe she really did drug the food, why else would she smile like that? She inwardly panicked. She calmed herself shortly, however. She had already eaten quite a bit, and she had started several minutes ago but didn't feel strange at all. "Where did you come from? Were you shipwrecked?" "I found you in a rowboat on the beach," Cherry inquired. Raven looked around. "Is there someone else here?" "Who brought me here?" she asked. "No, I brought you here myself," Cherry replied, ignoring that her question hadn't been answered. "Did you tell anyone about me?" Raven asked. "No, should I not?" Cherry was sure this girl was trouble by now. "I'd appreciate if you didn't. There are bad people looking for me, so can you keep this a secret? I can give you money to let me stay here and to bring me food." Raven had never stayed in one place for long over the last several years, so a chance to relax for a while was too tempting for her. Cherry weighed the offer in her head. On one hand, Raven was definitely trouble, but on the other, she wanted to continue studying the heart inscription. Cherry smiled wider. "Deal!" Chapter 7, Thorns. Grandma Angela didn't take her eyes off Cherry for weeks. When the other disciples started to complain that she wasn't teaching as much, she reluctantly let Cherry off the hook. "You're on probation, Cherry. Don't get yourself into any more trouble or I'll make you join the Marines in their summer training," Grandma added grimly. Cherry took this threat very seriously. She had met the Marine base's commander once and could tell he was a no-nonsense hard-ass at a glance. Grandma Angela was strict, but she didn't make a big deal about it when Cherry fooled around. Chapter 8, Miscalculation. Cherry went home for the day. Raven would have to make do with the couch and tarp to endure the cold winter night. The next day, Cherry purchased a few days' worth of food that wouldn't spoil quickly, and a small wood stove. She hauled them through the thorn wood, with no small amount of effort, to the clearing. Cherry greeted Raven and promised to bring books and newspapers in the future, for which Raven preemptively thanked her. Cherry began her morning exercises while Raven watched, having nothing better to do. After half an hour of rather intense activity and with no end in sight, Raven asked curiously, "Why are you pushing yourself so hard?" Cherry stopped doing one-armed handstand push-ups and looked at Raven. "Isn't that obvious?" Cherry stated matter-of-factly, tilting her head. "No?" Raven answered. Cherry crossed her arms and puffed out her chest. "To get stronger, of course." Not wanting to argue, Raven rephrased, "Okay, then why the rush? Is there a reason you need to get stronger so quickly?" Cherry pondered silently. "Not really. Strength is power. Power is freedom and security. You have nothing to lose by getting stronger and everything to gain." 11. Raven considered the younger girl's words. If I had thought the way she did at her age, could I have saved them? No, there isn't anything I could have done to stop that. But perhaps I wouldn't have had so many close calls. 2. Would like to try it out? You won't be able to do my routine because I'm just built different. But I can show you some high-efficiency exercises that are suitable for you. If you keep it up for a few years, you'll get ripped guaranteed. Cherry offered with a thumbs up and a wink. 28. Raven giggled. Then she wondered how long it had been since she had laughed. All right then, please show me. Cherry instructed Raven on how to do a number of exercises, which Raven soon discovered were much harder than they looked. Meanwhile, Cherry was having the time of her life. She had never taught anyone before, and found it to be very enjoyable. No wonder all those old monsters would take in promising talents as disciples. This is really satisfying. 8. Raven's vital energy level was above average for this world, though nothing absurd like Cherry. She was also a very good student, and seemed uncommonly familiar with her own body. After about 20 minutes, Raven plopped to the ground, soaked in sweat, and breathing heavily. Cherry nodded with satisfaction. Now I'll tell you the most important aspect of training: your mindset. The body and mind are linked in mysterious ways. As such, the results of thoughtless training will always pale in comparison to possessing a strong drive and focus, even more so when you have a clear goal in mind. This was a half-truth. Over the years of training, Cherry discovered that the unconscious improvement to the body via her vital energy was greatest when she focused all her willpower into the training. It was with that thought that something dawned on her, something she had overlooked. How am I going to study Raven's heart inscription? I need extended physical contact, and she'll definitely be able to feel it. It not like those sneak peeks I did with Grandma Angela and the others at the dojo. It's far more intensive than that. This'll be tricky. Cherry arranged a simple but hearty breakfast on the table, which she and Raven devoured quickly. So, do you think you'll be able to keep it up? Or is it too much for your skinny body to handle? Between Cherry's teasing tone and the challenging look on her face, Raven felt a certain fighting spirit rise within her. She had actually been thinking about giving up, but now she cast aside those thoughts and hardened her resolve to continue no matter what. I can handle anything you throw at me, Raven replied. Cherry could almost see flames of determination burn within her eyes. Wait, no, those are literal flames. 6. Heh, in that case, I won't go easy on you and push you to the brink of hell. Raven instantly regretted her words, seeing Cherry's smile, but didn't try to back out of it. She felt that whatever hardships she faced now would make the path she walked in life easier. The months passed by quickly. Spring came and the days got warmer as summer steadily encroached upon Boulder Island. Cherry had thought of a way to subtly study Raven's heart inscription. She had simply told her that she had a post-training massage that worked wonders. It wasn't a lie, per se. It was a real massage, and it really did work wonders. She just threw in some strands of vital energy to poke around as she pleased. 3. She could just blame the warmth in her chest on the massage. Invasion of privacy? Consider it the cost of her tutelage. 2. Cherry had also started teaching various martial arts that were practical in combat to Raven, which she greedily learned at a rapid pace. Raven's looks had changed quite a bit from her originally thin and malnourished appearance. She had gained a healthy amount of weight from the generous helpings of food Cherry always brought her. Her intense physical training had also borne fruit, giving her a lean, athletic musculature that was deceptively powerful. Even her blue eyes seemed to sparkle with newfound confidence. Look who the training addict is now, Raven. And you said that I was pushing myself when we first met. Cherry teased. And whose fault is that? Raven asked rhetorically. Whenever she started to get comfortable with an exercise, Cherry would tweak it just enough to make it difficult again. Any time her drive wavered, Cherry would say something that pushed her buttons in such a way that drove her to train even harder than before. She sometimes wondered if Cherry was really just an 8-year-old girl. Then Cherry would pull one of her pranks and destroy the idea that she could be anything but a child. Just last week, Cherry had brought one of her grandmother's coffee cakes. Raven had grown quite fond of them since Cherry brought one on New Year's Day. After Raven had finished hers, she saw Cherry's face split in the most evil smile she'd ever laid eyes upon. She never did figure out what she did, and she wasn't sure if she wanted to know. Cherry had made the cake herself this time, and was just happy Raven enjoyed it. I've got a surprise for you tomorrow. Cherry said, looking quite pleased with herself. Another one of your pranks, is it? Raven replied with annoyance, but a small smile crept onto her face. Bah. I wouldn't tell you ahead of time about my masterful japes. You can look forward to it. See you then. Cherry denied before prancing off into the thorn bushes. It would be Cherry's birthday tomorrow. Normally she didn't really care about the occasion, but she thought it would be nice to share it with Raven. She didn't know Raven's birthday, so they could celebrate together. She only had to be back by afternoon to celebrate with Grandma Angela. Cherry and Raven have gotten quite close over the last several months. Though Raven hadn't revealed her real name yet, there had been a number of times Cherry could see her wallowing in indecision. Neither of the girls knew that Raven's identity would soon be revealed, and that their peaceful, happy days would come to an end. 9. Chapter 9. Separation. Cherry made her preparations for her surprise party with Raven, and the next day set out for the Thornwood extra early. As she expected, she found Raven fast asleep on the couch when she reached their hideout. Cherry quietly began to set up the decorations, and got into position to wait for Raven to rouse from her slumber. When Raven's eyes began to flutter awake, Cherry pulled the string on her super extra jumbo confetti bomb. 1. Colorful scraps of paper filled the clearing instantly. Unfortunately, the sound, that was akin to a cannon, triggered a deep-rooted survival instinct in the half-asleep Raven's psyche. Her eyes locked onto the human-shaped silhouette amongst the confetti, and she crossed her arms in front of her. Clutch. 4. Surprise. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. Cherry felt hands grasp her face from nowhere and yank back, causing her spine to bend backwards in an arch. Although it was pretty painful, Cherry was at least flexible enough that nothing broke. Raven, upon regaining her wits and seeing who she had just attacked, released Cherry from the grip of her devil fruit ability and hurried to check on her. 1. Are you all right, Cherry? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I was just startled, I really didn't mean it. Raven rambled while her mind was a maelstrom of emotional turmoil. Worry that Cherry had been hurt, guilt that she was the cause of it, fear that Cherry would think she is a monster, grief over what the sound reminded her of, even a little anger that Cherry had taken a joke this far. However, she started to calm down when she saw the goofy, excited smile and the sparkling eyes on Cherry's face. Raven sighed in relief. Of course you're all right, you freak of nature. What was I even worried about? While the two girls laughed at the absurd situation, Cherry was inwardly scolding herself. Of course it was a devil fruit, you dingbat. How did you not figure that out before now? She was naturally referring to the heart inscription she had spent all this time studying. Raven looked around at the decorations with curiosity and saw a huge banner with the words, "Happy Birthday," written on it. It's not my birthday, you know, Raven stated quizzically. It is my birthday though, and since I don't know your birthday, I decided we could celebrate both today, Cherry said proudly. Raven felt tears coming to her eyes. She wanted to tell Cherry everything about herself, but she couldn't. That would put Cherry in danger. I can't do that, she told herself. 7. Raven thought she had stayed here too long. She was too comfortable here, too happy. She didn't want to leave, but the longer she stayed, the more she risked being found and causing trouble for Cherry. She resolved herself. I'll tell her I'm leaving within the week. Just a few more days, that's enough for me. The girls enjoyed the party Cherry had planned out. They ate the fancy cake Cherry bought and sipped the wine that she snagged from Grandma Angela's private collection. Cherry also gave a gift to Raven. A rare history book. Raven had read it before, in the library of O'Hara. It was a gift she would cherish fondly. They spent the rest of the morning messing around with Raven's devil fruit ability, much to Cherry's delight. Though it took a fair bit of pestering until Raven relented. Before they knew it, it was noon and time for Cherry to go home before her birthday celebration at the dojo. She didn't want Grandma Angela to worry and come looking for her after all. Cherry worked her way out of the thornwood, ran across the fields and pastures south toward the dojo. As she crested over the last hill, she looked down to see the dojo and the town below. She saw something that hadn't been there earlier this morning. A huge Navy warship. What's this all about? Cherry wondered. Cherry went down the hill towards the dojo and arrived at the front gate just in time for Commander Frau, the Marine base's highest-ranked officer. Come out through it. Oh? Hello, young Miss Harpin. Frau greeted. Hello, Commander Frau. Is something going on? Why is that Navy warship here? Cherry asked, keeping a neutral expression. I suppose it could help to tell you. Frau reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a piece of paper. After he unfolded it, it displayed in large print the word, wanted. Have you ever seen this girl while you've been gallivanting around the island? He handed the wanted poster to her. Cherry took the poster and seemed to study it seriously. However, she didn't need more than a glance. Wanted. Dead or alive, Nico Robin 3. B79. The picture on the poster was someone she recognized instantly, only younger. It was none other than Raven, whom she had spent about half a year with in the Thornwood. I'm sorry, Commander Frau, but I don't think I've seen her before, Cherry said, handing the poster back. Well, it was a long shot anyway, if you'll excuse me. Frau bade farewell and began walking back to town. Cherry made a new discovery as she watched Commander Frau's back. In this world, killing intent does not manifest into a detectable energy. Cherry entered the dojo and immediately started briskly walking towards the living quarters, specifically Slank's room. Cherry, where have you been all morning? Your party may be in the afternoon, but that doesn't mean you should run off until then. Grandma Angela called out to her. When Cherry ignored her, which was rather out of character, she thought something might be wrong and rushed ahead to stand in front of her. Cherry, is something She nearly choked on her words when her eyes met Cherry's. For the first time, Grandma Angela saw a resemblance to herself in Cherry, in those eyes. She saw the eyes she saw in her reflection after her dearest husband had died. They were eyes filled with indescribable pain, grief, and above all else, rage. Cherry averted her gaze and walked past her grandmother. Pieces of a puzzle Grandma Angela didn't know was a puzzle started to come together in her mind, as she stood in stunned silence. Meanwhile, Cherry found Slank's room and barged in with no regard to his privacy. Slank was inside perusing his stash and squealed in fright when Cherry barged in. Neptune's beard, Cherry. What are you doing barging in on a man's private sanctum? Slank questioned with indignation. Seeing that Cherry didn't respond and instead began rooting through his things, he felt something was off. He didn't know what she was up to, but he wasn't stupid enough to get in Cherry's way if she was acting in such a way. After stuffing her loot into her bag, Cherry left without a word. Slank scratched his in confusion, but ultimately just resigned to asking Cherry about it later, after she calmed down. When Cherry exited the living quarters, Grandma Angela was waiting for her. Cherry saw a sad smile on her face, and a look of understanding. Cherry felt a tinge of guilt prick her heart and ran over to hug the old woman. I'll be back soon, Cherry said with a shaking voice. I'll be waiting, good luck. Grandma Angela patted Cherry's back. Hurry now, you don't have much time. 2. Cherry broke away, muttered a quick thank you before dashing away, leaping over the north wall of the dojo with her traceless steps in full swing. Chapter 10. The Escape. Nico Robin laid in the grass on her back, staring blankly at the canopy above. I couldn't say it today. I just need to do it and get it over with. She sighed. A rustle from the bushes drew her attention, and she sat up on guard, knowing Cherry shouldn't come back today. However, it actually was Cherry, contrary to her expectations. Did you forget something, Cherry? Robin asked, but she sensed something was off. Cherry had a serious expression with furrowed brows, a look she'd never seen her have before. Nico Robin. Cherry spoke. Robin froze and her eyes shook. She knows my real name. Contradicting thoughts swirled around her mind. Am I going to be sold out again? No, Cherry wouldn't do that. But why wouldn't she? Everyone else has. No, this is Cherry, she's different. 12. While Robin's mind was going in circles, unable to decide whether she could truly trust Cherry, Cherry spoke once more. Part of me hoped it was just a weird coincidence, but I knew deep down it wasn't. Cherry sighed and scratched her head. Then she looked at Robin with a firm resolve. A Navy warship came to the island looking for you. The Marines are scouring the island at this very moment, leaving no stone unturned. We don't have much time. Cherry set down her backpack and started taking things out one by one. Noticing that the older girl was still frozen in confusion, she shouted, "Robin!" Robin started from the shout. "Can your devil fruit power also reproduce your hair?" Cherry asked calmly. Robin nodded and spoke. "It can, but why?" Cherry gave a devilish grin. "That makes things a little easier then," she said, then held up a pair of scissors and a razor. Robin got a bad feeling, but she decided to trust Cherry. One makeover montage later. 6. "Fantastic, even I don't recognize you." Cherry spoke, proud of her handiwork. In front of her stood a fit young man wearing a black leather jacket with torn-off sleeves on top of a white t-shirt and tight leather pants. The leather jacket, pants and boots were studded with small spikes. He sported a bleached blonde pompadour, sideburns and handlebar mustache. His cheekbones and chin were heavily pronounced. 2. Lastly, put on these sunglasses. Although you aren't the only person with blue eyes, it's best not to leave things to chance. Cherry nodded with satisfaction. Wrap yourself with the tarp so you don't get torn to shreds by the needles. Robin was enlightened by this experience. Cherry's ideas on how to use her powers to alter her appearance were novel, to say the least. 2. After Robin wrapped herself up tight, Cherry picked her up and carried her out of the thornwood. They headed to the northwest side of the island towards the largest fishing village. "What the plan, Cherry? Are we stealing a ship?" Robin asked. "Shh, don't speak, you'll give yourself away." "No, we aren't stealing a ship, that'll tip off the Marines. You're going to buy one with that gold of yours. I'll do the talking for you." Cherry led Robin into the village. Cherry went to the docks where she found the elderly fisherman she was looking for. He had been trying to sell his fishing boat, but hasn't been able to find a buyer. "Hey, old man, I found you a youngster from the town to buy that boat of yours." Cherry spoke loudly, as the old man was nearly deaf. "Oh, did you now? Thank you, Cherry, you're such a good girl." The old man turned his attention to the disguised Robin. "You certainly seem like a strong young lad. I can sell her to you for 1,500,000 berry. She's a bit old but well maintained. Just like me, ho 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 ho." 8. He's really shy, so I came to interpret for him. He told me he wants to set out right away on a long journey to improve his confidence. You don't mind if he pays in gold, do you, old man?" Cherry relayed in a loud voice. That's fine, that's fine. I'm moving in with my son's family in Pebbleton, so I'll be able to exchange it then." The old man smiled, happy that his retirement was finally at hand. The two girls finished the transaction and got the supplies Robin would need for the journey ahead of her. Robin stood on the deck and looked to the younger girl she had spent the last 6 months with, her first friend in many years. I hope we can meet again, Cherry," she said falteringly. "Of course we'll meet again. When we do, you'd better not have been slacking in your training. I won't forgive you if you go all squishy on me," Cherry replied, with false bravado. Robin smiled as tears streaked down her face, catching in her fake mustache. "I won't. I'll be stronger than ever, promise." Not able to bear it, she untied the boat from the dock and set sail. The girls waved farewell to one another, and as Robin's ship drifted beyond the horizon, Cherry made a new discovery. This world is such a strange place, especially when it comes to eyes. First its sparkling eyes, then its flaming eyes, and now water of all things is pouring out of my eyes. 16. Cherry arrived back at the dojo long after sunset. She had needed some time to sort her feelings out. When she opened the gate and walked inside, she found Grandma Angela fast asleep sitting on a chair in the courtyard facing the gate. Cherry went to her room, got changed into normal clothes, then went back outside with a chair in hand. She set the chair down right next to Grandma Angela's, sat down, and went to sleep, leaning against her grandmother. When Cherry woke up in the morning, she was in her own bed. I guess all the excitement really took it out of me. I didn't even notice I was moved. She went to the dining room where she found breakfast waiting for her, along with Grandma Angela. "You could have woken me up, silly girl," Grandma Angela said, giving a gentle smile. After breakfast, Grandma Angela insisted on going into town to celebrate Cherry's birthday. When they left the house, they ran into Slank in the courtyard. "There you are, Cherry. Where's the things you, borrowed from me?" he asked. Which things? The clothes, the hair care products, or the erotic books?" Cherry asked, wearing her best attempt at an innocent smile. Slank froze in fear as his eyes drifted to Grandma Angela. "What have you been corrupting my granddaughter with, disciple?" Grandma Angela spoke slowly, enunciating every syllable. It's just a joke, right, Cherry?" Slank looked to Cherry pleadingly. Cherry winked with the eye Grandma Angela couldn't see. "Grandma, what does it mean when two women censored?" Slank's hopes were expertly dashed, and he sunk to depths of despair. 22. Not just because Cherry had just signed his death warrant, but also because what she had just described was a particularly steamy scene from his favorite book. 1. "Bork!" Grandma Angela shouted. "Yes, master?" Bork came bounding out from somewhere like a loyal hound. "It seems I've been too lenient with disciple Slank, and let him have too much privacy. Do a contraband search of his room." Grandma Angela commanded. "Yes, ma'am." Bork saluted before dashing towards the disciple's living quarters. Meanwhile, Slank had sunk lifelessly to his knees, unresponsive. "I'll deal you later, disciple. Let's get going, Cherry. I've got a lot of plans for your special day." She took Cherry by the hand, and they had a wonderful day out of the town. Chapter 11, First Steps. The years passed by quickly for Cherry. There were no more strange or interesting new people to distract her from her daily training. After Robin left, she redoubled her efforts, more determined than ever to grow stronger, and one day reach the peak of this world, then go further still. Hoping by doing so, that she never needs to scurry around like a rat to protect the people she cares about ever again. A few months after her 15th birthday, she felt her vital energy finally stabilize into its natural peak. 10. Good, I was starting to get antsy with all this waiting around. Now I can finally take my first steps on the path to immortality. 4. Cherry was sitting cross-legged at the top of a tall, steep hill. After Robin's successful escape, the Marines had finished scouring most of the island, leaving only the thornwood left over. Rather than search the thornwood, they elected to just burn it down. Cherry was the only one who actually went in there, and she had been accounted for, so they saw no reason to go through the trouble. Cherry focused her mind inwards and began circulating her vital energy in mysterious patterns. She could feel an enormous power surging through her muscles and bones, restructuring them into something better, something stronger. Pop! After only 12 hours, she felt the first stage complete itself, and smiled widely with glee. Only half a day to complete the first stage of one of the strongest body cultivation methods. All that strength training I've done over the years wasn't a waste after all. She laughed loudly. Cherry stood and turned toward a nearby boulder and punched it. Although she didn't do that much damage, she was satisfied. As I thought, not much improvement from before. Strength training won't have a multiplicative effect with body cultivation. I've only saved myself a lot of time, but that's fine too. It'd be a bit ridiculous otherwise. At least I can stop wasting my time exercising. 3. Cherry went home to the dojo and looked for Grandma Angela. "Grandma, I've decided to set out to sea to explore the world," Cherry told her decisively. "Like hell you will. You can't even beat Bork or Slank yet, and you want to go out into that dangerous world full of pirates, sea kings, and worst of all, womanizers?" Grandma Angela refused, leaving no room for further discussion. "Oh good, so you'll let me go if I beat those two." "Thanks, Grandma." Cherry gave her a hug and pranced away before she could say anything else. Although Cherry wasn't as physically powerful as Bork or Slank, her skill would let her beat them. However, she couldn't show off too much swordplay, or Grandma Angela would insist she took over the dojo no matter what. She could wait though. She didn't want to leave the safety of Boulder Island at least until she broke through to the latter stages of the second realm. It shouldn't take longer than a year to reach perfection in the first realm, and a couple more years on top of that to reach that level. By then she'll be 18 years old and be more than capable of wiping the floor with Bork and Slank. Grandma Angela won't be able to nitpick anything to make her stay then. 3 years later. Cherry held a wooden sword casually to her side. In front of her was Bork with a rare serious look on his face, and Slank, who looked like someone had told him to dig his own grave. Don't you dare go easy on her, boys. This silly little girl who thinks she's ready to go gallivanting in the world needs to be taught reality. If I think you're holding back even a little bit, I'll make you regret it till the day you die. Grandma Angela shouted, seemingly enraged. Oh my, look at these two grown men ganging up on a sweet and innocent little girl. I can't possibly let such villainy continue to exist in the world. If you back off now, I'll let you off the hook. If you don't, however. Yeah. Cherry face twisted into her trademark demonic smile. 14. Bork's head was empty of all complex thoughts as always. But Slank was wondering whether it'd be better to face Master Angela's wrath, or to take the beating of a lifetime from Cherry, whom he knew had been holding back in their bouts for quite some time. In the end, Slank decided to risk fighting Cherry alongside Bork. Bork would face Cherry head-on for sure, which might give him an opening to end the fight without getting too roughed up. I see you've made up your minds. Whenever you're ready, this little girl is waiting. Cherry spoke, her eyes lighting with flames of determination and battle mania. Bork charged immediately, as expected, swinging his sword with all his might in a downward stroke. This wasn't like the fool from all those years ago, however. Bork was prepared to change the trajectory and recover quickly as needed. Something happened that he wasn't expecting, however. Cherry stepped forward and directly blocked his strike, not budging even slightly. At the same moment, her foot drove hard into his abdomen, using his own momentum against him, knocking all the breath out of his lungs. Cherry would have gone for the groin, but after the first few times that happened, the other disciples started wearing heavy protection, as well as defending the area instinctually. Even Bork had squeezed his legs together just now. 20. Slank had only just reached Cherry's flank when her cold eyes drifted lazily to him. It was too late to back out now. He swept his sword towards the back of the legs she was standing with. Cherry casually jumped just high enough that she'd come back down onto his sword, pinning it to the ground. She sent her sword at his head, but he let go to bend backwards to avoid it. Bork came charging back in, swinging horizontally at her head and readying his free arm to block anything coming at his abdomen. Cherry ducked low to the ground, and Bork's sword smacked straight into Slank's face as he recovered from his own duck. Cherry dropped her own sword, then grabbed Bork's legs, and lifted him before slamming him to the ground. Climbing on top of him, she pinned his sword arm, and ruthlessly bashed at his head with her fist. Slank came out of his daze from Bork's attack, and picked up his sword. However, when he saw Cherry stand up holding Bork's sword after she knocked him unconscious, he felt his legs start to quiver in fear. Damn it, why do I have to fight this monster? This is why I didn't join the Navy. Can't I just pursue my passions in life in peace? Slank complained in his mind. Cherry charged him and sent an onslaught on strikes that were faster and stronger than anything he or Bork could muster. He was stuck on the defensive and his arms were getting tired quickly. Damn it, it's shameful and I'll definitely get my ass beat later by Master Angela, but I refuse to lose without getting a single hit in. Slank waited for an opening, then reached his hand out to touch Cherry's chest. 10. His plan was to use her momentary embarrassment to get a good hit in. His hand reached his goal, and, there's nothing? Cherry's hand latched around his arm painfully. His bones began to creak as she pulled it away. The manic smile was gone, now replaced with the indifference of the Grim Reaper gazing upon a deceased sinner. Cherry wasn't at all dissatisfied or embarrassed by her less than ample bosom. It was a natural result as the women in her family weren't particularly well endowed, and her training during her youth certainly didn't help. 2. However, that didn't mean she'd allow someone to insult her for it. Especially not right after copping a feel. My, Slank, you've gotten quite bold. Unfortunately, whether you felt anything or not, I now need to make absolutely certain you can't remember anything. The best way to do that is to replace that memory with a painful one. Right, Grandma? Cherry spoke icily. Slank looked to Angela and found her approaching him. That's right, Cherry. Humans remember traumatic experiences more easily than pleasant ones. Bork woke up around 20 minutes later and saw Slank bound, gagged, half-naked, and hanging upside down as Cherry and Angela swatted him with wooden switches. Each swing made a horrible sharp swish and left a nasty red line across his skin, of which there were many hundreds already. 36. Smack. Are you sorry yet, Slank? Cherry asked, desperate muffled cries. He doesn't sound sorry to me, Cherry, Grandma stated. Smack. Bork quietly snuck away, not wanting to draw attention to himself. Chapter 11. First Steps. The years passed by quickly for Cherry. There were no more strange or interesting new people to distract her from her daily training. After Robin left, she redoubled her efforts, more determined than ever to grow stronger, and one day reach the peak of this world, then go further still. Hoping by doing so, that she never needs to scurry around like a rat to protect the people she cares about ever again. A few months after her 15th birthday, she felt her vital energy finally stabilize into its natural peak. 10. Good, I was starting to get antsy with all this waiting around. Now I can finally take my first steps on the path to immortality. 4. Cherry was sitting cross-legged at the top of a tall, steep hill. After Robin's successful escape, the Marines had finished scouring most of the island, leaving only the thornwood left over. Rather than search the thornwood, they elected to just burn it down. Cherry was the only one who actually went in there, and she had been accounted for, so they saw no reason to go through the trouble. Cherry focused her mind inwards and began circulating her vital energy in mysterious patterns. She could feel an enormous power surging through her muscles and bones, restructuring them into something better, something stronger. Pop. After only 12 hours, she felt the first stage complete itself, and smiled widely with glee. Only half a day to complete the first stage of one of the strongest body cultivation methods. All that strength training I've done over the years wasn't a waste after all. She laughed loudly. Cherry stood and turned toward a nearby boulder and punched it. Although she didn't do that much damage, she was satisfied. As I thought, not much improvement from before. Strength training won't have a multiplicative effect with body cultivation. I've only saved myself a lot of time, but that's fine too. It'd be a bit ridiculous otherwise. At least I can stop wasting my time exercising. 3. Cherry went home to the dojo and looked for Grandma Angela. Grandma, I've decided to set out to sea to explore the world, Cherry told her decisively. Like hell you will. You can't even beat Bork or Slank yet, and you want to go out into that dangerous world full of pirates, sea kings, and worst of all, womanizers? Grandma Angela refused. I didn't want to linger too long on Cherry's childhood, so I think this was a good place to start her proper adventures. Chapter 12. Setting Sail. Grandma Angela finally relented after Cherry convinced her she was amply prepared to venture out into the cruel, cruel world. It was a tearful farewell for the both of them, as well as Old Man Martin and Bork. Slank wasn't there as he was still recuperating the big baby. Cherry had a custom ship commissioned with her savings working in Martin's smithy. It was small enough to sail by herself and was quite fast. She didn't want to spend more time on the open ocean longer than necessary. Unmooring her ship, she set sail out into the enormous west blue. Navigation was an easy enough skill to learn for her. She looked at her map and decided where to go. Cherry's plan was to scour the ocean's uninhabited islands for devil fruit. How would she do this? With a nifty skill called life sense, a kind of supernatural sense utilizing vital energy. The range of life sense was dependent on her own cultivation, and the abundance of living things in the vicinity. If her thoughts were correct, this meant she could just take a leisurely stroll around an island with dense rainforest or some such, and know for certain if a devil fruit existed there. This was on the basis that devil fruit would be very unique in their vital energy signature, as well as the density of energy. Life sense would also be useful on the ocean, full of little critters and plankton as it is. It would help locate fish or detect sea kings. Several weeks pass and Cherry arrives at a large island with a dense tropical rainforest, often avoided due to its abundance of large and ferocious animals. She hadn't had any luck with the last couple dozen islands. But that was to be expected as devil fruit were renowned for being ridiculously rare. 1. She had, however, picked up a number of interesting plants and hunted animals with unique body parts. She lamented that she didn't learn more than the basics about pill refining in her last life. Nothing that she could make with her shallow skills would be sufficient for her cultivation method. 2. Well, let's get to it. It's getting dark, but that won't be a problem for me, she thought as she anchored her ship in the shallow water. Captain Landlubber Lorston is a notorious pirate in the West Blue, whose bounty is a whopping 11 million berry. He and his crew, he surmised, were feared by all in this quarter of the world, and he reckoned his arrival in the Grand Line was hotly anticipated to come very soon. His unusual moniker was on account of his seeming inability to gain his sea legs and stand properly on a ship at sea. This was a rather clever ruse on his part, as in actually he could move around just fine at sea. This weakness of his would draw his opponents into a false sense of superiority, and then he would strike. Truly, Lorston was the most deviously cunning pirate to have ever lived. 10. He and his crew, the Manly Chin Pirates, stopped on a large tropical island to resupply their fresh water, and perhaps hunt some game. 10. Naturally, Lorston could not be outdone by his own men, so he trekked further than the rest to seek his prey. Near the center of the island he caught sight of an enormous boar. This would perhaps be a tough hunt for him, but he was no coward. So he quickly thought of a clever plan to deal with this great beast. Aha! I shall stand before that large stone and goad it into charging me, then dodge out of the way. It will crash into the stone and become dazed long enough for me to dispatch it. Sometimes my most powerful intellect even surprises me, he thought to himself. Lorston carried out his plan, and the boar, being quite stupid, crashed into the stone as anticipated. Ha ha! Take that, you stupid pig! You shall be my dinner soon, Lorston shouted, jabbing his spear into the boar's throat. He had somewhat miscalculated the boar's resilience, however, as it turned to charge him once more. Lorston barely managed to dodge out the way, and ended up dancing around the ferocious beast until it bled out. Phew, all part of the plan, ha ha. Lorston huffed, wiping the sweat from his brow. At that time something fell from one of the trees the boar had rammed and hit him on the head, knocking him out cold. When he awoke hours later, he looked around to find what hit him. It most closely resembled a coconut. However, it was shaped like some sort of pot, and was dark gray in color with yellow and orange swirling patterns like flames. His confusion lasted for more than a few moments when a thought sprang to mind. Is this a legendary devil fruit? He screamed, then looked around to see if he was heard, but finding no one. He quickly snatched it up and stuffed it into his coat. After standing up, he sent a glance at the boar, which was covered in seagulls eagerly tearing away at it with their beaks. He sighed, let's hope the boys got dinner sorted. But he couldn't help but smile. He wasn't sure whether to eat the devil fruit or try to sell it, but he was sure either way that his future was very bright. He was very wrong. Cherry walked through the trees, sending her life sense surging outwards. She found a number of large animals that would serve well as her meal, but business came first. That's when the unexpected occurred. She got a hit. She had found a devil fruit on the opposite side of the island from where her ship was anchored. She focuses her life sense on the area, and found something else as well. People, this might complicate things, she thought. If they're pirates, there's no issue with killing them, but it's hard to judge strength from vital energy alone in this world. If they're not pirates, should I steal the fruit? No point thinking about, I need to hurry before someone eats it. With that, Cherry rushed through the dense foliage using her traceless steps. She found a vantage point she could observe the group from, while still being able to act quickly enough to intervene if necessary. Gentlemen, I have returned from my hunt. As you can see, I bring no meat with me, but I assure you that I have obtained a prize far greater. An buffoon with nearly rotten teeth said while standing on a barrel. Wah, could be better than meat, Cap'n. A 10-foot-tall freak spoke. What the hell, why's that guy so big? Is he even human? Cherry pondered, as the captain continued his obviously impromptu speech. Good question, Archibald. What I have brought to show you is widely thought to be a myth. The buffoon pulled out the devil fruit from his coat. Eck, gross fruit, the freak Archibald said while feigning to gag. Not just any fruit, men. A devil fruit. Those who eat it gain a strange power that no other in the world possesses. With this fruit, conquering the Grand Line will be smooth sailing for us. I'll be king of the pirates and you'll be the king's crew. After saying this, the crew cheered. He's a pirate after all, huh? Why don't I remember him? I'm sure I memorized all the pirates in West Blue with bounties over 20 million berry. Cherry wondered. Soon enough my already impressive bounty of 11 million berry will grow to great heights, ha ha ha, shouted the buffoon. Ah, so he's stupid and weak, Cherry realized, pulling out her pistol. Under the chance of eat from his crew, Lorston gazed longingly at the devil fruit in his hand, at his glorious future. As he went to bite it, bang, he toppled backward off of his stage, dead before he hit the ground. Chapter 13, Devil Fruit. Cherry was mildly surprised that this man supposedly worth 11 million berry had died so anticlimactically. She'd only intended to knock him off balance. Do the Marines just give any pirate captain a bounty regardless of if they're a real threat? I suppose he might have just committed some heinous crimes and gotten away by chance. At this time the drunken crew came to their senses and realized they were under attack. They scrambled for their weapons, but had no idea where the shot had come from. As they spread out to search the surroundings for the culprit, Cherry began picking off anyone who strayed too far with deadly precision with her unnamed sword. They were down to half their number when before they realized and regrouped. Show yourself, coward! Fight us like a man if you have the guts, one shouted. Bang! A bullet pierced the shouting man in the throat and he fell gurgling. As terrified as the pirates were of their unseen assailant, they still had the mental wherewithal to charge the direction the shot came from. Cherry was too fast and too silent, however. The darkness and the cover of the foliage gave her an overwhelming advantage. By the time they reached the position she had fired the pistol from, she'd already halved them again from behind, leaving only 3 remaining. Scatter, said one pirate with at least half a brain, and the other 2 didn't need to be told twice. The 3 of them ran in different directions, 2 into the wilderness, and 1 back towards their ship. Naturally, Cherry went after the ship-bound pirate first. Can't let him reach an open area and make things more difficult. As for the other 2 pirates, well, they were just unlucky. Using her life sense, Cherry saw they were already being stalked by large nocturnal predators. She had no intentions of interrupting their meals. Cherry returned to the campsite and picked up the devil fruit. Holding it in her hand, she got a much better sense of it than with her life sense from a distance. Most aspects of its inscription were very different from Robin's, though some parts were the same. This was very useful information. She was quite worried about the curse the devil fruit would instill upon the recipient of its powers, and seeing the identical portions the 2 fruits shared was the first step in resolving that curse. Not that she had any idea of how to do that just yet. She had no intentions of eating the devil fruit just yet. It wasn't the right time in her current realm to make the most of it, not to mention she wants to know what it does first. 13. That was the tricky part. The Marines didn't freely give away information on devil fruit, and she was absolutely not going to join the Navy. That left either the royals of some country, of whom she'd have no idea which to start with, or buying information from the criminal world. Ha! Why did you have to destroy Uhara? I'm not buying that destroy the world bullshit either. Cherry scratched her head. Should I try my luck with small-scale information brokers or go straight to the Kano kingdom? The former is safer but unreliable, while the latter is risky but more likely to succeed. Cherry smiled. She had wasted her talent by avoiding danger in her last life. This time would be different. Cherry returned to her ship, after collecting Lorston's corpse, and made her plans for the near future. After collecting on Lorston's bounty at a nearby settlement, she set out for the kingdom of Kano. It took more than a few months to reach Kano. Mostly because Cherry insisted on visiting nearly every island that was between her and her ultimate destination. She hadn't had any more luck in regards to devil fruit, which was disappointing, but understandable. She did, however, reach the final stage of the second realm. All that was left was to perfect it, then break through to the next. The third realm was where the real power began. The first two realms primarily dealt with tempering the body, while the third started the deal directly with one's vital energy. Docking in a large port, she paid whatever rent they asked for. It was practically daylight robbery, but she had the money and couldn't be bothered to argue. That had the benefit of putting her in the dock warden's good books, so there's that. Cherry didn't leave the devil fruit on her ship. No, that was way too risky. Instead, she had prepared a clever disguise to hide the devil fruit on her person. A fake pregnancy belly. Sure, people might find it odd that a young and very pregnant woman was traveling alone. However, between her frightening visage and her excellent, grumpy pregnant lady with a sword and a gun acting, only a fool would poke the hornet's nest. Unfortunately, fools were quite common in this world. Fools like Butterball Andrew. Butterball Andrew is a greasy man of tall stature and even greater width. So much so that his moniker is more a description than a nickname. What he lacked in hygiene and self-control, he made up for with his eye for treasure. When he saw a helpless pregnant woman walk into an alley with an expensive-looking sword at her hip, he followed her. It didn't occur to him that the woman would know how to use it. Cherry had a good feeling about this alley. She felt that she'd definitely find what she was looking for by walking into it. "Oi, lady!" a voice shouted behind her. Cherry turned to see a man that was larger than life, in that he shouldn't still be alive carrying around that much fat, let alone walk around with it. She happened to recognize him, Butterball Andrew with a bounty of 23 million berry. "Gimme that sword and I'll let you go since I'm in a good mood today," Butterball said with a sneer full of unwarranted confidence. "Ho, and what if I don't? You'll attack me?" "Pirates may be welcome in Kano, but that's only if they behave," Cherry stated with a bored look. "They won't do nothing to me, girlie. I've got a bounty of 23 million berry. It's too much of a hassle to come after me for some light robbery, so hand it over." "So hehehe," he snorted. "All right, I'll give it to you." Cherry drew her sword and leapt. She landed on his chest, placing the tip of the sword far enough to poke the back of his throat. Butterball froze. He hadn't expected a pregnant lady to be so agile. "Here's what's going to happen. Since you're such a big shot, you're going to guide me around today. I need information, and it's my first time here, you see. Snort like the piggy you are if you agree, otherwise I'll make sure you never enjoy the taste of your slops again." Cherry smiled maliciously, tapping her sword against his swollen tongue. Pig snorting sounds good. Cherry went around to various brokers testing their capabilities and trying to gauge their trustworthiness. Eventually, she found herself at an auction house owned by the Qinzhao family. She hadn't wanted to get involved with them, but Butterball had insisted that if the other brokers wouldn't do, the only other option was this place. She left Butterball outside as she had every time and approached a rather pretty receptionist. "How may I assist you, miss?" she said, her professionalism not wavering in the slightest. "I would like to see a catalog of rare items with the expected price range they would sell for." This was Cherry's attempt to avoid saying too much. If she didn't find her devil fruit in that, she'd have to be more direct. or just give up and eat the devil fruit without knowing what it does. 3. Very well, please follow the attendant to my left. The receptionist's smile widening almost imperceptibly. Chapter 14, Catalog. Cherry was led to a private room by the auction house attendant. The attendant asked her politely to wait inside while he retrieved the catalog. Cherry used the time to poke around with her life sense. She found no people or dendenmushi spying on her inside the room. She was very surprised by this fact, and inwardly raised her opinion of this auction house. 3. Speaking of dendenmushi, the first time Cherry had seen one, she very nearly squealed in delight. She thought they were by far the most adorable communication method she'd ever seen. Even more adorable than the mice couriers of the mighty spirit beast sect that she had seen in her last life. 6. When she had seen one doing an impression of Commander Frau, she had collapsed into fits of laughter. She was very fond of them, to say the least. The attendant returned, pushing a cart into the room. He placed a massive book on the table before her, as well as a small selection of drinks and pastries. They really know how to treat their clientele. They must value their reputation quite a lot. Cherry thought before diving into the catalog. Although she had already scanned the refreshments and found nothing wrong, such as poison, she did not touch them at all. She knew that everything was a test for these people, so she would keep her dealing with them strictly business. A surprising amount of information about a person can be obtained by watching what they do in these circumstances. While the attendant watched, Cherry quickly turned through the pages of the catalog. Long enough to get an idea of the items displayed, but not long enough to seem like it was what she was looking for. In fact, every turn of a page happened in almost exactly the same amount of time. Finally, she reached the devil fruit section and began memorizing the summaries of each one, in case she ran into them later. Then she found it. The devil fruit that was strapped to her abdomen at this very moment. The fuse fruit type, Paramecia. Starting bid, 100 million berry. Appearance, a coconut shaped like a cauldron. Dark gray with yellow and orange swirls like flames. Powers, ability to fuse matter to create something new, 11. Oh, not bad. This might make up for my lacking skills in pill refining. Who needs a cauldron when you can become one? Cherry was quite satisfied. Combat power wouldn't be an issue for her, so having a devil fruit with high utility like this was very good in her opinion. Naturally, Cherry didn't stop here. She continued to look through the catalog, giving no indication she had already found what she wanted. She reached the end of the devil fruit section, but after turning the page her rhythm was disrupted. She had paused on the small section right after the devil fruit section for only a moment, but the attendant watching behind her didn't miss the change. Well, shit. I hope that doesn't come back to bite me. This is too absurd though. Objects with devil fruit powers? It's fortunate that I didn't start praising the heavens right then. This may just be the solution to the greatest problem I would face in cultivation. Cherry sighed inwardly. The problem she was referring to was naturally the fact that eating more than one devil fruit would cause you to explode. She wasn't sure just how violent that would be, and what realm she would need to reach to survive it. Not to mention that, even if you do survive, the devil fruit inscriptions will likely be destroyed in the process or worse. However, now she had a solution: blood-bound weapons. Weapons that were tied to a body cultivator, stored within their bodies, and grew alongside them. If she also managed to feed a devil fruit to one, she could hypothetically use the resulting vital energy influx for her cultivation, as well as safely possess additional devil fruit abilities. Cherry finished reading the catalog and asked the attendant what the auction schedule was. She could return after gathering more wealth and possibly buy more devil fruits if she was lucky. When she exited the auction house, she found Butterball still waiting for her. You can go now. I don't need your services any longer. Stay out of trouble and don't mess with any more pregnant ladies. Cherry dismissed him. Butterball nodded his head vigorously, then lumbered off. 11. Cherry made her way back to her ship and set sail immediately. She would find a secluded island to eat the devil fruit and make her break though. Cherry found a small island with no plant life, and a lot of tall, jagged stones. Making her way to the center of the island, hidden behind many boulders, she made her preparations. Once her condition was ideal, she hardened her teeth and jaw, then tore through the tough shell of the devil fruit, not wasting a single scrap. Took a few seconds to swallow it all down. She began to circulate her vital energy, closely observing the foreign vital energy as it started to move towards her heart. Thump. Her heart painfully pounded in her chest as the devil fruit inscribed itself into her very being. Marvelous, it's truly miraculous. A great deal of excess vital energy was released when the inscription was finished. No doubt it was typically wasted when others ate a devil fruit, but she wouldn't lose a single scrap. Cherry guided the surging energy with her body cultivation method. Finally, she felt that her second realm was perfected, but a large amount of energy still remained. She pressed forward and broke through to the third realm instantly. Unfortunately, she had to release the excess energy. It was too unstable and violent to be used for general cultivation, and she had only just broken through. It was good news that they contained more than enough vital energy for use in future realms, however. Cherry let out a long breath. She felt strong, powerful. Standing up, she went to a nearby boulder and punched it. Pow! The boulder shattered, sending many smaller rocks flying quite a ways. One step closer to my goal. I should go bounty hunting soon. I'm going to need the money for metals if I'm going to forge a blood-bound weapon. Now let's see this devil fruit in action, Cherry thought to herself. Cherry returned to her ship and found her stock of assorted herbs she'd picked up. They weren't good enough to make pills for cultivation, at least not of the quality necessary for her body cultivation method and realm. Taking some herbs with numbing effects, she pressed them into a ball and activated her devil fruit ability. She could feel the change taking place, how they were being altered. When she opened her hands, she saw a tiny green pill. Cherry popped it into her mouth and swallowed, waiting for it to take effect. The herbs hadn't been very strong individually, but when the pill took effect, her sense of touch was dulled considerably, though not completely. Not bad at all. However, I don't think I'm getting the most out of this. I think it could be done better still. Well, practice makes perfect, I suppose. Cherry concluded. Cherry climbed into the hammock on her ship and let the gentle waves rock her to sleep. Chapter 15. Experimenting. Cherry got up in the early morning and prepared a simple breakfast for herself. She was going to miss diving into the ocean to catch fish, but she'll just have to make do fishing like a normal person. After eating, she put on a bathing suit and jumped over to the rocky beach. Time to see what this curse is all about. Cherry tentatively stepped into the water, focuses her attention inwards to observe any changes. She noted that there were no changes up until the water went past her knees. At that point, she felt a wave of weakness wash over her. 4. Feeling herself lose control of her body and start to fall helplessly, she quickly mobilized her vital energy. Ultimately, she had to push her vital energy to the limit just to muster enough strength to drag herself back to shore. This was incredibly concerning to Cherry. It was much worse than she thought. When she had been submerged in the water beyond a certain point, she observed how the devil fruit inscription immediately reached out to her nervous system, targeting the nerves for controlling muscles in specific areas of the body, such as her limbs. When she circulated her vital energy to resist this influence, the devil fruit put up quite a fight, forcing her to put everything she had into it. Cherry sighed while lying on her back in the sand. Well, no point crying over spilled milk. It'll be easier to resist the curse when I'm stronger. She didn't know at this point in time that the curse wasn't even at full strength yet, on account of her only just having eaten the devil fruit a day before. 17. Cherry got back on her ship and prepared to set sail. I'll do some bounty hunting for a while and earn some money. Now that I'm in the third realm, I can bond a weapon to myself. I need some good materials, only the best will do for this young miss. Red Delta is a pretty little town sprawled over a river delta. The architecture was quaint, the people were friendly, and the roads were kept clean. It was quite prosperous as the inland mountains and hills contained a variety of metals in ample supply, including some rarer kinds. The people of Red Delta were having hard time now, however, as a group of pirates have decided to hole up in town. They've terrorized and robbed the citizens for 2 weeks now, and in their greed have shown no signs of leaving. The twin captain pirates they called themselves, on account of their 2 captains, who were twins. Pirates are quite the imaginative lot, aren't they? Pedro and Peter had bounties of 17 million berry and 19 million berry respectively. This usually wouldn't be too much for the local militia to handle, given the town's large security budget, but somehow they got a hold of enough poison to equip the entire crew. The people of Red Delta had resigned themselves to endure the pirates until the Marines showed up. It wouldn't be too much longer since their town exported a lot of valuable metal. Someone would notice the supply chain had been broken. However, it was the most unexpected young woman who couldn't take it any longer and stood up in defiance. "How dare you assault that old woman?" she shouted at a pirate who had knocked over said old woman, spilling her groceries across the ground. She was rail thin, had long strawberry blonde hair, and was wearing a pair of very thick glasses that made her look rather bookish. However, the hefty book she swung at the pirate's head, knocking him out cold, ironically made her look less bookish. The pirate's crewmate didn't take kindly to the interruption, nor to the attack on his friend. "Bitch, you've got it coming now. I'll be laughing when you're writhing on the ground, foaming at the mouth," he snarled, raising his cutlass into the air to strike at her. The young woman panicked and raised her book in an attempt to block the blade. Although she didn't regret her actions, she did feel rather foolish now that she was facing death. Unexpectedly, the blow she awaited never came. She lowered the book to see what happened and was shocked at what she beheld. Another young woman around her age had somehow gotten behind the pirate. Her left hand was clamped tight over his mouth, while her right hand held the pirate's own sword against his throat. Her messy, shoulder-length black hair flowed heroically in the ocean breeze. Her piercing scarlet eyes were calm and powerful. A lazy smile graced her lips as she spoke. "I didn't expect to make some money when I came to spend some, but I'll take it." Cherry looked at the bookish young woman. "I was even able to save a beautiful lady. The way you swung that book was impressive." Cherry winked at her. Badump 8. "Tell me where to find your captain friend, and I won't accidentally nick you with this sword that I definitely don't know is poisoned." Cherry offered generously and released his mouth. "The captains are at the Lazy Barrel Bar, on the east side of town," the pirate informed quickly. 1. "Good boy." She gave a hard slap to his head, knocking him out. She swiftly fused his clothing together to limit his movement, and began walking to the east. Where can I find you?" As soon as the words were out of her mouth, she blushed deeply. She had meant to just thank her, but somehow that slipped out instead. Cherry turned her head and gave her a grin. "If fate wills it, we'll meet again." 14. Cherry stood outside the Lazy Barrel Bar, listening to the raucous sound coming from inside. She confidently walked through the front door and was greeted by quite the mess. Half the tables and chairs were broken, discarded bottles were scattered everywhere, and puddles of what she hoped was only alcohol covered the floor. She made eye contact with the bartender who had peeked up from behind the counter. She motioned for him to leave and he obliged quickly, crawling into a back room. "Where are you going when you need to serve more drinks?" shouted an ugly man, with a head that was too tall. "Yeah," shouted the other man with a head that was too wide. "Pedro and Peter of the Twin Captain Pirates, I presume?" Cherry questioned loudly. The 2 ugly men turned towards her. "Who the hell are you?" Another pirate looked to Cherry. He studied her for a moment before his eyes widened. "Shit, captains, I think she's cheap shot Cherry. We gotta." 11. Before he could finish his words, Cherry tossed a black ball into the air. When it touched the ground, a thick smoke instantly filled the bar, causing many of the pirate to begin coughing and gasping for breath. This was a nifty trick she figured out using her devil fruit. By spending several hours fusing smoke and air into a compact solid, she could later unfuse it to create a massive cloud of smoke. It was a lot of work, but the effect was worth it while she was weak enough to be harmed by bullets. 18. Cherry activated her life sense and drew her sword. She used her traceless steps to silently slice, punch and kick away at the drunk, coughing and blinded pirates. 2. Pedro and Peter weren't quite so helpless. They stood up and began to wildly swing their swords in random directions. Remarkably, they never came close to hitting each other. Cherry exploited that very opening, slipping in between them. She gripped their heads and slammed them together hard enough to crack their skulls. The bar was almost silent now. Only the pained moaning of the pirates she elected to crack open the eggs of could be heard. 3. She opened up the windows and door to let the smoke out. She dragged the pirates outside, then started fusing the pirates together by their clothing to make a huge ball of stinky men for someone else to sort out later. 1. Chapter 16, Reward. As Cherry was about to look around for whomever could pay out the bounty, a rather short and stocky man came running up to her. He was middle-aged, very well dressed, has slicked back brown hair, and a curly mustache that covered half his face. "Hello, and thank you very much for dealing with these ruffians. I'm the mayor here in Red Delta, but you may call me Maximilian. You're a bounty hunter, yes? I can have the bounties settled by tomorrow. You handled those pirates with such ease, not to mention with hardly any collateral damage. I would very much like to invite you to dine with my family this evening." The mayor rattled off like a machine gun of words. 3. Well, okay, I guess, Cherry replied. He was handling the bounty for her much faster than she expected, so she felt it would be rather awkward to decline his invitation. "Excellent, excellent. We'll need to get you into something presentable though. My wife is very particular about appearances." "Oh my, please don't make such a face, Miss Bounty Hunter. She's a very kind woman, I assure you. She just has her own ideas about how people should dress during formal occasions." The mayor prattled on as he guided Cherry to a tailor nearby. Cherry was becoming increasingly annoyed. She didn't mind the dinner so much since she'd get to eat professional cooking, but now she had to play dress-up too? Still, she resisted the urge to give the mayor a royal wedgie. She was saving a lot of time even if she hated every second of it. The tailor was much more bearable, especially since the mayor couldn't follow her into the dressing and fitting rooms. According to the tailor, the mayor brought a lot of his house guests to this tailor and covered the expense himself. After her measurements were taken, the tailor got to work quickly. Meanwhile, Cherry was guided around town by the mayor and introduced to everyone they met as the town's hero. Cherry didn't much like the title of hero. It had its benefits, but for the most part it was just restrictive and took a lot of work to maintain. One screw up, and everyone turns against you. After a while they returned to the tailor and Cherry was forced into her worst nightmare. A dress, she hated it, and she hated that she actually looked good in it too. She sighed and resigned herself to her fate while the mayor led her to his manor. Cherry had to admit that the mayor had a good eye. She had expected a gaudy mansion, but it was actually quite tasteful. The front garden was laid out well and well maintained. The architecture was fancy but not too busy. Most importantly, everything was tied together into a harmonious whole. She had at first wondered why the pirates hadn't trashed the place. However, that question was answered rather quickly when she saw the cannons and a number of open windows pointed at the front gate. When they reached the front door, the mayor opened it and motioned for Cherry to enter first. As Cherry stepped over the threshold, there was a bright flash, and a voice sounded out, "Gotcha." A middle-aged woman with long strawberry blonde hair, a pretty face, and painted covered overalls stood just off to the side while holding up a camera. "Den Mushi." "Ah, damn it, how'd you know?" "Max, did you tell her?" she exclaimed. "No, darling, I didn't, I promise," the mayor pleaded, waving his hands innocently. Cherry had detected the mayor's wife and the camera Den Mushi with her life sense before walking inside, of course. So naturally she had struck a pose before the picture was taken. A pose that seemed to say, "I am the heavens above all, none are my equal," and was filled with a certain divine dignity. She had seen quite a few cultivators like that in her past life, so it was easy for her to imitate. 15. I'm sorry about this, Savior Cherry. My wife is an artist, you see. She especially likes to paint the moment a person who feels out of their depth enters our home. The camera is for preserving it to paint later. The mayor scratched his head embarrassed while his wife pouted. Anyways, he changed the subject. This is my beautiful and talented wife, Arietta. Arietta, this is Cherry, the bounty hunter who saved our town. 4. Cherry was rather relieved that Arietta wasn't a stuck-up rich lady. So she didn't mind so much that she had tried to capture her in an embarrassing light for the sake of her art. After a short tour through the home and seeing some of Arietta's work, dinner had been prepared, and they went to the dining room. Jeeves, please go tell Marlene that dinner is ready, and that I'd like her to join us. I believe that girl will be happy to meet someone with a strong sense of justice, like her sister. The mayor instructed. After a couple minutes, a familiar bookish young woman entered the dining room. Upon seeing Cherry, she also recognized her. After all, she had just been saved by her earlier this day. Her eyes wandered up and down Cherry in her dress. It was much more form-fitting than her usual choice of clothing. Ah, that's a very nice dress. Yes, that's what I was admiring, the dress. Marlene scrambled for an excuse. It seems fate is kind for us to meet again so soon. I hope the dress is to your liking. Cherry teased. Oh, you've met before? The mayor asked obliviously. Yes, you saved me from a pirate earlier, Marlene stammered. Oh, then I must thank you again, Savior Cherry. If there's anything I can help you with in Red Delta, do let me know. Since you're acquainted already, you can sit next to Marlene, the mayor said. Marlene began to fidget and seemed to be having an internal struggle about whether to flee or stay. Flash gotcha. Arietta's camera Dendenmushi took a picture of Marlene in that moment. Marlene's face drained of color in horror and realization. Oh, nice one, Arietta. Can I get a copy of that later? Cherry asked. Of course. Anything for the savior of my family and town? Arietta declared proudly. The colorless face of Marlene turned beet red. Mom! Most of her nervousness turned to rage. What? Should I show Cherry your baby pictures as well? Arietta tilted her head innocently. While Marlene was deciding whether to commit matricide or die of embarrassment, their meal was rolled in on carts by the chef and some maids. The meal was exquisite, and surprisingly the company was as well. Maximilian and Arietta had insisted she stay with them for the night, or even for the rest of her stay in Red Delta. Cherry decided to accept, as even Maximilian's ceaseless chatter had started to grow on her. In the morning, Cherry and Mayor Maximilian went to withdraw the amount for the bounties on the twin pirates Pedro and Peter. Rounded up to an even 50 million berries since she had saved his daughter as well. Cherry decided shop around for the materials she came here for, specifically various metals. She managed to acquire everything she was looking for, and even a few interesting minerals she hadn't been. The purpose she had in mind for these things was to create superior alloys with her devil fruit ability to make new weapons, as well as to improve upon her current sword. Upon exiting the last store in the afternoon, she noticed there was a bit of a commotion going on down the street. Cherry walked over to see what was happening. She saw a woman with long strawberry blonde hair in a wine-colored suit with the Marine captain's coat over her shoulders. She was talking to one of the townspeople who pointed at Cherry when they saw her. The woman sauntered over to Cherry and asked, "Might you be the bounty hunter Harpin D. Cherry?" 2. Cherry simply nodded. The woman spoke once more. "Hina would like to thank you for protecting Red Delta, on behalf of Hina and the Marines." 10. Who is Hina, if I might ask? Cherry asked, though she had her own suspicions. Hina is Hina. Hina stated matter-of-factly, pointing at herself. Why is she speaking in the third person? It's adorable, but very strange. Cherry thought to herself. Normally, Cherry would just shrug off the thanks and insist she was only after the money. However, there were 2 reasons she didn't want to do that this time. Firstly, judging by her looks, there's a high likelihood she's related to the mayor somehow. I was planning to stay with his family while I'm here, so if she is related, I won't be able to avoid her anyways. Cherry pondered. The other reason is, my life sense has detected that Hina is a devil fruit user. I need to squeeze as much information as I can out of her while I have the chance. She is a very rare and precious sample for my research after all. Cherry concluded inwardly. Well, Captain Hina, there's no need to thank me. It would seem the fine people of Red Delta didn't have much longer to endure before our brave Marines rescued them. I was only here a bit earlier than you by random chance. The rigid structure of the Navy may not have been a good fit for me. But that doesn't mean I can simply stand by while good people are living under the tyranny of evildoers. Cherry spoke, doing her best good little citizen impression. Hina was somewhat perplexed after Cherry said this. She felt there was something hiding underneath her words that she was missing. However, she couldn't just start interrogating the town's hero on a vague hunch that may not even amount to anything. She made a mental note and moved on. Hina lit a cigarette and took a puff. If you have the time, Hina would like to invite you to dinner tonight. Red Delta is Hina's hometown, and Hina's father is the mayor. The family chef is one of the best in West Blue. You won't be disappointed, Hina offered, hoping to observe Cherry a little more. Cherry felt something, a vague hint from the universe that there was delicious mischief to be had. 1. Oh, I would be delighted, Cherry exclaimed with a smile. Can we take it a bit slowly though? I received an injury in the fight yesterday. It's no big deal, but the doctor said I need to take it easy. Cherry patted her hip and winced slightly. Of course, let Hina know if you need any assistance, Hina replied, showing some concern on her face that had been rather stoic until now. The pair of women made it to the mayor's manor in the evening, not long before sunset. Cherry had favored a leg while they walked, but didn't seem to have too much trouble. After they passed through the gate to the manor, Cherry tripped and let out a yelp of pain. She rolled onto her back, clutching her hip. What happened? Are you all right? Hina turned back and inquired with worry. I think I reopened my wound, Cherry spoke falteringly, between groans of pain. 1. Hina decisively scooped up Cherry in a princess carry and brought her to the front door swiftly, but carefully. She banged on the door with her foot. Let Hina in, it's an emergency. The door was opened by a butler who stood aside as Hina marched inside. Arietta was coming down the stairs in her paint-covered overalls to see what the commotion was. Hina? Oh my, what's this? Cherry, you work fast. To think you'd win over both my daughters, Arietta said, leaning her cheek into her palm. You know her? No, that's not important. Cherry's wound has reopened. We should call the doctor, Hina stated loudly. She looks like she's just fine to me though, better than ever I'd say, Arietta said nonchalantly. Hina looked down confused, and saw that Cherry no longer seemed to be in any pain. In fact, she was nuzzling into Hina's embrace with a mischievous smile. Flash gotcha. Nice. This girl is really troublesome, you know. Ever since she learned to keep that stoic look on her face, I haven't been able to get any good shots of her, Arietta said, rather pleased and with sparkling eyes. Cherry felt herself drop. She was surprised that Hina had not let her go, but that she had simply passed straight through her arms. When she hit the ground, she found her arms and legs were bound with thick iron restraints. How remarkable! Cherry admired as she observed Hina's devil fruit inscription. Hina meanwhile had her face in her hands in annoyance and embarrassment. It had been years since her mother had been able to crack her. Then she just sighed and gave a small chuckle. Oh, well, at least Mom will be happy, she consoled herself. Hina, Marlene came barreling down the stairs and nearly tackled Hina to the ground in a hug. Hina gently smiled at her sister's enthusiasm to see her and, although she didn't show it, Hina was just as happy. I'll definitely have a marine base installed here, I won't stand for pirates threatening my home again, she resolved herself. 3. After Marlene released Hina, she noticed Cherry on the ground bound in iron. Hina, why did you tie up Cherry and drop her on the floor? She saved my life yesterday. You shouldn't treat her so rudely. Marlene pouted. Hina hadn't heard about that yet, so she did feel rather bad for treating Cherry that way. She waved her arm to release the iron bars and helped Cherry to her feet with some reservations. That was an interesting experience, but I must insist on a few dates before we try any more bondage, Captain Hina, Cherry said shamelessly. 18. Flash gotcha. A 2-in-1 this time. As expected of my future daughter-in-law. You really know how to bring the best out of my daughters. Arietta beamed. Mom, stop it! Marlene and Hina shouted in unison. Mayor Maximilian arrived a little later and the family had dinner together. They caught up with Hina, sharing about their lives since Hina's last vacation the year before. Hina couldn't share too much, but she had some interesting stories to tell. Cherry learned she wasn't just a captain, but a captain from Navy headquarters. Cherry didn't miss the chance to ask about the Grand Line and learned a few things that would be important when she eventually ventured into that legendary sea. If you want to know about the Grand Line so much, you should just join the Marines. Hina was much more expressive after a few drinks. I told you, I'm not cut out for the Marines. I don't want to be told what to do and where to go. I want to be free. Cherry answered back, somewhat tipsy herself. Marlene, on the other hand, was quite drunk and was struggling to decide whether to cling to her sister or Cherry, whom she was sitting between. Arietta and Maximilian were happy that their eldest daughter was cutting loose for once. Even when she came home for vacation, she rarely just let go and truly relaxed. Arietta had only been teasing before, but she was now seriously considering trying to rope Cherry into a marriage. Sure, she wanted grandchildren, but her daughter's happiness came first. Adoption was always an alternative option for that in any case. A shout shook her out of her thoughts. I challenge you to a duel. Cherry suddenly stood and declared. Oh? Hina accepts. We'll fight at dawn. Hina accepted confidently. How did this happen? Arietta asked her husband. Maximilian had already passed out, however. Marlene perked up. Oh, Hina Wane-sama is going to fight Cherry? I'm so excited, she slurred. We have to go to bed early if you're going to fight at dawn. Marlene stood up and began to drag Hina and Cherry out of the room. This'll be interesting, Arietta said with a grin, before helping her husband to his own bed light. From the morning sun peeked through the windows of Marlene's bedroom. Her eyes fluttered open and she yawned. Her head was pounding from her excessive drinking the night before. Despite this, when she saw her beloved older sister cradled in her left arm, she smiled happily. But, as her mind cleared from morning fogginess, she noticed something strange. There was someone cradled in her right arm as well. Did I drag Mom to bed with me too? She wondered, thinking that was odd. She turned to the right to find someone else entirely, however. Someone with unruly black hair that certainly didn't belong to her mother. It was the one and only Cherry. Her face ripened like a tomato. She ruthlessly wrenched both her arms free and launched herself out of the bed with remarkable speed and agility. Such rough treatment naturally woke up the other two women, who sat up clenching their aching heads. Why are you in my bed, Cherry? Marlene interrogated. Cherry gave her an aggrieved look. What do you mean? You're the one who dragged me here and refused to release me from your death grip. Cherry replied, knowing full well she could have escaped at any point. What? Surely not. She looked to Hina, who only affirmed the truth with a nod. Marlene's face somehow managed to become even more red. Cherry turned to look at Hina. Well, Captain, you still up for that duel, or would you rather shrug it off as drunken nonsense? She asked Hina, lazily rubbing her eyes. Hina looked confused for a moment, but then her face lit up with realization. Hina doesn't even remember what we disagreed on, though, she replied. But Hina would like to see what you are capable of, so why not? Marlene had somewhat recovered from her previous state and said, Duel? What duel? looking somewhat worried, but a certain excitement also hid behind her eyes. Well, it will be more of a sparring match. It's not like we're enemies, so we wouldn't be going all out against one another, Cherry said. To which Hina nodded. The ladies cleaned themselves up and had some breakfast. Afterwards they headed to a large open area on the property meant for parties. Cherry tied her sword into its sheath and readied herself, and Hina did some stretching to prepare, but held no weapons. Marlene, Arietta, Maximilian, as well as some of the manor's staff were standing on the sidelines to watch. The head butler, who also served as a bodyguard, acted as the referee for the match. The match will end when one participant concedes, or until one participant is no longer able to continue. On my mark, the match will begin, the butler stated, raising his arm in the air. After getting a nod from each woman, the butler waved his arm down and shouted, "Begin!" Cherry immediately rushed towards Hina. She had no real ranged offensive actions she could take in a match like this, and she didn't know what Hina had available in that capacity, so closing the distance was the best choice. Hina was caught slightly by surprise by Cherry's speed, but she wasn't a Marine captain for nothing. She took a stance and swung wide at Cherry with her left arm. Cherry dropped low to ground to avoid the arm and swung her sword at it from underneath. Clang. Cherry's sword met an iron bar that protruded from Hina's arm. Hina then aimed a kick at Cherry, which Cherry met with her own. There was no clash this time. Instead, Cherry's leg passed through Hina's and had a heavy iron band formed around it, which would slow her down. Hina's kick landed unabated into Cherry's side, sending her flying back. "Oof!" Cherry grunted. Of course she had anticipated that to happen, but her primary purpose was to observe Hina's devil fruit in action. She could take a few unnecessary blows for that purpose. 1. The two women clashed fiercely dozens of times. Occasionally, Hina would put another iron band on one of Cherry's limbs, or land another hard blow. Cherry had yet to land a proper blow on Hina, however. "You're very tough and tenacious, Hina will give you that, Cherry," Hina praised honestly. "You're no match for a captain from Marine headquarters, though." There was one unusual point she couldn't explain, though. Despite all the aggressive movement with the extra weight and the hits she's taken, Cherry hadn't broken a sweat, nor was her breathing strained. Even Hina was breathing a bit heavier, so just how ridiculous was this girl's endurance? Naturally, this was Cherry's cultivation in action. She would not tire so easily when she could simply wash away the fatigue with her vital energy. Hina needs to do her best to recruit Cherry. With proper guidance, she could easily become a captain of headquarters, even vice admiral is a possibility, she thought. Hina is going to end it now, Cherry. Prepare yourself. Hina put her arms out wide. Awasebaori. An iron fence extended from her arms and surrounded Cherry. Hina closed her arms and the fence came crashing inwards. It was fast, but not quite too fast for Cherry to dodge if she jumped. She didn't do that though, as that would leave her vulnerable for another attack. As expected, Cherry was caught in the iron bars that closed around her. Hina looked to the butler, and he was about to call the match, but stopped as his eyes widened in Cherry's direction. Hina followed his gaze and was inwardly shocked at the sight before her. All the iron bars that had been wrapped around Cherry were now in pieces on the floor, seemingly cut apart. Hina looked at the sword and it was definitely still bound tightly in its sheath. She could help but ask, "How did you do that? A true swordswoman doesn't need a sword to cut. In the hands of a swordswoman, anything can become a sword, even her own mind," Cherry stated mysteriously. 14. This was a load of bullshit, of course. She had just unfused the iron bars to look like they'd been cut. Hina was shocked at the words. Cherry's appearance overlapped with a certain Shichibukai in her mind. "Are you related to Dracula Mihawk?" she blurted, which caused the bystanders to also be shocked and begin muttering to each other. "How should I know? He's probably my father, but my grandmother never told who my father was directly and I never asked. A deadbeat is a deadbeat, no matter how famous," Cherry said nonchalantly. While Hina was still reeling from this information, Cherry rushed her using traceless steps. Although she was still in plain sight, she hoped to minimize her presence to catch Hina off guard. Hina only came out of her shock when Cherry was right on top of her, already swinging her sword in a brutal downward strike. Cherry's face was twisted in an evil smile, and resembled a demon. Bam! Cherry got Hina's full-strength punch to the face and slammed hard against the ground. Ah! Cherry? Hina panicked. She hadn't meant to go all out, but Cherry's face just now had seemed more dangerous than even the meanest pirates she's faced in battle. Cough, cough, ouch, Cherry muttered. That had really hurt. She'd be unconscious right now if not for her cultivation. Hina is sorry, Cherry. How can Hina make it up to you? She asked, feeling guilty but relieved Cherry seemed mostly okay. Cough, come closer. Cherry almost whispered. Hina got down to the ground and leaned in close. Cough, cough. I'm not angry with you, but there is something that will make me feel better. Cherry spoke hoarsely. What is it? Hina will get you whatever you need. She said. All I want is a kiss, Cherry asked, eyes looking into Hina's hopefully. 19 Hina was dumbfounded, but at the same time she did consider it. It didn't seem too great of a request to make up for her wrongdoing. As she struggled with indecision. Flash gotcha. Nice. Cherry and Arietta spoke in unison. Hina punched Cherry lightly in the gut and stood up. She huffed and marched away, slightly pink in the cheeks. Chapter 19, Reforging. Cherry remained on the ground as Hina stormed off and Marlene followed after her. Arietta told the maids to carry Cherry into the manor and to call the doctor just in case. Injuries of this level were mostly superficial for Cherry. A few hours of vital energy circulation and she'll be good as new. Not even leaving a scar. In later body cultivation realms, even automatic high-speed regeneration is possible. But that's a long ways off. Since they were calling a doctor, she'd need to put off a complete recovery though. Can't have them thinking she's some kind of freak, or worse, suspecting something close to the truth of the matter. By morning, she was right as rain. With the exception of a gnarly black eye, to make Hina squirm in guilt every time they saw each other, Cherry spent the next few days scouring the island for any metals and minerals that may have been overlooked, or just weren't for sale. She managed to acquire quite the haul too. Most of them were materials people would normally believe to be useless. However, with her devil fruit ability, even useless things could become a part of a greater whole. Once she was satisfied, Cherry began to experiment, fusing metals and minerals in different ratios, to find the ideal material for her first blood-bound weapon. She wouldn't be making something new, however, though she had considered it. She realized that she was just too attached to this unnamed sword that Old Man Martin had made for her all those years ago. So instead, she would reforge this would-be Meito into something more suitable. Reforge might be the wrong word, however, as she wouldn't be using a forge to do it. It took a week of hard work to find just the right fusion of materials. It would have taken much longer if not for her extensive experience as a weaponsmith. Once again, her devil fruit showed its utility. Normally, a blood-bound weapon would need to be forged alongside a ritual to infuse it with the body cultivator's vital energy and merge it with their body. However, Cherry had been delighted to discover that she could directly fuse her vital energy into the sword after the fact. The reforging began, and would take another 3 days before completion. At the end, Cherry had successfully created her first blood-bound weapon. The sword retained its original shape, but the blade had become a much brighter silver color with a pink hue along the edge. If she had to guess, its current state was comparable to the lower end of the great-grade Meito, though she couldn't be certain until she sees one for herself. That was right now though. In the future the sword will grow alongside Cherry and eventually surpass all swords in this world. 10. Now that Cherry had completed her goal, it was time to leave Red Delta. Hina had already returned to the Grand Line. Marine captains didn't get very long vacations after all. Hina had pestered Cherry a few more times about joining the Marines, but Cherry always stubbornly refused. Cherry went to the mayor's manor to bid farewell to her new friends. She shook hands with the mayor, gave a big hug to Arietta, during which she took the chance to slip Cherry some photos. And when she came to Marlene, they weren't really sure how to say goodbye. Marlene had come to view Cherry with less blind idealization, and Cherry had come to see Marlene as more than just a fun target to tease. Their relationship had taken a turn for the vague. After a few moments of awkward staring, Cherry said, "Well, goodbye, Marlene. It's been my pleasure to have met you, and I hope we meet again someday if fate sees fit." As she turned to leave, Marlene leapt toward her and wrapped her in a hug. She gave Cherry a light kiss on the cheek. Don't get the wrong idea. Hina didn't properly make it up to you after hitting you so hard, so I'm just cleaning up her mess, as a sister should." Marlene stammered as she pulled away. "Haha, all right then, I'll tell her to thank you if I meet her again," Cherry replied, and walked towards the docks. When Cherry arrived at the docks, she saw a lot of hustle and bustle going on. After asking a few people, she found out that the Marines were setting up a naval base to ensure the incident with the pirates didn't repeat itself. Cherry didn't mind it, and made her way to her little ship. Along the way, Cherry happened to spot the Marine captain overseeing the process. Seeing he was a swordsman, Cherry got a little closer to inspect his sword. She wanted to see what kind of swords the world government gave to its captains. What she discovered, however, made her blood turn cold with hate and disgust. She had never seen this sword before, nor did she know its wielder. No, what she recognized was the craftsmanship. She knew exactly who made this sword, without any doubt in her mind. It was a sword made by none other than her detestable former master, who had murdered her to steal her masterpiece and the credit for its making. So that old bastard was also born again in this world. So be it. I now know of you, but you do not know of me. Your days are numbered. I shan't rest until your body is dust and your soul is extinguished," Cherry thought menacingly. 24. Her resolve to grow stronger and stand at the peak of this world became ever more unshakable. She did not know it yet, but this powerful resolve would become a great boon to her in the future. 1. I need to be more careful about my techniques. I can't tip off that old bastard. Perhaps I should pursue the martial arts of this world and modify them. He won't recognize them as long as he doesn't see it directly, Cherry pondered. I believe the Qinjiao family in the Kano kingdom had an unusually powerful martial art. They won't part with it easily, so I need to find something they want even more than hoarding their techniques. Preferably something they can't just rob from me, Cherry thought. She would need to research the Qinjiao family. Perhaps there was something she could learn. It wasn't easy to find information on the Qinjiao family. Few were brave enough to sell it, and Cherry wasn't stupid enough to try and buy it in the kingdom of Kano. She did manage to learn something that she might just be able to leverage, however. It was a dangerous gamble. Cherry wasn't sure if she could pull it off with her current self. Ultimately, she decided to simply go all in. How could she avoid taking great risks if she wanted to kill that old bastard and reach the pinnacle? She made her way to Kano Kingdom, determined to bet it all for a chance to take a great leap forward. Once she arrived in Kano, Cherry made her way to the only point of contact she had with the Qinjiao family, the auction house she had previously visited. Cherry walked confidently through the front doors and saw the same receptionist that was working here the last time. "Congratulations," the receptionist stated in a perfect customer service voice. "What?" Cherry was slightly confused by those words. "On your pregnancy. I hope everything is well with the baby," she answered. "Ah, I see," Cherry realized. "I wasn't really pregnant, I had hidden a treasure on my body. I found a private buyer for it." The receptionist's practiced smile twitched slightly, to Cherry's amusement. "I see, a shame we could not have sold the item for you," she stated flatly, clearly annoyed. "Well, I've come with something much better this time. I hope you can assist me," Cherry replied. The woman perked up noticeably at this. "Let's move to a private room." She stood and allowed someone else to take over at the desk, Then she led Cherry to a room. After closing the door and taking a seat, she asked, "May I inquire about the item you've brought for us today? You are not with child this time. Would I be correct to assume the item is elsewhere?" "I would like to speak with whomever is in charge of this establishment," Cherry said, taking a dignified poise. The woman didn't miss a beat. "You are speaking to her. I gauged that whatever you have is not something simple, and thus decided to personally oversee this matter." Cherry smiled with satisfaction. "I want to deal directly with the Qinzhao family. What I have to offer is something they'll want no matter what." The woman studied Cherry, her eyes seeming to pierce through all lies and nonsense. Seeming to have found whatever she was looking for, she spoke again. "I will notify the Qinzhao family of your request. Things will not end well for you if this is a waste of their time. Wait here, or flee with your life. Decide before I return." Don Qinzhao considered the words of the young woman in front of him. She claimed she could do something that so many who were older and more experienced than her failed to do. Something he would have dismissed immediately under normal circumstances. Mentioning a devil fruit had added some merit to the claim. He himself had long searched for a devil fruit with bone-related abilities. Most of all, this concerned his once proud and pointed skull, and by extension, the treasure his family had accumulated for generations, sitting under the jewel ice sheet, unreachable. Could he afford to pass up the possibility? He had some hope of Sai one day surpassing him, and being able to open the jewel ice sheet instead. But there were no guarantees that day will come. Could he take the risk? She wasn't strong by any means, but he would have to give her unrestricted access to his head. If she's being honest that she can damage his skull, that also means she could get lucky and kill him too if she's quick enough. What price would she ask for this service? Would he still be able to refuse after seeing good results? He discarded the many questions floating around his brain. First, he needed to know if it was even feasible. "Show me your devil fruit ability, little girl. I will see if it is possible to do what you say," he commanded. Cherry smirked. "I've got you. My devil fruit is the fuse fruit. I am a fusion woman. I can unfuse the bone, manipulate it into a new position with my special technique, then fuse it back together. I will demonstrate," Cherry said. She rolled up the sleeve of her left arm and grasped her forearm in the middle with her right hand. Slowly but surely, her left arm seemed to bend in the middle to a roughly 45-degree angle. "My arm is easy because my bones are basically just normal bones," she elaborated, as she returned her arm to the original shape. "Your skull is different, I suspect. I'll need to see for myself to be sure. At the very least, its hardness is legendary, and I would bet that isn't the only thing special about it." 2. Sai posed a question. "You said it would be painful, but you didn't seem to be in much pain?" "That's because I have a near-perfect understanding of my own body," Vice Leader Sai. "Your grandfather is another story. Trust me when I say you don't want me to understand his body more than absolutely necessary either. There are many secrets to be learned by understanding the body. Secrets that can be exploited if one has bad intentions," Cherry lectured. Sai and Qinzhao were shocked at this revelation, and more shocked that Cherry so casually revealed such a thing. A moment passed in utter silence. "Hiya ho 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 ho, this little girl has guts. All right then, let's go ahead with it." Qinzhao made up his mind. "Old man?" Sai was conflicted. He didn't want to risk any harm coming to his grandfather, a risk that seemed to grow the more he learned about Cherry. At the same time, something in his gut told him he could trust Cherry, and he also didn't want to subvert his grandfather's will. "Fantastic. We can start tomorrow if you'd like. Tonight's a bit too soon since somebody left me starving alone in a room all day." Cherry smiled, inwardly celebrating. Sai flinched a bit at her words. "I also need to center myself before we begin. Sai, take Miss Harpin to get some food and rest," Qinzhao ordered. Cherry fortunately didn't have to sleep on a pirate ship filled with drunkards, but rather had a nice hotel room prepared for her. Sai came to retrieve her at dawn, much to Cherry's exasperation. "Why are you waking me so early, Vice Captain Sai? This is the first time in months I've slept in such a nice bed," Cherry said, rubbing her eyes. "Oh, my apologies, Miss Harpin," Sai said, somewhat confused. He had thought getting up early was only natural, as Cherry seemed like a disciplined martial artist. "Never mind, let's go. I'm sure Don Xinjiao is eager to get started." Cherry once again couldn't stay mad at such a straightforward and honest man. 8. They walked back to the Hapo Navy dockyard. After Cherry scarfed down a breakfast in the hotel, they once more entered the captain's quarters of the Hapasai to find Xinjiao waiting for them. "There you are, Miss Harpin. Let's get started quickly. What do I need to do?" Xinjiao greeted. "Sit however you are most comfortable. I will place my hands on your head from behind you," Cherry replied. Sai helped Cherry to stack some things, forming a place to stand high enough to reach Xinjiao's head. 3. Cherry placed her hands on Xinjiao's crumpled skull and sent thin threads of vital energy to examine the skull in detail. Remarkable, just remarkable. To think the bones of a human could have such properties. It's similar to the bones of a lesser dragon. Cherry admired. Xinjiao and Sai didn't say anything or interrupt her. After half an hour, Cherry broke her silence. "I have an idea of what we're dealing with and how to go about remaking your skull. I will begin now. Brace yourself." Xinjiao did as she said, but he didn't think it would be necessary. "It can't hurt as much as when Garp did this to me," he thought. He was wrong. Not a sound escaped his mouth, but this was by far the most excruciating pain he had ever suffered. "Sorry about this. Your bones bear a great resemblance to metal. This is good news, as it means the process will go much faster due to their inherent malleability. The bad news is, the pain will be orders of magnitude greater than I previously estimated." Cherry spoke nonchalantly. Xinjiao cursed her in his mind while Sai worriedly watched for any signal to stop her from his grandfather. The session lasted only 10 minutes, but it felt much longer to the two men. "I think you'll be able to see results in about half the time I mentioned before. I'll see you tomorrow at the same time, Don Xinjiao," Cherry said as she clambered down her makeshift tower. Xinjiao let out a long sigh of relief. He was surprised that there was not even the slight ache, or some other indicator of that pain he felt only moments before. The stark comparison to then and now made him feel almost blissful. "All right. I will see you tomorrow, Miss Harpin. I hope all is as you say it is," Xinjiao stated, feeling his head. He wasn't sure if it was any different. 2 weeks later, after the session for the day, Xinjiao studied himself in the mirror in his room. He had refused to look at himself or feel his head since the first day. He wanted to see and feel the changes with the greatest impact. He almost started to cry gazing at his reflection. It was not the caved-in, misshapen skull he was used to seeing, but a rounder, more ordinary shape. Sai and his other grandson, Bu, were also nearly in tears seeing their grandfather's former glory returning to him. "What do you want, Miss Harpin? Just name it. If it's something of mine, you will have it," Xinjiao stated resolutely. He didn't promise he'd give her anything. He couldn't give her his family's treasure after all. Retrieving that treasure was the primary purpose for restoring his skull to begin with. "I want to learn your family's martial art," Cherry stated honestly. She had learned these people didn't like dancing around with words. Xinjiao pondered seriously. "That's a difficult request. This is my family's secret art." To be honest, he wanted to just say yes. He was very grateful to Cherry, but his responsibility to his family was of the utmost importance. "Perhaps," Xinjiao looked at Cherry, then to his grandsons. "Perhaps there is a way to teach you, but there is a condition." 1. "What would that be?" Cherry asked with a bad feeling in her gut. 2. "It's simply really brilliant even," Xinjiao said, seeming quite proud of himself. "You just need to marry one of my grandsons, Sai or Bu. Then you'll be part of the family, and there will be no problems teaching you Hashokan." Xinjiao nodded to himself. Cherry wasn't keen on the idea, but she had to admit that it made a lot of sense. Such things were very common in her previous life. She couldn't just give up on Hasoken. It was one of this world's most powerful martial arts, and she would be able to use it freely without leaking her own secrets. Backing out now would also be very dangerous. However polite or honorable they seemed, they were still pirates. If she wouldn't give them something they want so desperately, they will try to take it by force. Neither Sai or Boo are kicking up a fuss over having their marriage arranged for them, so I can't use their reluctance as a bargaining chip. And of course they wouldn't. I'm a smoking hot babe, a genius, a great talent with unique skills, and last but not least, a smoking hot babe. Cherry appraised herself with no bias or narcissism whatsoever. 15. There was only one good option. She'd just have to go through with it. She'll play the shy little housewife to avoid anything unpleasant, and when she's learned enough about Hasoken, she'll run away. Cherry straightened her posture and looked Qinzhao in the eye. Hell no. Cherry let slip. Whoops, I spoke my mind by accident. Oh well, hee, she thought. What? What's wrong with my grandsons? Thundered Qinzhao, his beard flowing in an invisible wind as the pressure built inside the room. Sai and Boo rushed to hold him back. Calm down, old man. I'm sure she didn't mean anything by it. Sai consoled. Of course there's something wrong with them. Cherry doubled down. They're men. How could I marry a man? 14. Cherry just decided to be honest. Let whatever happens, happen. Surprisingly, Qinzhao did seem to calm down a bit after hearing her words. So you don't like men? Not that you dislike my grandsons specifically? That does make things difficult. Qinzhao sat back onto his chair. I don't have any other grandchildren though, let alone a granddaughter. He stroked his beard. Old man, we don't have to make things complicated. Let's just let her learn Hasoken. It's just us three left in the family anyways. We can make this decision ourselves. Boo suggested. Boo is right, old man. Cherry is trustworthy, she's also doing us a great favor. Sai seconded. Qinzhao looked at his two beloved grandsons. He didn't want to go against the wishes of his ancestors, but he also didn't want to leave his grandsons with nothing when he died. They were the future of this family, weren't they? Ha! All right then. We'll teach you Hasoken, Miss Harpin. However, you must swear to never teach it to others. If you do, then regardless of the favor you are doing me, you will be my enemy forever. Qinzhao decided. I swear to never teach Hasoken to anyone outside your family, without the explicit permission of your family. Cherry promised sincerely. Hearing this while observing Cherry, the men nodded with satisfaction. They believed those words were spoken true. 6 months later, 1. The treatments have gradually gotten much more bearable for Qinzhao. Cherry rambled something about adaptation that didn't make a bit of sense to him. Okay, all done, Cherry said, giving Qinzhao's head a light slap. Same time tomorrow then? He asked. No, this time we're really done. Your skull is back to its former glory, whole and complete, Cherry said, smiling widely. Qinzhao could hardly believe his ears. Certainly it had looked and felt finished since about a month ago, but Cherry had insisted that was only in shape, not in structural integrity. Qinzhao rushed out of the room. He'd been waiting for this for so long, too long. He disembarked from his ship and walked over to an object he had commissioned and had brought to the docks. It was a large quarried stone renowned for its hardness, then was plated with 6 inches of steel. Qinzhao stood before the stone and shouted. He pierced his head towards the steel-plated block, and pierced through with ease. Hiya ho ho ho, Qinzhao was delighted. He didn't even have to use Hasoken or Haki. 1. Sai and Boo approached, hearing the commotion. They watched their grandfather's figure that had regained his confidence with emotion filling their eyes. Cherry approached from the ship. So you'll teach me personally now, right? Sai might be talented, but he's a terrible teacher. Cherry lamented. Hiya ho ho ho, all right, I'll teach you personally along with Sai and Boo. You've been pestering me for 3 months now. Qinzhao spoke cheerfully. 1. I need to visit the jewel ice sheet soon though. I can't wait any longer. It's time to retrieve what's rightfully ours. He spoke meaningfully. 1. Cherry knew why he wanted to go to the jewel ice sheet and understood his sense of urgency. Qinzhao's treasure hoard was sort of an open secret, so she was bound to learn about it, having spent half a year here. It didn't matter to them if she knew. From their perspective, the treasure was impossible to reach. Not even Garp's fist would be able to reach it, since he just didn't have the penetrative power necessary, even if his raw force was greater than Qinzhao's. 4. I can't bring you there with me though, Miss Harpin. The new world is far too dangerous for you. When word gets out that I've entered the Grand Line and that my head is restored, everyone will know I'm going after my treasure. I may not be able to protect you while facing the powerful foes that will try to rob me. Qinzhao struggled with indecision. He sighed. I'll teach you for another half a year. By then, based on your current progress, you'll have learned enough from training and need to go obtain real battle experience. At that time, we'll part ways. 3. Cherry accepted this. She really wasn't ready to enter the Grand Line. Plus, she wanted to explore it at her own pace, not to be carried through by people much stronger than herself. The next 6 months flew by quickly, and it was finally time to part ways. Cherry sent off the Hapo Navy with a smile and another rejection of an arranged marriage proposal from Qinzhao. After finishing her goodbyes, she reviewed what she had learned in the past year. The Hashokan martial art was simply incredible in her opinion. It was the first time she witnessed a mortal technique that utilized one's vital energy. Granted, it wasn't direct control, but rather forcing the vital energy into a funnel by flexing the muscles in a very precise manner. This allowed Cherry to directly use Hashokan even without proper technique if she wanted to. Though it would be considerably more powerful if she used it in the original way and her own way simultaneously. It honestly felt like cheating, which is why she only did it the original way with the Qinzhao family. Even with that handicap, they still saw her as a genius though. I want to test my mettle against a real opponent, but most pirates in the Four Blues are too weak to be of any use. She lamented her struggles that would make others grind their teeth with jealousy. Slap 5. A bounty poster flying on the wind smacked Cherry in the face while she was lost in thought. She peeled it off and read it. A sinister smile creeped onto her face. A pirate wanted alive or dead, for 43 million berry. Perfect timing. Creator's thoughts. ScarletArboretum. Chapter 24. A remedy for weakness. As the massive hand crashed towards Cherry, she bent forward to anchor herself to the ground by her hands. She brought her legs into the air and kicked into the palm of Victor. Vibrating energy penetrated into the hand and sent it off course just enough to miss Cherry, and it carved through the ground like a hot knife through butter. Cherry flipped to her feet and retreated backwards quickly. "Oh my, not bad, girlie," Victor stated lazily, shaking the hand that was hit. "That actually hurt a little bit. You'll need to do better than that, though. Cuckoo." Victor launched himself towards Cherry once more. Cherry dodged using the evasive footwork technique she used in her previous life, though its efficacy was greatly diminished without celestial energy. Cherry would avoid Victor's attacks by a hair's width and counterattack wherever she could find an opening. She decided to wear him down a bit at a time. After a short time of taking these smaller strikes, Victor began to feel a soreness building within his body. He stopped chasing the girl and spoke. "I tire of this game. It's no fun if you don't get hit." "Well, that's not my fault, and I won't let you quit just because you're losing, meathead," Cherry replied. "I won't be quitting, I'll just change the game, cuckoo," Victor said as he charged once more. Cherry didn't see how this was any different than before, still she used her footwork to evade once more. Except she didn't. Instead, a wave of weakness overwhelmed her and she stumbled. Bam! The enormous fist of Victor slammed into her falling, limp body and sent her flying. Cherry landed hard and tumbled across the ground quite a distance. She came to a stop when she hit the post one of the prisoners were tied to. Cherry struggled to lift herself, but her body wasn't listening to her. "Run." The prisoner tied to the post whispered hoarsely before coughing. "You can't beat him with strength. Strength is his domain," he muttered, on the verge of unconsciousness. Cherry managed to stand with shaking legs, using the post as support. She thought she understood what happened, sweeping her life sense in her body. "Have you figured it out?" Cuckoo. My devil fruit doesn't just enhance muscles, it gives me the power to weaken them as well. That includes your muscles, dummy. Cuckoo. Victor laughed maniacally. 4. As I thought. Not only does this ruin my plan to practice Hashokan, even my life is in danger now. Cherry lamented. 1. Cherry stumbled away from the post. She didn't want the prisoner to become collateral damage. Victor, meanwhile, took his time to walk over to Cherry, knowing she couldn't possibly run away. Victor reached Cherry in short order and reached a huge hand towards his new toy. However, he grasped nothing but air, as Cherry had suddenly moved with a burst of strength. It didn't make any sense to him. "How did you do that, little toy? You shouldn't have the strength left for that kind of move?" he asked, genuinely curious. Excitement began to burn in his eyes. "Oh, how I love the way they struggle." Cherry didn't tell him anything, of course. She had circulated her vital energy for a burst of strength, briefly regaining the use of her muscles. However, this was a temporary solution, and not a very good one. She would run out of steam very quickly. "I need to think. This is a similar issue to the devil fruit curse with water. I planned to put it off until later realms, but now I have to solve it or die trying." Cherry racked her brain. She cursed her previous life's self for not acquiring more body cultivator techniques, but she just didn't have any use for them at the time. 1. Victor began to play with his toy. He started by moving slowly, then began to increase the speed of his attacks. He wanted to know how much the girl was capable of before she failed, before she was broken by his might. Cherry lurched herself around desperately. She was somewhat grateful for this sadistic foolishness as it gave her precious seconds to think of the solution. She began to take glancing blows, then the occasional full-brunt attack. Her mind raced and then, it clicked. It was so simple, she felt stupid for not seeing it before. It wasn't perfect, but it was more than enough. Victor was beginning to lose interest again, so he decided to end it. He reared up and rushed forward with all his might. It left an opening, but he thought she could barely dodge, let alone counterattack. His expectations were shattered, however, when Cherry simply slipped past his attack and landed a powerful penetrating blow to his chest. He felt his heart quake, but his heart was a muscle too. If not for his devil fruit, he knew he would have died then and there. Cherry speedily backed away and gave him a mocking grin. "How?" Victor's demonic smile had vanished for the first time. "How did you move like that? Your muscles are under my control, you can't just move like that," he shouted, enraged. Cherry had realized her thoughts had been wrong from the start. She was searching for a way to counter the weakened muscles by strengthening them with vital energy. This had terrible energy efficiency when one didn't have a proper technique. No, the solution wasn't to strengthen the muscles, but to bypass them altogether. To use vital energy to directly move the body. This still used a fair amount of energy, but not nearly as much as strengthening her muscles. The downside is that she didn't possess as much striking power this way, and it took more concentration than moving the body in the normal fashion. She decided on a placeholder name until she could create a proper technique. Body puppeteering. Simple and to the point. She nodded. 10. "Why are you nodding?" Victor screamed, his voice taking a much higher pitch. "Well, it's time to end this for real, Vincent. It's been fun," Cherry asserted. "My name isn't Vincent," he shrieked at an even higher pitch than Cherry thought possible. "Oh, vocal cords are made of muscle too," she thought, nodding again. Victor charged her. so enraged and confused that he cared little for tactics. Cherry danced circles around him as he flailed, raining blows upon his bloated muscular form. Several minutes later it was Victor who could barely stand. The damage he sustained was too great. He heaved great heavy breaths from his damaged lungs. They were not as tough as his heart was. The rest of his organs were not in very good shape either. Cherry approached him slowly. In his eyes he no longer saw the helpless toy from before, only a grim reaper that has come to take his life away. So he did what any real man would do in the face of death. "Please don't kill me. I'm truly very sorry, miss. I won't do it again. I promise if you would just spare my life, He begged for his life shamelessly, before Cherry sent a blow to his skull. The vibrating force shook his brain and he fell unconscious. 11. Cherry felt the strength return to her body as Victor's body shrank to its original size, which was smaller than how it started unexpectedly. He was practically just skin and bone, a real beanpole you could say. She glanced towards the pirates she hadn't knocked out yet, and they flinched in horror. She made quick work of them. Afterward, Cherry went over to the prisoner tied to the post and cut him free. She gave him one of her nutrient pills made of fused herbs and some water. After making sure he was comfortable, she went to the cage to free the other prisoners who were in a little better shape. After giving the others some nutrient pills and water, she helped them to patch up their wounds. A few of them had broken bones, which she set properly, and put in splints where applicable. Once they were all settled, the prisoner from the post called out to her. "Thank you, miss. My crew and I would have died for certain if you hadn't come. My name is Alexander, a captain of the Marines. I'll be sure you get just rewards for saving us, as well as an updated bounty for bodybuilder Victor," he said with some difficulty. Cherry hadn't thought of that. There was no way this guy was only worth 43 million berry. Good thing she saved these guys then, or she would have gotten stiffed for all her trouble. "I'm happy to help, Captain Alexander, and even happier to receive a proper reward for my hard work. Heh. Cherry smiled. "Ha ha ha, ow wow." Captain Alexander laughed painfully. "I'll head back to my ship to get some things and come back. At that time, once I've rested, I can help to mend your broken bones." Cherry excused herself. Well, this was a much more profitable trip than expected, Cherry thought as she circled around to loot the pirate's ship. Chapter 25. Drink in Moderation. Cherry found and boarded the strong-arm pirate's ship. Their flag depicted a classic skull, but the crossbones were instead a pair of crossed muscular arms. She searched the ship, making sure to keep an eye out for secret rooms or compartments. Finding the pirates' ill-gotten gains was easy enough, but Cherry didn't touch this as the Navy would want to confiscate it anyways. In the captain's quarters, she did find a loose floorboard, under which she found some gold and gemstones, as well as a small selection of erotic romance novels, all involving dominatrix mother figures. Cherry only took the gold and gems. 12. After she finished scouring the ship for anything of value or interest, Cherry did a quick once-over of the island to make sure there wasn't a devil fruit to be found. Which there wasn't, as expected. Finally, she returned to her ship. She brought her sword out from her body and fastened it to her hip and grabbed her favorite pistol. She also grabbed an empty water barrel and filled it with seawater. She carried the water-filled barrel back to the encampment. Upon arriving, the Marines watched her with interest as she approached bodybuilder Victor. She placed the barrel on the ground, popped off the top, and then picked up Victor and placed him inside the barrel with only his head poking out. Cherry got to work modifying the barrel's lid to include a hole just large enough for Victor's head to fit through. When she was done, she had a mobile anti-devil fruit user transport device. The Marines gave a few nods of understanding. While not as convenient as sea-stone cuffs, it was certainly an effective substitute. "Now then, if I may have everyone's attention," Cherry announced loudly. "For those of you with broken bones, I can mend them quickly using my devil fruit ability. However, you will have to endure more pain in the process. If you wish to receive treatment, please make yourself known to me," Cherry offered, with proper forewarning. Surprisingly, Despite the torturous ordeal they had just gone through, all the Marines volunteered to have their bones mended. Their sense of duty and mental fortitude was not lost on Cherry. She lamented that these men worked under the oppressive thumb of the tyranny of the world government. Perhaps one day she would do something about that, but not today. She would wait until her power could not be challenged at the very least. 2. The Marines, having had their wounds treated and energy restored, quickly got to work rounding up the pirates and taking stock of the pirates' ship. They flew the flag of the Navy and clearly marked the ship as a captured vessel. Then they set out for their base of operations, with Cherry's little ship following along behind them. 2. It was an easy journey for the most part, with only a bit of rain at the beginning which almost seemed to mourn the loss of the Marines' comrades. After a few weeks of favorable winds, they safely arrived at the Navy branch headquarters of the West Blue. Their arrival caused a bit of a fuss as they had lost contact with Captain Alexander some time ago, and having him show up unannounced with only half his crew was unexpected in a number of ways. After Captain Alexander handed over the pirates, he went to give his report directly to Rear Admiral Zicha, who is in charge of general operations in all of West Blue. Cherry waited patiently until she herself was called for an audience with the Rear Admiral. When she entered the office, she saw that it was sparsely decorated, only having the essentials for it to serve its function. Captain Alexander sat in a simple chair before a large plain desk stacked with paperwork. Sitting behind the desk was a robust middle-aged man with a gray military haircut, clean-shaven, a bulbous nose, square jaw, and droopy gray eyes. He stood as Cherry entered and walked around the desk to greet her with an outstretched hand. Thinking it was fortunate that the man was of fairly ordinary proportions, Cherry clasped his hand in a hard, vice-like grip. The man smiled and spoke. "I am Rear Admiral Zichi. Captain Alexander told me how you handled bodybuilder Victor and I am very impressed. Most bounty hunters wouldn't have bothered to take as much care as you did. For that I am grateful." "Perhaps not, but most bounty hunters are hardly better than pirates themselves. I'm Harpin D. Cherry." Cherry replied. 11. "Bwahaha, I suppose that's true. You won't consider joining the Marines, will you?" "You would go far, of that I'm certain." He said, "No thank you. I have my own goals to achieve and desires to quench." Speaking of which, Captain Alexander mentioned an extra reward. Cherry said shamelessly. Zichi shot a glare at Alexander, to which the captain averted his eyes and whistled innocently. Although it isn't within Captain Alexander's authority to promise, there is certainly a need for extra remuneration, particularly in the case of bodybuilder Victor's poorly evaluated bounty. From what the captain's report suggests, he's worth at least 70 million berry. Zichi pondered aloud. "I'll give you a lump sum of 90 million berry. You brought Victor in alive and saved the Marines he'd captured, so at least that much is only fair. I would ask that you don't go around telling everyone about this too. We can't have the pirates thinking our Marines are weak, or they'll start acting rampantly," he stated. Cherry answered with a nod. This was good enough, and combined with the extra treasures she confiscated, it came up to around 100 million berry for the venture. Not a bad haul at all. She began to ponder how to go about creating a spatial storage item without celestial energy. It wouldn't be easy, but it would be worth the trouble given how much money she was hoarding now. After receiving her reward money, Cherry set sail once more. The West Blue was massive and she had not seen much of it, but she was beginning to see the limits of what she could accomplish here. Cherry is generally cautious by nature, so throwing herself into the Grand Line at this point was an uncomfortable idea. However, Cherry would soon be turning 21 years of age, and she was only around mid to late stage in the third realm of body cultivation. This was not bad at all, but it wasn't amazing either considering the huge head start she got in the first two realms. The slow but constant passage of time had started to make her anxious. 12. There was only one thing for it. She would go to the nearby Ballywood Kingdom and binge on excessive amounts of alcohol. Perhaps her drunken self would make the decision for her, or maybe the heavens would give her a sign. Cherry woke up with a headache mean enough to make demons cry. Looking around to get her bearings, she saw she was in a rather fancy bedroom filled with pastel colors. Lying next to her was a young woman with average looks, long black hair and bushy eyebrows, a pink-colored nose and a plump body. Judging by the fact that both the young woman and Cherry were naked, it was easy to realize what had happened the night before. Though she couldn't remember anything at all. I knew I shouldn't have trusted drunk Cherry. Hopefully I can salvage the situation, Cherry thought. There was a light knock at the door. "Princess Sandwich, are you awake?" an elderly woman's voice asked. "I swear I'll get my revenge, drunk Cherry. Even if it's the last thing I do," Cherry cursed. Chapter 26, Princess Ham Sandwich. After hearing the old woman's words, Princess Ham Sandwich stirred from her slumber. She sat up, rubbing her eyes awake, and stretched widely with a yawn. "Come in, Darlene," she invited. The door opened and Cherry tensed, ready to grab her clothes and make a run for it. Darlene entered the bedroom pushing a long cart covered in food. She had a stern face, ramrod straight posture, white hair tied into a neat bun, and a maid's uniform with not a single crease or wrinkle. She pushed the cart to the bed and wordlessly placed 2 small tables in front of both Cherry and Princess Sandwich, then placed several breakfast dishes onto both. "If you need anything, Princess, please call." Darlene curtsied and backed out of the room. Cherry was somewhat dumbstruck at the complete lack of surprise. She circulated vital energy in her brain trying to drudge up any scattered memories. The princess spoke up. "This isn't the first time I've brought someone home, honey." She gave a flirtatious smile. "Though you're certainly the prettiest." Cherry cast aside any further reservations and started devouring the breakfast before her. A question did come to mind, though. "Aren't you a princess? Won't being so, licentious be disadvantageous to you, politically speaking?" "Hardly. Ballywood is much more open-minded than other places, and other places cannot afford to snub the wealthy and powerful Ballywood Kingdom. I have half a dozen engagement proposals awaiting an answer, and a dozen more I have already rejected. That's just from other royal families." Princess Sandwich replied, as if she had answered the question 100 times before. The two of them ate in silence. By the time they finished, Cherry had managed to pull together some memories from the previous day. Cherry moved to get out of the bed when Princess Sandwich stopped her with a hand on her shoulder. "How about once more so you'll remember me?" She licked her lips. In the mid-afternoon, Cherry and Sandwich managed to get dressed. "I've already made some arrangement for the new ship you wanted. Made of only the finest wood, and built by the best shipwright in the kingdom, as requested." "You wanted to be there for the construction process, yes?" "I'll have Darlene direct you to the correct shipyard," Sandwich reminded. Only vague images swirled in Cherry's mind, but that sounded familiar. She would need to find out how much she spent on that. She received the directions from Darlene and exited the royal palace, making for the city's dockyards. She found the right place and went inside, where she found a number of workers busy arranging many different cuts of wood. A man with an air about him that commanded respect approached Cherry when he spotted her. He had toned muscles, dark brown skin covered in scars, a shaved head with a bushy black beard, and his eyes were a shining gold. "There you are, drunkard girl, just in time. We're about to get started on your ship." He spoke. If you could remind me of what we agreed upon, that would be great," Cherry said, slightly embarrassed. "Ha! Well, I'll fill you in then, I suppose. You insisted on state-of-the-art techniques, the finest wood, and my personal attention. Since you had the princess's referral, that would have run you around 150 million berry for a ship of the size you wanted. However, you insisted on giving us every last berry to your name to make it extra, more good. Does that help?" He gave a toothy grin. "You can call me Armando, by the way. That's it. Drunk Cherry, you and I cannot exist under the same heavens." Cherry scowled inwardly. Fortunately, Armando's words did jog her memory as to what she was meant to be doing here, It was pretty ingenious considering she was blackout drunk at the time. Thank you for reminding me, Armando. I remember why I wanted to be here now. I hope you don't mind me adding my own personal touches, Cherry said with a smile. It's your ship. Do what you want. Be careful though, if you ruin any of the wood it'll cost you a pretty penny to replace it, Armando said, returning to his preparations. Cherry set about to her own work, which was to infuse the wood with her own vital energy using her devil fruit power. This was in preparation to blood bind the ship to herself. It would be called madness in her previous life, but the rules were different here. The whole of this world was mad. Still, it wouldn't be easy. Fusing her vital energy significantly reduced the risk of rejection due to its size, but she still had to compress it a great deal. Over the next month, the workers and Armando labored in their craft, while Cherry continued to fuse the wood to the brim with her vital energy, and later the rigging, the sails, etc. It wasn't long before Armando and the others noticed the wood taking a reddish hue. The finished product was a small state-of-the-art ship that seemed to have been soaked in blood. It almost felt like it thrummed with life to those who went near it, though only Cherry knew it wasn't an illusion. Well, I don't know what you did, Cherry, but she's a fine ship in any case. Do you have a name? Armando asked. Cherry wondered. The Cabernet. How appropriate, Armando remarked with a smile. I'll take her out for a test drive, Cherry said, with ulterior intentions. Cherry sailed the Cabernet along the coast until she found a secluded spot. She sat on the deck cross-legged and began the process of blood binding the ship. At first it felt like slamming her head into a brick wall. No matter how hard she pushed it wouldn't budge. Cherry went on this way with little progress, and was considering giving up for now and just waiting until a later cultivation realm. However, she felt something strange at that moment. She felt another will reach out to touch her own. As if responding to her, the Cabernet easily became compressed and perfectly bonded with her body. Cherry felt the other will within her. It wasn't a soul exactly, more like a spirit of some sort that was born from the Cabernet itself. It was barely aware and seemed to return to whatever slumber it awoke from and vanished from her senses. Strange, very strange. Cherry thought to look into this in the future. Carefully, so she did not appear to have gone mad, of course. Cherry spent some more time in Ballywood Kingdom dealing with bandits and the occasional pirate for some extra money, in addition to selling her old ship. Once she was completely resupplied and had a decent amount of pocket money, she set back out to sea, homeward bound to Boulder Island. It had been almost 3 years since she left home. No doubt Grandma Angela was missing her terribly and taking out her frustration on poor Slank. Although Cherry still had to man the ship properly, she was able to use its blood-bound nature to influence it somewhat. Later on, she would be able to completely control it hands-free, a day she was looking forward to greatly. She saw Boulder Island on the horizon a few days before her birthday. The sight brought a happy but lonely smile to her face, and tears threatened to flow at any moment. Chapter 27. Invitation. Cherry pulled into the port in Pebbleton in the evening, and the sun would soon set on the horizon. Orange light bathed the city and activity on the docks was winding down for the day. Cherry anchored the Cabernet to the dock and made sure everything was in order, before grabbing her bags and disembarking. She took her time to stroll through the city with feelings of nostalgia. She passed by Martin's smithy, but she wouldn't visit today. Old Man Martin was always an early bird. Once Cherry had her fill of the sights, she cut through alleyways in a beeline for the dojo. "Hey!" a man's voice called out to her in a loud whisper. Cherry turned to the source of the voice behind her, scolding herself for being too complacent just because she was home. She saw a man and a woman with unique appearances, to put it politely. The man was wearing a blue jumpsuit with an upturned collar, square sunglasses with blue frames, had spiky blue hair and several gold teeth. The woman was wearing a similar pink jumpsuit with an upturned collar, circular sunglasses with pink frames, had spiky pink hair, and chewing bubblegum. The man spoke again when he got Cherry's attention. Hello, you're Harpin D. Cherry, yes? I am. What is your business with me? Cherry said curtly, sensing these two were both up to no good, and a waste of her time. We have a once-in-a-lifetime offer for you, said the woman. You can call me Mr. Six, and this lovely lady is Miss Mother's Day. We work for an organization that is very interested in recruiting you. The man said excitedly, while striking poses that certainly did not make him look as cool as he thought they did. 3. You might be interested in me, but I'm not interested in you. Get lost. Cherry waved them away, though she didn't turn her back on them. 1. The pair were dumbstruck and huddled to whisper to one another, though Cherry could hear everything they were saying. What do we do? Do we capture her with force? Whispered Miss Mother's Day. Absolutely not. Not only is there a Marine base here, we were also ordered not to antagonize her. Mr. Six whispered loud enough for even an ordinary person to hear. 1. Oh, I know, we didn't tell her about the benefits yet. Miss Mother's Day suggested. Brilliant as you are, beautiful, Miss Mother's Day, Mr. Six complimented. The duo turned to Cherry once more. Please don't be so hasty to refuse, my lady. You should hear us out first. Our organization can not only pay you a very generous salary, but even promises tremendous future benefits. Mr. Six accentuated. Such as? Cherry asked. She really had no interest in these people, but hearing their clearly suspicious conversation, she decided to squeeze some information out of them. Wealth, influence, lovers, you name it and you'll have it. You need only complete your missions competently and in timely fashion. The sky is the limit for the rewards that follow the completion of the grand plan. Both Mr. Six and Miss Mother's Day spoke in unison, striking poses back to back. Wow, that doesn't sound like a lie at all, Cherry thought sarcastically. And what sort of missions would I be assigned then? What is the grand plan that you speak of? Cherry asked. No idea, Miss Mother's Day blurted, earning an elbow from Mr. Six. Our organization is very secretive and exclusive. Only the big boss on high knows about all the operations and the members' identities. In case you haven't noticed, we also get code names. You have to admit it's pretty cool, right? Mr. Six said, Yes, very cool. Let's say you've piqued my interest. How do I receive my missions? Cherry asked, with as much fake enthusiasm she could manage. Which admittedly wasn't much. Still, the two dingbats high-fived each other and said, Mission accomplished. Miss Mother's Day approached Cherry and handed her a small box with a paper seal. The seal depicted a skull with crossed rapiers and purple wings. Inside this box you'll find everything you need to know, spoke Mr. Six. Welcome to Baroque Works, Miss Halloween, Miss Mother's Day said, practically bouncing with excitement. 11. Good luck and good hunting, they shouted before scampering away. Cherry was stunned silent for a moment. She didn't remember agreeing to join, they just came to that conclusion themselves. Oh well, so what if they think I've joined them? Maybe I'll use them and betray them after sucking them dry, we'll see, she thought. Cherry finally arrived at the dojo, and walked through its familiar gates. The sun was almost completely set, so the interior was shrouded in shadow. However, even in the darkened courtyard, Cherry could see an old woman sitting while drinking tea, and the old woman could see her as well. A moment later a loud bang was heard as the two women crashed into each other in the middle of the courtyard, and twirled around one another in each other's embrace. Cherry? Grandma! They hugged until the sun disappeared below the horizon, and the last of its light was gone. Cherry never imagined she could ever miss someone as much as she had Grandma Angela. It was never like this with her former master. There was always a certain cold distance between them, and his betrayal had severed whatever connection they may have had. But with Grandma Angela, there was only ever warmth and closeness, and they only seemed to grow fonder by the day over the years. It was now that a thought dawned on Cherry. This woman was only mortal. Just how many years did she have left in her life? Could Cherry bear to lose her? Could she bear the guilt of knowing she had a way to extend her life and that she did not give it to her? No, I cannot. Cherry made up her mind. It was almost certainly too late for Grandma Angela to make any significant progress in cultivation, but she would be able to extend her life and live out those final years without the weakness of age. That was enough for Cherry. "Grandma, I have something to tell you and something to give you," Cherry said seriously. Grandma Angela smiled and brushed a lock of hair out of Cherry's face. "All right, Cherry, let's talk inside." A heavy silence hung in the air after Cherry finished speaking. Grandma Angela broke the silence, after stewing in her thoughts for a while. "That's a very interesting story. Certainly far beyond my wildest imagination. I always knew something was strange when you got struck by lightning and you went from being a tiny, mute idiot to a perfectly articulate little girl with wisdom beyond her years." 12. A warm smile graced her face. "But nothing has changed. You are my one and only granddaughter, don't worry." "Who's worried you couldn't get rid of me even if you wanted to, you old bat?" Cherry puffed out her chest. They both broke into laughter. "Right, you said you wanted to give me something as well?" Grandma Angela asked, her interest piqued after that fantastical story. "Yes, I'm going to teach you a cultivation method. You'll get to live longer and maintain the peak of your strength and health till the day you die. The one I'll give you won't be as advanced as my own method, because that requires a lot of supplemental materials," Cherry said. "Well, if it makes you happy to have this old woman stick around a little longer, then I'll do my best," Grandma Angela said, though her voice betrayed her excitement. Cherry had the chance to teach her grandmother for once, and she did not go easy on her. Cultivation methods had to be memorized perfectly, and she made sure the older woman had it hammered into her head without a single flaw. Once she was satisfied, Cherry helped her to sense her vital energy, and guided her first few circulations to make sure there were no mistakes. "You're all set. Make sure to do it every day diligently, no slacking," Cherry insisted. Once that was finished, Cherry left the dojo and found a secluded field. "All right, let's see what Baroque work's left for me in this box," Cherry said, placing said box on the ground before her. Chapter 28, What's in the Box? 7. Cherry used her heightened senses to inspect the box. She looked at, listened to, and smelled it for any signs of a trap. One couldn't be too careful after all. Satisfied that nothing seemed wrong about the box, she used her sword to cut the seal, and lifted the lid slowly with the blade's tip. Peering inside the box, there was a letter with a log pose sitting on top of it. Cherry opened the letter and read, "Miss Halloween. 2. Welcome to Baroque Works. As a test of your capabilities, your first mission should be rather simple. Enclosed is an eternal log pose for Cactus Island. Use it to reach the town of Whiskey Peak and meet with Mr. 8, who is in charge there. He will give you on the details of your mission. You have 3 months, do not disappoint. Burn this letter once you have finished reading it. Signed, Mr. 0. 3. There was also a bunch of other junk about not revealing your identity, blah blah blah, don't reveal the organization or your missions, blah blah blah. There was also a bit about only taking orders directly from Mr. 0, and never from Miss All Sunday for some reason. So she thought there might be some inner conflict she could stir the pot with possibly. 3. Cherry considered whether or not to actually burn the letter, but elected to do so as keeping it brought only risks with no real benefits. She picked up the log pose and saw the inscription around its base that read, Cactus Island. 3 months, huh? Simultaneously longer than I'd expect and far too short. I need to obtain a proper log pose as well, shouldn't be too difficult. That way, I can just run away if I want, she thought. Cherry set the letter aflame and placed the eternal log pose back into the box. She returned to the dojo where she would stay for another week or so before setting out into the world once more. After telling Grandma Angela that she would need to set sail again in a week, and that she was going to the Grand Line, the older woman attacked her on the spot. She kept screaming that she never agreed to let Cherry go to the Grand Line, and that if she wanted to go, she would need to defeat her first. Cherry thought the fight wouldn't be that difficult, but she was wrong. Her technique, power and speed were better than Grandma Angela's now, but somehow the older woman always got the upper hand. Cherry ultimately had much greater stamina though. Grandma Angela was wore down and couldn't keep up any longer and conceded. "If you're going to that hellish sea, you need to know something, Cherry." Grandma Angela spoke between deep breaths. "There are people there that have powers you've never known before. If you want to stand tall in that sea, you need to learn hockey as soon as possible." "Hockey?" Cherry asked. Grandma Angela nodded. "Hockey? I predicted all your moves in our bout just now with observational hockey, and there is another type as well. I've only awakened observational hockey at a basic level, and that was enough to run circles around you. Do you understand?" Cherry nodded her head solemnly. This certainly explained a few things. Like how Shanks had found her in the bushes all those years ago, for instance. "I'd teach you myself, but there isn't enough time." "What am I going to do with you?" Grandma Angela sighed in exasperation. "It'll be fine, Grandma. It's not something just any loser has, right? If I go all out, I'll be okay. I promise I'll find a teacher like you told me to," Cherry said, hugging Grandma Angela to console her. "All right, fine. Don't you dare go getting yourself killed or I swear I'll embark on a quest for revenge. First for you, then your grandfather and mother." Grandma Angela relented. The time came for Cherry to leave once more. She said her goodbyes, however painful they may be, and set sail. Cherry acquired her log pose in Kano Kingdom, and made her way towards Reverse Mountain. Before reaching it there would be patrolling marine ships, so she timed her voyage to make the last stretch as night. Most would think it madness to try to navigate the entrance of Reverse Mountain in the pitch black of night, but Cherry could see well enough due to her cultivation. She didn't account for a sea king to try to eat her ship in the process, but she didn't shun the extra food for her journey either. She perfectly threaded the needle of the arches of Reverse Mountain. The ride upwards was a long one. She was impressed at the size of the mountain without any support from natural celestial energies. It was also a surprise when upon reaching the top, the Cabernet was sent flying, and then landed perfectly fine onto the downward slope. At this point, Cherry thought it might be best to just stop expecting anything to be normal in this world. When Cherry reached the bottom of Reverse Mountain, she immediately locked eyes with an island whale that had gruesome scars on the front of its head. She wondered what sort of life such a tragic creature could have led, to wind up so far from home and become so marred. She had business to take care of, however. No time for sad whales with tragic pasts. Cherry pressed onwards, following the eternal log pose for Cactus Island. Fortunately, it took less than a day to reach the island. A large group of people came out to see her pull into port. Cherry was wearing a mask at this point. A mask depicting a jack-o'-lantern, which she thought was appropriate given her code name. A man stepped forward from the crowd. He was dressed in a suit, had large rolls of blonde hair resting on his shoulders, and was holding a saxophone. "Cough ma ma ma? Hello, welcome to Whiskey Peak. I'm the mayor here, you can call me Igarapwai. May I ask if you're a pirate?" He introduced himself. Cherry scanned the crowd that were smiling at her. Wow, these people are armed to the teeth and they've hidden their weapons well. They seem pretty practiced at this. I suppose they play nice to get the drop on pirates? Not a bad way to raise funds for a secret criminal organization. "I'm not a pirate," Cherry said, changing her voice by vibrating vital energy in her throat. "I am Miss Halloween. I am here to meet someone," she said emotionlessly. Disappointment and confusion passed over the crowd. "Oh, I see. I'm Mr. 8. You should be here to meet with me. Let's go somewhere more private." "Igarapwai," Mr. 8 said, seeming slightly nervous now. Cherry followed the man through and away from the crowd, whom were returning to their day-to-day activities. They reached a 2-story building and went inside. Cherry noticed that someone else was following in secret, but did not mention anything. "Cough ma ma ma. Would you like some tea, Miss Halloween?" Mr. 8 offered. "No," Cherry replied curtly. I see, straight to business then," Mr. 8 said. He left the room and came back with a letter sealed with wax. I'm supposed to give this to you to read. Cherry took the letter without a word and popped open the seal. She read the letter quickly, then used a nearby candle to burn it immediately. Mr. 8 looked at Cherry as if he expected something. It seems that you are curious about the contents of the letter? Cherry asked. No, not at all. Mr. 8 denied. It's only natural to be curious, but I won't tell you. Top secret, you understand, Cherry said, smiling under her mask. Confusion flashed across Mr. 8's face, but he quickly suppressed it. Not fast enough for Cherry to miss it, however. What's wrong, Mr. 8? I suppose I could tell you, but you already know that my mission is to rout out a spy and that I was meant to cooperate with you in that matter. Because you read the letter and resealed it, didn't you? Because you are the spy, aren't you? Cherry watched as every word made the man more and more tense. And perhaps it isn't just you. Perhaps it is also the young blue-haired woman eavesdropping on our conversation at this very moment. Cherry dropped a bombshell. The man known as Mr. was doing his best not to show his panic. Was this Miss Halloween bluffing? But he really had read the letter and resealed it. Should he attack her right now? That would draw a lot of suspicion on himself, and they would have to flee before their cover was completely blown, which would be difficult. Even if he did attack Miss Halloween, could he win that fight? She was remarkably calm, as if she hadn't just accused him of being a spy to his face only a moment before. That suggested a great deal of self-confidence. Cherry watched the funny-looking man squirm in his inner panic that could not be hidden from her life sense, as well as the blue-haired young woman in the other room in the same situation. Right on the money, huh? Well, let's see if I can get anything out of him, she thought. You are being awfully quiet, Mr. 8. How about we have a little chat? The girl should come in and have a seat as well. I don't know if I should think she is a fool for not running away after I discovered her, or if she has a good head on her shoulders to realize that running away is impossible. Cherry spoke with calm confidence. Mr. snapped out of his thoughts, and his protective instincts took over. Even if we're revealed, I cannot risk the princess's life on a gamble. He picked up his saxophone and quickly brought it to his mouth and blew into as hard as he could, aiming the deadly end at Miss Halloween. And nothing happened. He pulled it away from his face to see the saxophone has been cut into pieces somehow. She realized it was a weapon and sabotaged it without me noticing? Something seems to be wrong with your instrument, Mr. 8. Miss Halloween mocked him. He dropped the pieces of saxophone and grabbed the ends of his ribbon tie and yanked. She shouldn't know about my hair cannons. This time he had a complete view of what happened. A sword appeared out of thin air in Miss Halloween's hand, slashed through his tie before the cannons were set off. Then the sword vanished once more. Do you have any more party tricks? Or are you willing to talk like a civilized person now? If not, I can show you some of my own tricks. I'll say they aren't as amusing as yours, though, Cherry said, wondering if maybe these people were too stupid to even have any useful information. Mr. 8 looked at Miss Halloween with a resigned look on his face. Why not just capture me like your mission told you to? Why insist on sitting down to talk? He asked, honestly perplexed. I won't be answering any questions unless I am satisfied by your answers to my questions. Cherry denied, then turned to look at a peephole in the wall. Stop quaking in your boots and come sit with us, young lady. You are not a child, you are a spy. Act with some professionalism. Mr. 8 wanted to tell her to run, but he knew it was useless. Do as she says, Miss Wednesday. There is no escaping from her grasp. The words tasted of something foul on his tongue. He lamented his weakness. Miss Wednesday bit her lip and took a deep breath to calm herself. She entered the room and sat across from Cherry, next to Mr. 8. There was now a certain air of dignity about her as she gazed at Cherry with noble determination. Nice to meet you, princess. Both of them winced at Cherry's words. If you wanted to hide it, you should alter your mannerisms properly. I've met royalty before, so I recognized your practiced bearing at a glance. 10. Miss Wednesday face-palmed herself. She had lapsed into her royal manners subconsciously, perhaps as a way to feel in control. Now please tell me everything. Start with what you know about Baroque works, its agents, and its leadership. Cherry gestured for them to speak. They were somewhat confused about why she wanted to know things that may get her into trouble, but that wasn't their problem, so they shared what they knew. The two surprisingly did have a lot of information about Baroque works. They spoke for a few hours about how it was trying to usurp the throne of a kingdom called Alabasta here in the Grand Line, as well as some of the means they have employed to do so. Unfortunately, they didn't yet know who Baroque Works' mysterious leader, Mr. is, nor the identities of the Chief of Staff, Miss All Sunday, and the other top agents. So, you're the Princess of Alabasta, I presume? Perhaps Mr. 8 here is one of the Royal Guard here to protect you? Interesting. Cherry stroked her pumpkin mask's chin thoughtfully. Miss Wednesday spoke up impatiently. Who are you? Are you not loyal to Baroque Works? Cherry considered whether to answer the question honestly or at all. I've only just been hired into Baroque Works. I haven't decided where my loyalties lie just yet, thus my questions. There's something missing from the big picture in the supposed plan you've told me about. Why does a criminal organization have any confidence in stealing control of a country affiliated with the world government? Cherry asked. They two of them looked at each other. We don't know that either. Mr. 8 said downcast. Would you be willing to help us? You don't seem to have any faith in Baroque Works' success. If you work with us instead, we can promise great rewards. Miss Wednesday offered desperately. I don't intend to involve myself with this organization any longer. At first I plan to sow some chaos in their ranks for giggles, but it's too risky. I won't tell anyone about your identities, so rest assured. As for working with you instead, I'm not really feeling it, Cherry said. We'll pay you 1 billion berry, Miss Wednesday almost shouted, slamming her hand on the table as she stood up suddenly. Cherry and Mr. 8 stared at her silently. That's a good one, Miss Wednesday. Even if you were actually capable of paying me that amount, the issue isn't one that money can solve. Cherry found her lie to be quite amusing. It's obvious that Alabasta wouldn't be doing well financially during such a crisis. All right, it's about time I get a move on, Cherry said, standing up and stretching. Oh, almost forgot. Cherry picked up the ruined saxophone gun and stuck the pieces back together, fusing them with her devil fruit. The other two watched with interest and some horror, realizing that she must also a devil fruit user on top of her sword skill. They were glad they didn't push things any further. 1. After fixing Mr. 8's tie as well, Cherry spoke up again. Any messages you want to send back to Alabasta in case I head that way? Can't be easy to communicate covertly. She felt somewhat bad for treating them so harshly before. Cherry found it rather respectable, if stupid, for the princess to take up this role for her country's sake. No, we'd better not. Thank you for the offer, Miss Wednesday said tiredly. Okay then, I'm going to wreak havoc now. Mind telling me where you keep the valuables? Cherry's face twisted into an evil smile under her mask. Chapter 30, Unluckies. Please don't go on a rampage, Miss Halloween, Mr. 8 requested. Not only will that bring unnecessary attention to Whiskey Peak, thus increasing the risk of us being discovered, but it will also cause Mr. 0 to send some of the higher-ranked officers after you. I can see that you are very strong, but they are very strong as well. You should not underestimate them. Cough ma. Cherry felt her enthusiasm for creating chaos get doused with the frigid water of common sense. If it was just her, she wouldn't care if those other agents came after her. In fact, she'd welcome the challenge. However, it was true she couldn't just selfishly drag these two into that mess. Fine. I'll just go around pretending to investigate as the mission bade me to do. Do you keep any eternal log poses here? I'd rather not be traceable when I leave, so I could steal those to help throw them off my trail. Cherry pouted. Baroque Works doesn't keep any eternal log poses here. They are actually somewhat rare, you know. Well, except for the ones the unluckies carry to deliver reports and missions, Miss Wednesday answered. Cherry sensed she was hiding something from her, probably an eternal log pose of her own. She didn't bother to call her out for lying, though. It was probably her way to get home when she decided to leave. She knew who the unluckies were from the information they gave her before. A strangely intelligent otter and vulture duo with unshakable loyalty to the organization. All right, I will just rob Mr. 13 and Miss Friday of their eternal log poses. They'll report back to Mr. Zero about what I did, and they won't be able to predict where I went. It sounded like a good enough plan to Cherry. Mr. 9 watched the two-story building from a distance. He had seen his partner in crime, Miss Wednesday, sneak off after Mr. 8 and Miss Halloween. He kept a distance as he didn't want to accidentally reveal Miss Wednesday. What is Miss Wednesday thinking? Doesn't she know how much trouble she'll be in if she gets caught? He worried. Mr. 9 saw Miss Halloween exit the building and hastily ducked out of sight. I wonder what's going on. I've never heard of a Miss Halloween before. He thought quietly. What are you doing? A strange voice asked from right next to him. He screamed girlishly and backed away. It was none other than Miss Halloween with her unnerving jack-o'-lantern mask. 1. Why were you watching me just now? You know the motto of our organization, don't you? Mystery. You couldn't have been trying to get information you aren't privy to, could you? Miss Halloween's eyes were just visible through the mask. They were demonic, blood-red, and seemed to pierce into his very soul. No. I would never do that. I am nothing if not a loyal servant to the organization and its goals. He denied quickly, terrified. Is that so? I'll believe you then. Since you were peeping on me, however, I'll have you answer some questions. Miss Halloween spoke in her strange-sounding voice. Mr. 9 proceeded to answer most of Miss Halloween's questions, the exceptions being questions about information he wasn't supposed to divulge. When he denied to answer those questions, she would praise him, which he had to admit made him feel good about himself. After she finished questioning him, she let him go about his day, giving a curt, "Goodbye, Mr. 9, stay out of trouble." Mr. 9 wasn't a fool, or at least he didn't think of himself as one. He could figure out the purpose behind the questions. Miss Halloween was looking for a spy, a traitor. Could Miss Wednesday be a spy? No, surely not. We've worked together for quite a while now and I've seen no signs of that. She must have another reason for sneaking around today. Perhaps she has a mission to keep an eye on Miss Halloween? But then why wasn't I included in that? Mr. 9 pondered about the meaning to all this. Cherry went around asking vague questions to the various agents of Baroque works in Whiskey Peak. Her real purpose, however, was to find the unluckies. She had seen a few mailboxes clearing demarcated for them, but had yet to see the otter and vulture pair with her own eyes, or sense them with her life sense. Ultimately, she had to admit they weren't here at the moment. It wasn't until about a week later that the unluckies showed themselves. They were here to receive reports from all the agents here, and to presumably hand out missions too. They made a special stop just for Cherry as well. You must be the unluckies. It's nice to meet you. She greeted. They gave no response except to hand over a letter to her. The letter asked for a status report in finding the spy in Whiskey Peak. Cherry wrote several dozen pages detailing how each and every agent at Whiskey Peak must be a treacherous spy. It was a mess of petty grievances, asinine conspiracy theories, outright lies, and wholly unrelated tangents. Not to mention the terrible grammar, so many spelling mistakes. She sealed the pages into her own envelope and handed it to the unluckies, which they stuffed into one of their bags of mail. Here's my report for Mr. Zero. I'm sure he'll be very satisfied with my work, Cherry said, handing over the hefty letter. Oh, and one more thing before you go. She then proceeded to accost the unluckies with unwanted petting and snuggles. No matter how they struggled or resisted, they could not escape her grasp until she released them after about half an hour. The unluckies were full of indignation. Their pride was shattered to bits by the fact that they actually enjoyed it. They were also quite annoyed that there was nothing they could do about it. Their heads would roll if they attacked such a valuable new agent just for some cuddling. Mr. 13 and Miss Friday left in a hurry. They pulled out the eternal log pose for Alabasta to make the return trip. They wouldn't notice all the other log poses they carried with them were missing until they arrived in Alabasta. Now that Cherry had a handful log poses, she could leave at her leisure and to wherever she wanted to go. First though, she had one more piece of business to take care of. Naturally, it was to steal as much money as she could manage to get her grubby little hands on. There was nothing wrong with stealing from criminals, right? 2. Cherry managed to scrounge up a little more than 5 million berry from the agents' homes in a single night. 2. She embarked onto the Cabernet and set sail at dawn, before most of them would wake up to find they'd been burgled. Now, where should I go? She pondered, looking at her log poses. Ultimately, she decided to follow the ordinary log pose that she brought with her that now pointed to the next island, after adjusting to the magnetic field of Cactus Island. There was no reason she couldn't change her mind later after all. Chapter 29, Traitors. The weather here in the Grand Line is no joke, thought Cherry. She had only narrowly dodged a maelstrom that would have formed instantaneously underneath her ship. The fact that the Cabernet kept drifting to point away from her destination was frustrating as well. She had almost no time to do anything else. When the weather stabilized, indicating that she was close to an island, she was certain that it would have taken half the time and effort without the chaotic conditions. Eventually, she could see the island inching closer on the horizon. Great trees covered in vines towered over the shore as she approached. Cherry reached the shore and disembarked. She would have returned the Cabernet to its place within her body for safekeeping, but unfortunately nothing that was stored within could come along with it. So she had to leave the ship behind while she explored. 6. What she found was very interesting. All the flora and fauna on the island were considered to be ancient. The dinosaurs were especially a stunning sight. 1. A few enormous predators had the courage to attack her while she explored. She wasn't in need of any meat, however, so she simply taught them an important life lesson about underestimating opponents due to their appearance, and sent them on their way a little worse for wear. While collecting some interesting plant specimens, a distant thundering sound was heard from deeper on the island. Climbing up a particularly tall tree, Cherry saw the source of the sound. The largest volcano in a cluster of volcanoes was erupting, quaking the earth with its disastrous might. The eruption stopped in short order, a relief to Cherry as she thought she might have to leave prematurely. It wasn't long after that new thunderous sounds echoed across this ancient land. Cherry knew what these sounds were the moment she heard them. The sound of clashing weapons, of a vicious battle to the death. Cherry could imagine the raw power of each blow that rang out. These were no simple warriors. The cacophony conjured the image of two sword immortals in a duel upon which their pride hung in the balance. 1. Naturally, Cherry was drawn to the battle to see who the contenders were. She stealthily dashed through the thick trees with her traceless steps. She withheld her life sense out of habit to avoid disturbing the clashing warriors, though she didn't know if anyone in this world could actually detect it. She wouldn't risk offending someone that could kill her easily for no reason. Cherry arrived at the edge of a huge clearing, and what she saw astounded her. 2 giant men, who stood over 20 meters tall, swung their sword and axe with deadly precision and frightening might at one another. Despite their vicious actions, they both wore smiles as if they were having a drink with an old friend. 1. Cherry took a particular interest in their weapons. She could see at a glance they were very old and in terrible shape. Each clash between the weapons was powerful enough to shatter them in their current state. Yet that didn't happen, and there was only one explanation. They're using armament hockey, I'm sure of it. How could I get them to teach me? Fix their weapons? It'll be tricky due to the size, but I can manage with the help of my devil fruit, Cherry thought while silently watching the pair. Eventually, the fight ended with the both of them knocking each other half unconscious. 72,732 fights, said the fat, blonde-bearded giant. 472,732 draws, said the lean, long-bearded giant. 3. A short time passed as they breathed heavily, then they picked themselves up. Excuse me? Cherry spoke. Her voice was quiet, but also seemed to command the attention of the giants. Looks like we have another guest, Dory, spoke the axe-wielding giant. You're right, Brogy. Is there something you needed from us, little human? Spoke the sword-wielding giant. Their gazes seemed to be both friendly and challenging at the same time. As if to say, you're welcome to visit with good intentions, or to die with bad intentions. Cherry had no idea what kind of lunatic would dare to attack them, though. Nonetheless, she thought it a good sign they were willing to communicate. 2. May I inquire as to whether the two of you are proficient in the use of haki? Cherry asked, as politely as she could manage. Of course we are. We aren't the strongest warriors of Elbaf for nothing. They shouted in unison, followed by the strangest laughter Cherry had ever heard, Gegjagya, and Gababa. 5. I'll introduce myself. My name is Harpin D. Cherry, she said. I could not help but notice that your weapons, which are of excellent make I might add, are in a state of disrepair. I happen to be a fine weaponsmith, so perhaps we can come to an arrangement? You would teach me how to use haki, and I would repair your weapons to be good as new. Cherry offered, holding her breath in anticipation. The two looked at one another in silent thought, then turned back to Cherry. No offense, but how do we know you'll keep your end of the deal? Brogy asked. Right. Many of you humans are liars with no honor. How do we know this isn't a trick? Dory asked. Cherry smiled. Naturally, I will uphold my end of the bargain first. I trust that noble warriors such as yourselves would not sully your pride by reneging on the deal after I finish. Cherry believed every word that she said was true. These two had hearts like that of sword immortals. Their pride was worth more than their own lives. 5. The two giants were still hesitating, so Cherry hammered the final nail into the coffin. I can also throw in the barrels of wine I have on my ship. 3. We'll be in your care, they said in unison with great enthusiasm. Over the next few days, Cherry put together a huge furnace and gathered the kind of coal that would burn as hot as she needed. She had the giants help by moving the blades of their weapons, which were too unwieldy for Cherry due to their bulk. Cherry heated the blades and extra pieces of steel to red-hot temperatures. Then they were brought to a hug anvil where the giants held them still. 2. Cherry fused the extra steel into the broken portions of the blades, hammered them into the correct shape, then cooled them. Finally, she sharpened them to a razor's edge, and, as a special service, fused some other metals and minerals into the edges to make sure they stayed sharp for a long time. Dory and Brogy looked at their weapons with the gleaming eyes of a child who just received a new toy. They shared a look and a smile, then turned towards a nearby mountain. They took a stance side by side as Cherry watched with interest. Hakoku! They shouted and swung their weapons with all the might. Red and blue swirling light merged together and ripped a giant hole clear through to the other side of the mountain. Note to self, do not piss off the giants. Cherry thought in abject horror. She knew they were powerful, but not to this extent. Gaba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Gag-gag-gag-gag-gag. They laughed heartily. 1. We'll teach you haki as promised, Cherry, though we can only use armament haki. We could never really understand observation haki, Dory said. 2. There are 2 ways to learn armament haki, intense training or life-threatening pressure. We can do it either way, or both if you like. Gaba-ba-ba-ba-ba. Brogy explained. 1. Well, let's hear both and I'll decide, Cherry said, smiling at the antics of the walking weapons of mass destruction. Dory spoke up. First is the intense training method. 3. He plucked a long stalk of stiff grass and handed it to Cherry. Then he pointed to a thick tree. Chop that tree down with that stalk of grass. No special techniques allowed, gag-gag-gag-gag-gag. 1. Cherry looked at the stalk of grass in her hand and grimaced. What's the life-threatening method? Bam! Cherry was sent flying by Brogy's fist. She couldn't have dodged even if she had seen it coming. In the life-threatening method, you take our attacks head-on, until you awaken armament haki, as a defensive mechanism. Gabba-ba-ba! Brogy seemed quite amused. 1. Cherry was mostly fine after that attack, but she knew that Brogy was going really easy on her. At that moment the center volcano erupted, signaling the giants' next duel. They hefted their newly repaired weapons and moved a bit away from Cherry before they began. I had thought maybe they were only so ruthless because their weapons were dull, but it seems I was wrong, she thought, as the giants showed no mercy to one another in their battle. I think I'll stick with the intense training method for now, but Cherry decided meekly. Cherry approached the tree she was instructed to cut down with the stalk of grass. Am I supposed to figure this out all on my own? Or are Brogy and Dory just terrible teachers? Cherry sighed. In either case, she would give it a good go at least. Grandma said hockey is the will manifested into the world. How do they do that, though? Cherry pondered. Well, I'll just start swinging and see where that takes me. Cherry did just that, swinging the stalk of grass endlessly at the trunk of the tree. Naturally, this did no damage to the tree whatsoever. 10 swings, 100 swings, 1,000 swings. At first, Cherry tried out a number of things, such as concentrating on the stalk of grass, on the tree, on the idea of cutting. She tried imagining the grass was a sword and the tree was only soft, vulnerable flesh. Nothing seemed to click, though. Eventually she sank into a trance-like state and cultivated to pass the time, all the while swinging away at the tree mindlessly. Brogy and Dory finished their duel with yet another tie. After recovering from the exertion, they walked over to observe Cherry. Her concentration is good. Brogy whispered, yes, but that's not enough, Dory whispered back. Dory leaned down, placing his head next to Cherry. Does your weapon cut when you have not willed it to do so? No, it is only an object. Your weapon is only a tool to make the cutting easier. It is your spirit, your soul, your will that cuts into the world. Cherry's arms ceased to swing the stalk of grass and her eyes opened. That's stupid and makes no sense at all, Cherry smiled. Just like the rest of this world of madness and absurdity. 5. Cherry cast aside all doubt. Her word became truth, her will became reality. Cut, Cherry uttered. It was a simple word, but it was filled with conviction, as if there was no other outcome that could occur. The stalk of grass swung towards the tree, and just before it touched the bark, the faintest flash of black light raced along its length. The stalk of grass dug a few inches into the tree before it ripped itself apart. 6. Cherry looked at the tree with dropped jaws. I did that? Cherry asked, pointing at the deep gash in the wood. 2. Ga-ga-ga-ga-ga, ga-ba-ba-ba-ba. 2. Not bad, Cherry. Are you sure this is your first time learning hockey? Brogy asked. It's not even been a single day, you're a monster. Ja-ga-ga-ga, Dory said. Cherry was truly surprised, she hadn't thought it be so simple. Her mistake previously was trying to explain it, she supposed. Just what kind of conviction does one need to possess to carve out a mountain with the force of will alone? A shiver went down her spine as she looked at the laughing giants. 5. Now that Cherry had a starting point for armament hockey, she decided to take a break and explore the island. Little Garden, the giants had told her the name, was a large island of sprawling ancient forests. Cherry would not miss the opportunity to gather the many useful materials that could only be obtained on ancient islands such as this one. After a few hours of exploration, a familiar signature popped up in her life senses range. A devil fruit, Cherry shouted, and raced towards the location. She could not risk it being eaten by something while she dallied. She sprinted towards the devil fruit at maximum speed for half an hour. Finally, she reached the place. It was nestled in a hard-to-reach point that likely prevented the typically large animals from getting to it. The devil fruit appeared to be a pineapple. The spiky skin of the fruit was a silver-white color with black, teardrop-shaped spirals. The leaves on top resembled flames. 1. She didn't recognize this particular devil fruit, which was somewhat annoying. Although it didn't really matter to her if the power was useful or not, she currently had 2 blood-bound artifacts she could bind it to. Knowing what the devil fruit does would make the decision easier. 6. No matter, I'm not ready to use it yet anyways. I'll decide when the time comes. One more thing I need to do on this island, I guess I'll be staying here for a while, Cherry thought. 4. Cherry returned to her camp near the giants' camps. She decided to tell them about the fruit so they wouldn't eat it by accident somehow. She could trust them not to steal something this valuable from her. Cherry spent a few months doing nothing but cultivate and train armament hockey, rarely even stopping to sleep. Cultivating would only get harder the higher the realm she reached. 3. The first realm, or the muscle-strengthening realm, primarily tempered the musculature, but also improved organ function and the 5 senses. This realm was a breeze for Cherry due to her training before she started cultivating. The second realm, or the bone-refining realm, primarily enhanced the durability and quality of the skeleton and also the flesh to a lesser extent. This has the added benefit of enhancing the blood and making it much less likely to bleed to death. Her training only helped a little bit in this area. 9. The third realm, the one she's in currently, is known as the heart core realm. Its primary purpose to revamp the heart, and thus bring a qualitative leap to one's vital energy as the heart is its source. The higher the quality of the vital energy, the stronger one's techniques with it became. 2. Cherry would be able to manage the third realm well enough on her own. But if she wanted to complete the next realm and beyond in a timely fashion, she would need miracle medicines designed for that purpose. 1. Which meant she needed someone like a doctor to help her, but can also be trusted, not an easy task. 3. In the meantime, she had also hit a roadblock with her hockey, which meant she needed to try something new. She approached the giants after one of their duels. Guys, I need to do the life-threatening method. My training isn't working out lately, bam. Gabba baba, not like that, Cherry. You have to become an immovable mountain, an unbreakable shield. Brogy laughed after kicking her halfway across the clearing. 1. Brogy continued to bash Cherry around the clearing, increasing the strength of his blows whenever she started to get even slightly comfortable. Although it was a very brutish method, it was also very effective. Cherry started to improve once more, albeit slowly. Cherry continued in this daily routine of getting thrashed in the day and cultivating in the night for another few months. By this point, her armament hockey had reached a decent level in both offense and defense, and her cultivation had finally reached the point that she could use the devil fruit to perfect the realm. Cherry returned to her ship, the Cabernet, and sat cross-legged on the deck. She brought out her sword and the devil fruit, and pondered about the choice between the two blood-bound artifacts. Her sword had been with her for far longer. That was a reason in favor of using it first. Though, she could also say that's precisely why she should not use a random devil fruit with unknown effects on it and choose more wisely. While lost in her thoughts, the rudimentary spirit she had sensed from the Cabernet before once more awoke from its deep slumber. It could not communicate properly, but Cherry could feel that it was asking for her to choose it. Well, if that's what you want. Cherry had been stuck on the fence, and this request tilted it in favor of the ship. 5. She wasn't sure what this spirit was or how it formed, but she was interested to see how it would develop in the future, especially with the devil fruit. Cherry put the sword away and placed the devil fruit onto the deck. She focused her own devil fruit to fuse the new one and the Cabernet together, and found the process proceeded much more smoothly than she could have hoped. A change came over the ship, and Cherry dragged the excess energy into herself to complete the third realm. Her mind was focused entirely inwards, taking no notice of the happenings in the outside world. So when she finally opened her eyes with a sigh, having perfected her heart core, she was shocked to see that there was no ship in sight. Fortunately, she had beached it beforehand, or she would have fallen into the water. Instead of a ship, there was a woman with silver-white hair, scarlet eyes resembling Cherry's own reddish-brown skin with patterns like the grain of wood, great black feathered wings, and crimson flames dancing along her shoulders and upper back. 8. Cherry gawked at her. Cabernet, for Cherry. The woman gripped Cherry into a bear hug. Cherry felt a surge of emotions come through her connection with the blood-bound Cabernet, proving beyond all doubt it was true. So the devil fruit was some kind of human Zoan type? There are winged humans too? Cherry thought. Yup, Cabernet said in a bright and cheery voice. Cherry was caught off guard. Did she just hear my thoughts? Yep, Cabernet said in the same tone as before. How does that work? Ah, of course. You're controlled by my thoughts, so naturally you'd be able to hear them as well, Cherry concluded. Cherry looked at the woman that was holding her in a vice grip. Despite her cutesy voice and actions, her appearance was the complete opposite. Her face bore a familial resemblance to Cherry's, except somehow it was even scarier. She stood just over 2 meters tall and had a heroic physique with powerful muscles. Anyone who looked at her would think she was a female mob boss for sure. A thought occurred to Cherry. By the way, Cabernet, what happened to all my stuff that was stored inside of you? Cabernet's face became thoughtful. She began rub, tap and knock on different areas of her bare skin. I think it's still somewhere. She gave an innocent smile, or at least as innocent as her demonic face allowed. Well, turn back into a ship and we'll make sure it's fine, Cherry requested. Cabernet complied, and Cherry checked around. She found that everything was in order and as she left it. How convenient. It's not quite as good as a spatial storage ring, but this is good too. Especially with the absence in spatial storage rings in this world. Cherry nodded in satisfaction. The wood of the Cabernet started to creak and formed an eerie voice. Hey, I'm not just useful as storage. Cherry got the sense she was trying to pout over their connection. Oh? What else can you do then, Cabernet? Cherry teased. Foosh! The wood beneath Cherry's feet burst into flames. She leapt away from the spot. You can make fire? I guess that makes sense, given the flames on your shoulders before. That's not all, Cabernet groaned. The ship suddenly lurched into motion. Cherry went above deck to see what was happening. To her surprise, Cabernet had sprouted giant wings on either side of her ship form which were now bringing them into the air. 4. Flight? You can do it in ship form too? Cherry sighed with praise. I'll admit it, you're amazing, Cabernet. Cabernet touched down to the ground and transformed into her human form. She made a proud pose with her hands on her hips. Of course I am. We should really get some clothes for you, Cherry said. 1. Cabernet looked down at herself. Oh yeah, I want to try clothes, she said excitedly, jumping up and down. 4. After Cherry gave Cabernet a crash course on common sense and basic modesty, she brought her to meet Brogy and Dory. They immediately got along, bonding with each other through their simple-mindedness and innocence. 3. Fortunately, Cabernet figured out she could shape her own clothes from her sail, so clothes wouldn't be a problem. 1. Cherry asked the giants if they knew what race the devil fruit turned Cabernet into, but they didn't know either despite their long lives. 8. While Cabernet had a playdate with Brogy and Dory, Cherry took stock of her cultivation. 3. She was now in the 4th realm. This realm is called the spirit root realm. Its primary change to the body was to transform the nervous system into a semi-spiritual form. 1. On top of improving the speed of the brain's processing of information, it also connected the soul directly to the body. That allows for instantaneous reaction speeds and sensory reception. If one reached the stage of perfection, one could even remain conscious and continue to move after decapitation, at least until total brain death. 3. That was a long ways off though, she hasn't even begun yet. Cherry got started on transforming her nervous system while Cabernet practiced setting things on fire and flying about, in other words, fooling around. A month passed, during which Cherry got a proper foothold in the 4th realm, and Cabernet became accustomed to her new abilities and form. Cherry got Cabernet started learning armament hockey as well, though she wasn't sure she would be able to learn it being a ship and all. 2. She was glad to find that Cabernet could learn it just fine and even had the benefit of drawing on Cherry's experience through the blood bond. Cherry was very excited about Cabernet, as she was certain she was the first person from her old life to have a sapient blood-bound artifact. 2. Sentient weapons were incredibly rare, let alone sapient ones. Such weapons had never been willing to submit themselves to another will after forming their own after countless millennia. A few more months passed while Cherry helped to train Cabernet in armament hockey and general martial arts. She had been on Little Garden for about 10 months now. She figured it was about time to set out for the next island. She brought out her log pose, but something was strange. Why hasn't it set to the magnetic field yet? Cherry wondered aloud. Oh, we didn't tell you? It takes a year for the log pose to set on this island, Dory said while chewing on a dinosaur bone. Ah, that's ridiculous. I've got some eternal log poses, but if it's only a couple more months, I can wait. As she said these words, a shiver went down her spine. What the hell was that? 3. Cherry looked around and scanned the jungle with her life sense, but found nothing out of the ordinary. Did I imagine it? What's wrong, my slice of cherry pie? Cabernet asked sweetly. It's nothing. Why are you calling me that? Cherry asked amused. I wanted to try using nicknames. Cabernet cheered. Okay then, my little barrel of wine, Cherry responded with a smile. 3. I don't like it. Cabernet laughed. The days on Little Garden passed by uneventfully, but Cherry couldn't help but feel a creeping sense of dread. She was sure it wasn't just her imagination after a few weeks. 2. She wasn't going to run away from a challenge, however, and elected to remain at least until the log pose set. She also couldn't just abandon Brogy and Dory. Even though they were much stronger than her, they were also dimwits. A cunning opponent could outsmart them even if they were weaker than the two giants. In the final day of her year on Little Garden, she finally caught wind of other people on the island. As she scanned over them, and found that one in particular gave her the sense she should stay away. However, Dory had already come across the small group traveling with this individual. She had no time to warn him to be careful. 3. Cherry rushed towards Dory's camp with Cabernet by her side. First she heard Dory's thundering laughter. Gya. 1. Then she heard unfamiliar laughter. Da ha ha ha. 4. She broke through the tree line into the clearing of Dory's camp. Cherry saw Dory tipping the contents of a boxed lunch into his mouth, which seemed much too small for him to properly taste. Next to him was a lanky young man in a straw hat and red vest eating an absurd amount of dinosaur meat. Sitting to the side quietly was a large duck and a familiar blue-haired princess. 3. Dory, you have guests, I see. Cherry called out. The giant, 2 humans and duck turned towards her. When the young man's eyes landed on her, she realized why he felt so strange to her. 2. It wasn't danger she sensed from him, but a grand destiny. Children of destiny were always trouble. Cabernet, don't interact with that boy no matter what. She sent a command, no, more of a desperate plea to Cabernet through their bond. She had to do everything in her power not to get roped up into this boy's destiny by the whims of fate. 16. Oh, Cherry, I was just trying this lunchbox from Luffy here, Dory greeted. Luffy was looking at Cabernet with interest, but he was fortunately preoccupied with gorging himself with undercooked dinosaur meat. The princess's already nervous demeanor became worse when she recognized Cherry. It wasn't hard to do since Cherry was dressed the same, minus the jack-o'-lantern mask. And what should I call you by, miss? Cherry asked, as she only knew her as Princess and Miss Wednesday. Both of which could potentially cause the young woman problems given her sensitive circumstances. The princess seemed to understand her meaning. Vivi. The group chatted for a while, though Cherry remained mostly silent. Cabernet was bursting with curiosity and questions she couldn't ask. The central volcano erupted, signaling the start of Dory and Brogy's century-long duel. Vivi started to fuss over the pointless fight, the reason for which they no longer remembered, but Luffy covered her mouth to stop her. It's not about that anymore. Cherry and Luffy spoke simultaneously. 4. Yes, it's about pride now, Dory said as he faced the approaching Brogy. Meanwhile, Cherry was cursing at herself as she felt a thread of fate latch onto her, and Cabernet was doing her best to stifle her laughter. Calm down, it's just one thread. No big deal. Worst case scenario, I can still forcefully sever it, Cherry assured herself. 10. Vivi, Luffy, and even the oversized duck were awestruck by the two giants' battle. Cherry spotted one of the new arrivals approach the giants and then retreat. What's this about? The duel finished. A tie, naturally. Cherry overheard Brogy speaking about his own guests, and that they shared their rum with him. After giving Dory a few barrels, they parted ways and returned to their camps. Dory mentioned Brogy's guests, and Luffy said they must be his crewmates. Dory picked up a barrel and Cherry spoke up. Don't drink that one, Dory. Oh, did you want some too, Cherry? He asked. No. That barrel has been tampered with, Cherry said seriously. She felt the distinct energy of a devil fruit from the barrel. Dory's face twisted and his eyes shifted to the other two humans. Vivi shook underneath the giant's gaze, but Luffy did not. My friends wouldn't do that, he defended with a shout. Cherry felt the thread of fate between them snap, and she inwardly celebrated. 6. How many friends did you bring to this island then? Cherry inquired. Luffy looked confused but started counting. Vivi, Karoo. He pointed at Vivi and the duck, then started listing names on his fingers. Sanji, Zoro, Usopp, and Nami. I brought 6. I see. Well, by my count, there are 10 new humans on Little Garden. That leaves 4 unaccounted for, Cherry stated. Dory tossed the barrel in his hand away. When it hit the ground, it exploded in a fiery blast. Mr. Five clicked his tongue and slipped away under the cover of the jungle with Miss Valentine. They arrived at a small white house made of wax and went inside. Mr. 3, there was another woman with the blue ogre Dory. She figured out the rum barrel was tampered with and warned him. Mr. 5 reported. What did she look like? Mr. 3 asked. Mr. 5 described Cherry's appearance while Mr. 3 listened. Mr. 3 brought out a sketch made by the Unluckies. I think we've found our runaway Miss Halloween who caused all that trouble a year ago. This complicates things, but also presents a new opportunity. If we catch her, Mr. 0 will be very pleased. Mr. 3 smiled as he sipped his tea. Miss Golden Week munched on crackers, while Mr. 3 laid out his new plan of action. The distant rumbling of a volcanic eruption sounded out, and the 4 agents of Baroque Works went to carry out their nefarious plot. Cherry pondered about how to deal with this situation. The intruders were the scheming type, so they wouldn't give the giants an opportunity to face them directly. She didn't know if this Luffy and his crew were capable enough to handle these miscreants themselves. If she got further involved, she would leave a bigger impression on Luffy, which increased the chances of getting mixed up in his destiny. In Cherry's opinion, the best impression you can make on a child of destiny is no impression at all. 1. After the second eruption of the day, Dory and Brogy went to meet for their next duel, and the 4 strangers huddling together also started to move. 2 of the devil fruit users were heading towards the volcanoes, while the remaining devil fruit user and other human went towards Brogy's camp. 1. The latter pair ran into one of the wandering members of Luffy's crew, and managed to apprehend them, then continued onward to ambush the 2 crew members at Brogy's camp. How are they so unaware of their surroundings? Cherry pulled her hair in frustration. The island is crawling with ancient predators. Pay attention, damn it. Dory and Brogy just finished up their fight when the central volcano erupted once again. That's odd. No, wait. Cherry realized something. So that's their plan. Blow up the volcano whenever Brogy and Dory finish fighting to wear them down, then swoop in. Cherry decided to give a hint to Luffy and Vivi. That's very strange. The volcano has never erupted so close together, at least for the year I've been here. She could almost see the cogs turning in Vivi's head. Luffy didn't get the hint at all. A look of horror dawned on Vivi's face. Luffy, it must be Mr. That's why the rum barrel exploded. He must be causing the volcano to erupt, to weaken Dory and Brogy. Luffy was outraged and wanted to rush off to the volcano, but Vivi stopped him. Don't be so rash, we should warn Brogy and Dory first, then bring your crew together. The volcano erupted again, triggering the fourth fight of the day. The giants were visibly tired from their evenly matched battles. Luffy and Vivi rushed towards the battling giants to stop them, while Cherry followed a bit behind them with Cabernet in tow. Will I get to fight? Cabernet asked with stars in her eyes. I sure hope not, Cherry said, earning a pout from Cabernet. Luffy and Vivi arrived at their destination just in time to see Brogy and Dory both slip on a white substance and cleave each other across the chest with their weapons. 1. When they fell to the ground, the same white substance rose up and trapped their limbs in huge cuffs. Giant candle service set, a voice shouted. From behind the giants' bodies, a strange and enormous candle took shape. A red-haired woman, a green-haired man, and a long-nosed man were standing on the bottom platform with their feet trapped. The oversized top of the candle started to spin and rain down flakes of wax on the trapped people. 1. Nami Zoro Usopp Dory Brogy, Luffy shouted angrily. The candleman who had started monologuing about his sick artistic ideals turned towards his interloper. Oh my, if it isn't Straw Hat and Princess Vivi. You're just in time, all according to my plans, he said with a smug look. 2. Mr. 3? Be careful, Luffy, he's on a different level than Mr. Vivi said, bringing out her spinning blades and mounting Karoo. Watch out, Luffy. He'll try to trap your limbs, shouted the long-nosed man. Luffy charged forward, and Mr. 3 launched his wax at his legs. Luffy narrowly dodged and stretched his arms far behind him, shouting, Gum Gum Bazooka! He thrust his arms forward with a decent amount of force, only to be blocked by a wall of wax. My wax is as hard as iron, you won't break it that easily, said Mr. 3-1. While Luffy and Mr. 3 traded blows, Vivi went after Miss Golden Week, a younger girl with red pigtails. She was stopped with a sudden explosion, however, as Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine revealed themselves. Vivi! The group shouted. These people really do like to shout each other's names, huh? Cherry thought on the sidelines. Things weren't looking good. At this rate she might make a bad impression instead. That's even worse than a good impression. Cabernet, go save those idiots on the candle, then free Dory and Brogy. Use your flames to melt the wax. I'll hold off the explosive freak and the umbrella bitch so Vivi doesn't die. Cherry sighed. Oh, Cherry. I was just trying this lunchbox from Luffy here, Dory greeted. Luffy was looking at Cabernet with interest. But he was fortunately preoccupied with gorging himself with undercooked dinosaur meat. The princess's already nervous demeanor became worse when she recognized, shouted the long-nosed man. Luffy charged forward, and Mr. 3 launched his wax at his legs. Luffy narrowly dodged and stretched his arms far behind him, shouting, Gum Gum Bazooka! He thrust his arms forward with a decent amount of force, only to be blocked by a wall of wax. My wax is as hard as iron, you won't break it that easily, said Mr. 3-1. While Luffy and Mr. 3 traded blows, Vivi went after Miss Golden Week, a younger girl with red pigtails. She was stopped with a sudden explosion, however, as Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine revealed themselves. Vivi! The group shouted. These people really do like to shout each other's names, huh? Cherry thought on the sidelines. Things weren't looking good. At this rate she might make a bad impression instead. That's even worse than a good impression. Cabernet, go save those idiots on the candle, then free Dory and Brogy. Use your flames to melt the wax. I'll hold off the explosive freak and the umbrella bitch so Vivi doesn't die. Cherry sighed. Cabernet launched herself towards the giant candle, laughing maniacally like a villain. At this point, Luffy figured out he could use Mr. 3's candle lock technique against him, breaking through his defenses. However, he got caught off guard when Miss Golden Week laid a trap for him with her strange hypnotic paints, causing him to lose interest in saving his friends. Color trap, betrayal black, she stated lazily. Cabernet landed on the candle platform from above next to the long-nosed man, Usopp. Usopp screamed in terror. It's a demon, save me! Cabernet grabbed him by his shoulder straps and lifted him out of the wax she melted with her feet. What's a demon? Is it cool? She asked with a sparkle in her eyes, though it would seem more like sarcasm with a murderous glint in her eyes to an observer that wasn't used to her. Usopp fainted from fear while Cabernet tilted her head in confusion. She put him down gently and moved on to the green-haired swordsman, Zoro. 1. Why do you have 3 swords? Do you hold one with your mouth? She asked him, pulling him out of the melting wax by his shoulders. Cherry overheard this as she reached Vivi's side and muttered, "There's no way that's true. They probably have unique properties and he switches between them based on the circumstances." "Yeah. I use the 3-sword style," Zoro said as he drew the swords, placing the white sword in his teeth. "What have I gotten myself into?" Cherry groaned. 10 Mr. 3 noticed Cabernet's interference after Usopp screamed, but when he was about to intervene, he paused. He was sure this woman was familiar somehow, but he couldn't remember from where. If she had a bounty, he would have remembered her from her unique appearance easily. He pushed that thought aside for now and called out to Mr. 5 and Miss Valentine to assist him, knowing that Cabernet's fire ability was a very bad matchup for him. Not receiving a response, he turned to see Cherry standing over the unconscious forms of Mr. and Miss Valentine. She was scratching her head with some embarrassment. "I thought they'd be a little tougher than this with their ranking in Baroque works." Cherry sighed. At this point, Mr. 3 knew his plan was in shambles. So he did what any real man would do when the going gets tough: run away. 5. "Miss Goldenweek, we're leaving," he said, but noticed belatedly that she was already gone. 2. Clicking his tongue, he ran off into the jungle as well. Zoro attempted to chase after him. Luffy, who was still standing on the betrayal black mark, stretched his arms out to grab Zoro, allowing Mr. 3 to disappear into the trees. "What the hell are you doing, Luffy? He's getting away, let me go!" Zoro shouted. "No," Luffy said bluntly. While the two bickered with each other like idiots, Cabernet finished melting the wax trapping the redhead woman and the giants, then destroyed the spinning candle. "Go catch the paint girl and the candle man, Cabernet." Cherry knew that she was itching to fight and wouldn't stop her. "Yippee!" The flames on Cabernet's back vanished and she dashed into the jungle at breakneck speed. 3. It was only a few minutes later that she returned, dragging Mr. 3 and Miss Goldenweek behind her, their heads covered in painful-looking lumps. Dory and Brogy woke up from their wounds, which fortunately weren't too deep due to their weakened state when they slashed each other. Nami messed up the color trap Luffy was standing on, allowing him to come to his senses. At this point, the last remaining member of Luffy's crew emerged from the jungle. "Nami Swan, Vivit Swan." He stopped when he saw Cherry and Cabernet and seemed to be inflicted with some kind of inner turmoil. "Ladies, my name is Sanji. May I ask for your names?" he inquired. Cherry introduced them to him. "I see. Such beautiful names for such beautiful ladies. Please step on me. Oof." He was interrupted when Nami bashed the top of his head with her fist. "Stop it." 6. Usopp recovered from his fear-induced fainting spell, took one look at Cabernet, and started screaming for help again. While Cabernet and Luffy were laughing at the antics of the others, Cherry wondered if they were really pirates at all. She felt they were more like a traveling performance group. Maybe it wouldn't be so bad to stick around these guys a little longer. Wait. Cherry caught herself and immediately turned her attention inwards to her soul. 5. There she found a massive thread of fate had wrapped around her. Compared to the previous thread, this was like a rope one would attach to a ship's anchor. "Hey, do you want to come with us?" Luffy asked, smiling widely at Cherry and Cabernet. Cherry fell to her hands and knees, hanging her head in despair. 2. "Eh? Is something wrong, eh?" Luffy asked, confused. Mr. 3 started to slink away during the commotion. He had only pretended to be unconscious. Cherry raised her face towards him. "Where are you going?" She was furious. She couldn't take out her frustration on Luffy as it wasn't really his fault, so she decided to relieve her stress on this idiot. She stood up, her sword appeared in her hand, and she slowly walked towards Mr. 3. Her bloodlust was almost palpable in the air. Mr. 3 froze in horror, like he was a little rabbit cornered by a tiger. Wait, don't kill me, I surrender. I'll tell you anything you want, I'm really good with information, you see. He begged. Luffy stepped into her path. You don't have to kill him, he's given up, he said. Cherry was about to chastise his naivete, but she saw something else in his eyes. It wasn't that he believed in some nonsensical philosophy about the good in people. No, he knew the risks and he chose not to kill anyways. 11. Cherry rolled her eyes, but couldn't stop a grin from forming. Fine. 1. She turned a cold gaze onto Mr. 3. But if he acts up again, I'll kill him before he has the chance to give up. 1. Shishishi, okay. Luffy smiled and Mr. 3 trembled. All right then, tell me everything I want to know. You probably won't say anything about Baroque work since you're a coward who fears death, so I'll ask you different things. Cherry left no room to refuse. You've been sneaking peeks at Cabernet for a while now, do you know something? Her race seems like it's rare, perhaps you know that? Cherry interrogated. When Cherry said the word race, something clicked into place in Mr. 3's mind. Seems you thought of something, spit it out, Cherry commanded. The others listened with some interest as well. Ah well, I recall there being a 100 million berry reward for information regarding a race known as Lunarians. He described what he remembered about the information bounty from the world government, including the racial characteristics of Lunarians. Hearing this, Luffy and Usopp, who had gotten over his fear once everything was explained to him, started to gush over Cabernet, and asking her to demonstrate her flying in flames, which she happily obliged. Cherry was in a much more somber mood. Although Cabernet was only a Lunarian by way of a devil fruit, she didn't think the world government would care about the difference. Unless Cherry kept Cabernet stored within her body all the time, she would be no different than a wanted criminal. 4. She just didn't have the heart to keep such a sweet girl cooped up like that. Sanji spoke up at this point. Oh right, I forgot to tell you. He relayed how he had come across Mr. 3's makeshift base and spoken to Mr. Zerun the Dendenmushi, tricking him into believing they were dead. Usopp lamented that even though they threw off Baroque works' pursuers, they were still stuck on Little Garden for a whole year. Then, Sanji revealed the eternal log pose to Alabasta he found, earning cheers from the others. Vivi turned to Cherry. You didn't answer Luffy before, do you want to come with us? I know I asked you for help before, but the situation in my country is much more dire than I thought. Cherry looked into Vivi's puppy dog eyes. Ugh, fine, she relented. 1. Hooray, they shouted, including Cabernet. Damn it, the thread of fate has become too thick, I can't just sever it now. Even if I could, there would be terrible consequences for doing so. I'll have to try and resolve this fate naturally. Cherry sighed. Chapter 36, Straight Ahead. The Straw Hats decided to set out as soon as possible, and the giants came to see them off. Cabernet was keen on making friends with the Going Merry, much to the confusion of the others. 1. Oh right, I guess I should tell you. Cabernet is a ship who ate a human devil fruit, Lunarian model I suppose. Cherry enlightened them. Wait, how can a ship eat a devil fruit? Usopp asked. With her mouth? Cherry shrugged. 3. By the way, both your name and face seem familiar. You're not related to a man named Yasopp, by any chance? Cherry inquired. Usopp was surprised and exclaimed that Yasopp is in fact his father. Cherry told him that she received some shooting tips from him many years ago, causing Usopp to grind his teeth in jealousy. Luffy was also excited that she had also met Shanks and his crew. They began to set sail, and when they reached the mouth of the river they anchored in, Brogy and Dory stood at either side of the river facing the ocean. Whatever happens, said Brogy, sail straight ahead. Dory finished. Cherry had an idea of what they meant to do. She could sense the massive sea king just off the shore lying in wait for them. After sailing straight ahead, and being swallowed by the island eater as a result, the giants used the same attack they used after Cherry fixed their weapons to carve a hole straight through the sea king. Things went smoothly for a couple days, but it wasn't long before something happened. Nami collapsed with a high fever. Cherry was no doctor, but she did some standard medical checkup procedures while looking over Nami's body with life sense. She could see a clear and fast deterioration occurring within her body. It was no common cold, that much was certain. Nami tried to insist she was fine and that they shouldn't waste time fussing over her, but Cherry interrupted her. "I'd say you've got a week to live at most. By the time we reach Alabasta, it'll be far too late to save you." Her words shocked the crew. Vivi resolved herself and gave a nice little speech about saving Nami being the fastest way to reach Alabasta. They decided to follow Cherry's log pose to the island after Little Garden, which wouldn't be far away. There was a brief scuffle with some idiots called the Wapol Pirates, but Cabernet sent their captain flying after he took a bite out of her new friend, the Going Merry. 8. Finally, they spotted a winter island with large flat-topped mountains. Upon entering an inlet, they were warmly received by a few dozen rifles aimed at them. It was a tricky situation since they seemed to be civilians rather than soldiers. Fortunately, most of them are trained on Cabernet, as she is the most physically intimidating person here. She was perfectly capable of taking a few volleys of ordinary bullets with her durability. While the crew pled their case, the one whom Cherry assumed to be the leader locked eyes with her and she smirked at him. Dalton's animal instincts sent a shiver down his spine, then he heard a shot fired. He was relieved to find it was only a warning shot, but he saw the straw hat-wearing man get angry. Another shot rang out. It hit the familiar blue-haired woman who tried to calm down the straw hat-wearing man. He glanced back at the woman. The amusement had vanished from her face and her eyes pierced into his own as if to say, "Do something about this before I do." His instincts were screaming at him, begging him take action, anything except sitting still. Fortunately, things didn't escalate further in his momentary panic. The blue-haired woman stopped the man again and said something to him. He apologized, then humbly bowed and asked for help. This calmed the other militiamen considerably, even making them feel a bit guilty. Dalton took the chance to tell them to stand down and that he would escort the pirates. Meanwhile, somewhere in the surrounding seas of Drum Island. "Brrr, that was a close one. I would have drowned for sure if you hadn't pulled me out of the water, Jackson." "Ma ha ha ha," Wapol praised. Jackson stood 4 meters tall, had ghostly pale skin and hair, a long ponytail cut off midway down his back diagonally, and was wearing a buttoned-up trench coat with a long slash on the back that lined up with his hair. Bandages were clearly visible beneath the slash in the trench coat. 2. "No reason to be humble, Your Majesty. I am filled with gratitude for your magnanimity in allowing your excellent doctors to treat my wound. A terrible scoundrel with no honor slashed me across the back when I spared his life after a swordsmanship duel." Jackson spoke in a snake-like whisper. "Mahaha, this is a man who knows how to act before his betters. Jackson, you're my new chief of the Royal Guard. That idiot Dalton can take a hike when we get back." Wapol laughed as he stuffed a cannon into his mouth. "I see land. It's the Drum Kingdom, we're back." A soldier shouted. Jackson's mind drifted back to the moment he received his wound. His ship was cleaved perfectly in half and he was powerless to stop it. He tried to flee on a rowboat as his crew perished in the merciless waters of the Grand Line. 3. However, that man, whose eyes would haunt his dreams forever, followed behind him. He drew his sword, a fine-grade Mato, intent to at least die like a proper swordsman. However, the man's words to him destroyed that shred of dignity he had. "So now you want to die like a man?" He turned his back on him and immediately felt a blade sink into his flesh. Coward. He fell into the water and was left for dead. It was a miracle that he even managed to get back into his rowboat. 2 days later, he pulled Wapol out of the ocean, and soon after saw his crew searching for him. I won't forget that day you wronged me. I swear I'll have my revenge, Hawkeye. He seethed with rage in his mind. 6. The group, except for Zoro and Karoo, arrived in the town of Big Horn. Dalton explained a bit of the circumstances of their country, and that there was only one doctor on the entire island, a witch named Kureha. If your country was nearly destroyed by pirates, why were you so reckless back there? You're already painfully aware that some pirates are too much to handle. That fiasco back there could have pissed off pirates who wouldn't have otherwise done much harm. Cherry analyzed. I suppose that's a good point, Dalton acquiesced. Also, if Princess Vivi wasn't such a goody two-shoes, your actions could very well have been a declaration of war against Alabasta. Cherry casually dropped a bombshell. Huh? Dalton looked at Vivi, and his face showed he just realized something. My apologies, Princess Vivi. He bowed so low his head plunged into the snow. Vivi desperately tried to assure him it was fine, while she gave Cherry a look that asked, "Why did you tell him that?" Cherry giggled mischievously. Eventually, Vivi got Dalton to relax and he explained that Dr. Kureha only comes down the mount at her leisure, and that they'd have to wait. The group informed him of Nami's prognosis, but he could only apologize that there was no way to contact Dr. Kureha. Luffy declared that he would bring Nami up the mountain himself. The others protested, but Nami said she would entrust herself to Luffy. Guys, why don't you just go with Cabernet? Cherry asked. 1. They looked at her perplexed. Cabernet is a ship, with wings, Cherry explained. They understood. Luffy, Sanji, and Cabernet took Nami out of the town where Cabernet transformed and flew them towards the mountain with the castle. The rest stayed in Big Horn with Dalton. Meanwhile, Wapol and his soldiers easily defeated the militia and disembarked. They saw the going merry, so they eagerly set out towards Big Horn to start taking back their kingdom and to get revenge against the Straw Hats. Jackson followed closely behind, hand caressing his sword and looking forward to being the strong one again. Chapter 37. Shame of a Swordsman. The weather took a turn for the worse. Snow rained down from the clouds and the wind howled like a terrible beast. This isn't looking good. It's starting to show signs of an incoming blizzicane out there, Dalton said. What the heck is a blizzicane? Usopp asked frightfully. It's like a mix between a blizzard and a hurricane, but it's easily worse than the sum of its parts. Snow will pile up anywhere from 3 to 5 meters high, and hail the size of cannonballs will be thrown around by hurricane winds. They happen about once every few decades here, but the last one was only 10 years ago. Very unlucky. Dalton explained. Your friends might be in serious trouble. Being exposed to the elements in this weather is deadly, and trying to fly in winds like these will be nearly impossible. Dalton worried. Don't worry about them, Cabernet is a tough girl. If worse comes to worst, she can give shelter and warmth to the other 3. Although Cherry spoke confidently, she was somewhat worried. Cabernet was pretty stupid after all. She might decide to push onwards and end up crashing into the mountain. How long do these storms usually last? I do not have any time to waste. Vivi asked, realizing she might get trapped here while a war rages in her homeland. The longest on record only lasted half a day, thankfully. If they lasted too long, no one could survive here. Dalton's words made Vivi sigh in relief. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked the door like their life depended on it. Dalton opened to see one of the militia members gasping for breath. What's wrong? Dalton's brow furrowed. He didn't like how this day was going, and felt it would be getting worse. After the man caught his breath enough to speak, he spoke with a frightened look. It's Wapol. Wapol has come back and he's here in Big Horn. Dalton's face hardened. Truly this day could not get any worse. He wasn't sure if he could handle Wapol and his men by himself. Regardless, he would still try. He owed at least that much to his people. He turned to Vivi, Usopp, and Cherry. I have something to take care of. You may stay here if you wish. He turned and left his home, knowing it may be the last time he ever see it. Cherry looked at Usopp and Vivi. Well? Do you think we should help out? Dalton looked like a man taking a step into his own grave just then. He's certainly been more hospitable than we can expect that fool Wapol to be. Oh, of course we should help. Usopp stuttered. You'll make for a fine warrior of the sea, Usopp. Bravery does not mean the absence of fear, but to stand up in spite of it. Vivi gave a resolute nod. She remembered the way Wapol acted at the last lavely she attended. She was not keen on the idea of him regaining his abandoned throne. Cherry smiled. Let's go. High up in the air, a winged ship was struggling to fly straight while being battered by tremendous winds. Luffy was having the time of his life, but Sanji showed more concern. Can you hold more steady, Cabernet? Nami isn't strong enough to take this jostling around, he asked delicately. The wind is too strong and it's getting stronger. Cabernet groaned. I'll have to land before I crash. Back to plan A then? Luffy, get ready, we'll have to hike the rest of the way, Sanji said. Cabernet sat down onto the ground. Once Sanji, Luffy, and Nami were disembarked, she transformed back into her human shape. The wind was not so bad on the ground as the trees around them acted as a windbreak. They stayed close to Cabernet as she naturally released a fair amount of heat from her flames. Something launched out of the snow at them, and was caught out of the air by Cabernet. It's so cute, Cabernet squealed, and she spun around holding a white rabbit as it struggled in her grasp. Oh, that would make for a good stew, Sanji noted. The rabbit stiffened and started to cry as if it understood him. Luffy tilted his head. Dozens of bear-like figures stood up out of the snow. They looked awfully angry, especially the one with a scar over its left eye. Polar bears? Sanji suggested. Bunnies! Ha ha! Cabernet charged into the bear-sized rabbits laughing, which caught them off guard. They prepared to attack the cackling woman. The scarred rabbit swung wide at her, but she blocked it with a raised arm fairly easily. Oh, you want to play with me? Okay, I won't go easy on you. Cabernet challenged. Go on ahead, Luffy. Cabernet and I will handle these rabbit bears. Nami is you first priority. Remember, every blow you deal or take will affect her as well. Sanji stated and launched into the fray as well. Most of the huge rabbits, or Lapins as they are known to the locals, were distracted by Cabernet's assault. Sanji fought defensive for Luffy to keep Nami safe. The Lapins gave up on the direct confrontation, seeing that it wasn't going well. Instead, they used their superior agility to move ahead of the group to employ an alternative strategy. They stopped chasing us, but what are they doing all the way up there? Sanji wondered aloud. Hopping? Luffy suggested. The land above them seemed to shift downward suddenly. A great deal of snow broke loose and accelerated towards them. Avalanche! Sanji screamed in horror. Cabernet didn't know what an avalanche was, or why it was bad, but she could infer that the snow rushing down towards them was bad. She scooped up the other three and flapped her wings, bringing them off the ground. The wind was just too fierce, and the higher she rose the harder it became to remain aloft. She rushed over to a large boulder that the snow was moving around. However, the Lapins soon came surfing down the mountain on broken logs and attacked them once more. Down in the town of Big Horn, Dalton faced Wapol and his men. He had intended on taking Wapol by surprise, but he was intercepted by a swordsman he had never seen before, who slashed him across the chest. Good job, Jackson. Mahaha, this is how a real royal guard should be. Wapol laughed. Something flew towards Jackson, but he easily batted it away. He looked to the source to find Usopp quaking in his boots. You wanna die? Jackson seethed. Now, why don't you pick on someone your own size? Cherry answered. Jackson was about to mock the little girl who said that, but when he got a good look at her, he paused. His heart filled to the brim with hate upon seeing her visage that was so similar to Dracula Mihawk. Oh, this will be good. I'll take you up on the offer, little girl. My king, please go on ahead to reclaim the castle from that witch. I will deal with these malcontents, he said venomously. Mahaha, right, these hooligans are beneath me. Deal with them, then come join us at the castle, Jackson. Wapple galloped away on Robson, his furry hippo mount. Jackson launched himself at Cherry, brandishing his sword. Cherry drew her own sword to meet his in several ferocious clashes. She was a bit stronger and faster, but he had something else that allowed him to keep up. When he gave her a light slash across the arm in one of their clashes, she asked him with a frown, "Do you use observation hockey?" "Oh, you know about hockey, do you?" "Yes, I do. Since you're asking, that must mean you don't, hmm?" "This'll be easy then, haha," Jackson replied. "You eyes look just like that bastard Hawkeye's. I'm going to enjoy humiliating you and cutting those wretched eyes out of your head." "Oh, was Hawkeye the one who gave you that wound on your back?" Cherry smiled mockingly. She knew what such a thing meant to the swordsman of this world. She decided to rile him up as much as possible to gain an advantage over him. Jackson trembled with anger. "Enough talk." Vivi, Usopp, the wounded Dalton, the townspeople, and a shirtless Zoro who had just wandered into town, watched the duel take place from the sidelines. 9 Chapter 38, Humiliation. Cabernet, Sanji, and Luffy, with Nami still on his back, raced down the mountain on a log. This was the opposite way that they wanted to go. They at least managed to fight off the Lapins that were attacking them, but their fortunes turned for the worse once again. Their log was hurtling straight towards an outcropping and was going to crash. Sanji sacrificed himself to hurl the other three with all his strength backwards to slow their momentum. "I'll go get Sanji. You take Nami up the mountain when the avalanche stops and I'll be right behind you," suggested Cabernet. At the bottom of the mountain in the town of Big Horn, a duel between swordsmen raged onwards. Cherry had a number of cuts across her body while Jackson had not yet been wounded. "Give up, girl, you're no match for me," he mocked as they took distance for a moment. They charged once more, but this time Cherry did something Jackson didn't expect. She reached her hand directly for his incoming blade. At first he was delighted at the opportunity and naturally went to claim it. However, in a moment his observation hockey sensed danger, so he pulled his sword back at the last instant and dodged. What did she do, he wondered, seeing that nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Did I imagine it? Is her resemblance to Hawkeye making me jumpy? This thought made him doubt himself. No, she isn't Hawkeye. I'll show her the difference between us. Cherry was having a great time, on the other hand. He was actually a decent opponent for her. His observation hockey even detected her intent when reaching for his sword. Suddenly a shout from one of the townspeople. "Avalanche! An avalanche is headed straight for us." The townspeople rushed to get out of the way of the coming mass of snow, but the two fighters didn't make any moves to evacuate. "You're not going to run away, coward?" Cherry mocked. Hail began to fall from the sky, mostly in small pieces but with some larger chunks mixed in. The blizzicane was getting started in earnest now. Cherry and Jackson clashed once more. Cherry kept trying to touch his blade, but he never let her do so. Suddenly, a hailstone the size of an apple cracked directly into Cherry's head, seeming to daze her. "Chance!" Jackson laughed evilly. His sword slipped past her defense and slashed across her chest. Blood stained the snow. Jackson laughed with mad glee at having cut the object of his hatred, or at least a proxy of it. His laughter stopped when he saw that Cherry still stood firmly on her feet. "This is all you can manage? No wonder you took a blade to your back despite calling yourself a swordsman. You can't even cut properly," Cherry said, seeming unfazed by the bloody wound. "Let this be a lesson for you, Zoro. If your opponent tries to touch your sword, do not let them do so no matter what," Cherry instructed, turning her back on Jackson. "What the hell are you doing, idiot? Don't turn your back on your enemy," Zoro shouted. It was already too late, however. Jackson was already upon her, swinging his sword at her back with all the strength and rage he could muster. Cherry did not turn to meet him and simply allowed him to slash at her back. The observers gasped in horror, but Jackson's terrible smile faded and shifted to fear. He held his blade up to his eyes and they trembled. There was no wound left on Cherry's back. She quickly swiveled around to face him. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Jackson looked at Cherry and then at the bleeding hole in his stomach in disbelief as he stumbled backwards. Lesson number 2. You can hold yourself to whatever standards you wish, but do not ever assume that your opponent will fight you honorably. Cherry said, blowing the smoke off the end of her pistol's barrel. Cherry suddenly rushed behind Jackson and raised her sword. Lesson number 3. She slashed him across his back, giving him yet another mark of shame that will follow him forever. If you insist on sparing the lives of your enemies, at least do not spare their pride. Destroy a man's pride, and he will never be a real threat to you again. She said, though that was more true when it came to cultivators than it did for the people of this world. Cherry walked around in front of Jackson, who had slumped to his knees. His eyes were full of complex emotions. Anger, fear, despair, regret. She pulled out a few black strands of her hair, wadded them up in her hand, and turned them into a powdery substance. She mashed her hand and the powder against Jackson's forehead, and he started to scream in pain. Oh, quit being a crybaby, Cherry admonished, finishing up her little parting gift for him. When she moved away, the observers couldn't help but giggle. What did you just do to me? Jackson asked, breathing heavily. In large letters upon his forehead like a tattoo, the words, "I'm a little bitch boy," were written. Cherry didn't answer the little bitch boy's question. The path of a swordsman isn't for you, friend. Following a path that isn't suitable for you is worse than going back to choose another. By the way, that avalanche is still coming. Better get a move on if you don't want to die. This woke everyone out of their stupor, and they moved to find shelter. Cherry helped Dalton to his feet and into a nearby building. Even Jackson managed to drag himself to shelter. The avalanche slammed into the town about a minute later. Cherry tended to Dalton's wounds, while he insisted she should be tended to first. She assured him that she was perfectly fine and not even bleeding anymore. Zorro asked Cherry a question. What did you do to his sword? I told you, didn't I? Don't let somebody touch your sword. I ruined the edge with my devil fruit ability when he slashed me the first time. I have no doubt there are other devil fruit that can sunder weapons as well, so you should be mindful of that. Wouldn't want those pretty swords you got there to get ruined, would you? She answered. He figured that was a good point and made a note to be mindful in the future. His swords could not be easily replaced after all. 13. Luffy struggled to climb up the side of the mountain while Cabernet followed behind him, carrying Nami and Sanji respectively. Wapol's group had caught up to them beforehand, but the Lapins blocked them as thanks for Cabernet digging them out of the snow. You're too cute to die, silly, she told them. Hailstones smashed against the rock wall, threatening to hit them, but they had little choice but to press onwards and hope they wouldn't get hit. Cabernet had to remove her flames to carry Sanji safely, so her body had lost its source of heat and had become more vulnerable. After a few close calls, they barely managed to reach the top of the mountain. Luffy collapsed, unable to go any further, so it was up to Cabernet to carry all three the rest of the way. She dragged them along the final stretch and into the castle. The castle was completely frozen over, even on the inside. What are you doing here, you bastard? A voice shouted. Cabernet looked over to the source and saw a tiny creature with a hat over its antlers. It was attempting to peek around a corner, but the majority of its body was clearly visible. 1. Are you Dr. Kureha? You're so cute. I mean, my friends need help. She gestured to the unconscious Luffy, Nami, and Sanji, desperately trying to keep a serious face. The small reindeer, Chopper, was terrified of this monstrous woman, but his instincts as a doctor got the better of him. I'll help them, but you have to back away. Don't get too close. Cabernet backed away, but she looked so hurt by his words that Chopper felt his heart ache at his own cruelty. How could he treat someone like a monster, after he himself had been on the receiving end of that kind of treatment? Why, you can help me carry them inside, but I'm watching why you. 6. Cabernet was elated that the cute creature didn't seem to hate her, and started to help him carry the others into the warmer parts of the castle. Chapter 39. We're the same. Dr. Correja was surprised to see Chopper and an unknown woman carry 3 patients into her home. She wouldn't turn away a patient, of course, and being strangers, they might have something of value she could fleece from them in exchange for her treatment. The 2 men weren't in too bad of shape, and they were strong enough to recuperate on their own, so she had Chopper tend to their wounds. The orange-haired woman was the real problem. She was infected with an ancient disease only carried by a certain insect on ancient islands. Thankfully, it wasn't too late to treat her, and she also possessed the necessary antibiotic. It wasn't a common medicine, so the young woman was very lucky she had some. Is Nami going to be okay? The black-winged woman asked. She was sitting on a chair away from all the shelves, after being shouted at for knocking things off with her wings. She'll be fine in about 3 days. Correja answered. Oh, that's great, Cabernet beamed. Cherry said she would be within the week. I'm glad she'll be okay. Correja was surprised to hear that. Kestia is believed to have gone extinct 100 years ago. Is this Cherry that knowledgeable, or does she just have good senses? 2. When Correja came out of her thoughts, Cabernet was looking at her like she had more questions. Why are you looking at me like that? Do you want to know the secret to my youth? Correja joked. Oh, will you tell me? Contrary to Correja's expectations, the winged woman was actually interested. Sure, you just have to pay me 100 million berry? He, she laughed, seeing Cabernet slump in disappointment. Later on, Nami woke up and startled Chopper, who promptly scurried off. Dr. Correja checked on her condition and explained just how close she'd been to death. A loud commotion began somewhere outside. Chopper came bounding into the room with Sanji and Luffy close on his tail, seeming to want to eat him. Cabernet appeared behind them with a demonic look on her face. Both Cabernet and Chopper transformed, Chopper into a larger muscular humanoid form, and Cabernet into a 5-meter-tall wooden version of herself that looked like the figurehead of a ship. They clobbered the heads of Sanji and Luffy simultaneously, and ran off into the castle together. You transformed! How did you do that? They asked simultaneously as they ran. I ate the human fruit. They both answered, but Cabernet added, Model Lunarian. But you looked like you turned into wood? Chopper asked, confused. I was originally a ship. What were you before? Cabernet asked. I'm a reindeer, Chopper informed, still trying to wrap his head around a ship eating a devil fruit. More importantly, we're the same, kind of sort of in a way. Cabernet smiled in delight for having something in common with him. Chopper was filled with mixed emotions. He didn't know just how much he longed for similarity with another living creature until this moment. Dr. Correja and Dr. Hiriluk were as good as family, but they were also normal humans. He could not truly feel the same as them, even if they had treated him as if he were no different than any other person. But here was another non-human, who had eaten a human devil fruit. Although she looked fairly normal by human standards, she was also terrifying. He imagined she would have been feared by humans just as he had. Sniff, sniff. Chopper caught a scent on the air as they passed the front door of the castle. This scent? He transformed into his reindeer form and charged back towards where Correja was, to warn her that Wapol had returned. In Big Horn, the snow of the avalanche had settled. Most of Wapol's standard soldiers had returned to take shelter from the blizzicane that grew ever more ferocious by the minute. Wapol's Ishi 20 doctors had stayed behind and began treating the citizens who needed any medical help, as well as came to tend to Dalton and Cherry. The citizenry didn't want to help Wapol's soldiers, but leaving them to die in the storm left a bad taste in their mouths. They decided to help, but only if the soldiers gave up their arms first. The soldiers were more inclined to use force to get what they wanted, but after finding out about Jackson's humiliating defeat at the hands of Cherry, they surrendered. After being treated, Dalton stood and made his way out of the home. Where are you going, Bullman? Cherry asked. I'm going after Wapol. I can't let him do whatever he wants in this country, he said resolutely. His words seemed to stir something within Usopp and Vivi. while Zoro just seemed to want a good fight. All three said they'd come along. Cherry just followed along, figuring there wasn't any real risk with Cabernet being up there with the others. Some of the hardier militiamen joined him as well, one of whom seemed to know of a safer way up the mountain that was only just found. A cable attached to Dr. Kureha's old home leading to the castle. The piling snow and hail rained down upon them, but Cherry and Zoro were able to deal with the worst hailstones. They reached the cable car and began their way upwards. Dalton revealed some of the country's history of oppression under Wapol, as well as the sacrifice of a kind quack doctor named Hiraluk. He revealed some dynamite that he planned to use to end Wapol's reign of terror once and for all. Chopper, Kureha, and Cabernet were waiting outside the castle, as Wapol and his two goons arrived at the top. Luffy and Sanji came outside as well. Then Luffy rushed towards Wapol and nearly knocked him back down the mountain. Apparently he was quite frustrated from before when he couldn't fight back. Wapol transformed into some strange human factory hybrid and ate his two followers, spitting them back out in a combined state, though it looked more like they were piggybacking as Sanji suggested. Wapol tried to destroy the pirate flag flying over the castle, but Luffy protected it. A fight ensued with Luffy versus Wapol and the combined minions versus Chopper. Kureha stopped Sanji from interfering, and Cabernet seemed to understand at least a little bit that Chopper needed to fight for himself. Chopper used some strange medicine, which caught Cabernet's attention, and ultimately won his fight. Luffy had been distracted, so Wapol escaped into the castle. A big chase ensued with Wapol running around in search of weapons and threatening Nami. Eventually Wapol was stuck in the roof of a tower, and Luffy blasted him into the distance with his bazooka attack. Just in time for Dalton's group to arrive and witness it. The whole thing was wrapped up real nicely. Chopper resolving his past trauma, Dalton having his homeland's foe dealt with, and Luffy seeming to find his crew's new doctor. The storm raged for only 3 or 4 hours as they took shelter within the castle. Nami managed to get her treatment fees waived since she swiped Wapol's armory key, which Kureha wanted for some reason. Luffy and Cabernet managed to track down Chopper, who had been dodging them. He insisted he wouldn't join the crew, but it was clear he wanted to go with them. Luffy told him to shut up and come along, which seemed to be the last push he needed to accept. He went to tell Dr. Kureha he was leaving, but it started an argument between them. Chopper insisting that he had to go and Kureha refusing to allow it. Chopper brought the group down the mountain on a sled along the cable. When they reached the bottom, and had traveled a ways, they heard cannon fire from the castle. They turned to see an incredible sight. In the night sky illuminated by the full moon, there was a great mass of pink snow that was shaped like a beautiful blooming cherry blossom. 2 Chapter 40. Human fruits. After they set sail, Cabernet excitedly approached Cherry to tell her about her first outing by herself. Cherry listened patiently and was particularly interested in Chopper. Having another sample of the human fruit had the potential to further her understanding of devil fruit by leaps and bounds. When Cabernet reached the part of her tale where Chopper used his rumble ball medicine to give himself additional devil fruit forms, Cherry looked across the deck at the little reindeer with greed in her eyes. A talented doctor with insights into the workings of devil fruit? Perhaps he is the one I am looking for to help supplement my lacking knowledge in the art of pill refining? She pondered, but there was no point in just thinking about it in circles, so she simply went over to talk to him directly. "Hello, I'm Harpendee Cherry. It's nice to meet you." Cherry introduced herself. She held out her hand to him and gave her best business smile, which was the only way for her to deliberately look less menacing. Chopper looked at her hand in confusion, but then he realized what she wanted from him. He could barely contain himself at the thought of his first handshake. He reached out a tiny hoof, but stopped himself. He transformed into his large form, the only one with proper hands, and clasped Cherry's hand gently, eyes twinkling with wonder. "Weren't you shouting about being a man before? A man has to have a firm handshake, like so," Cherry said and clenched his hand hard. "Jah!" Chopper winced, but he quickly gripped her hand in turn. Hey, there you go, I knew you could do it." Cherry said, releasing the handshake. Chopper rubbed his hand, seeming proud of himself. Cabernet told me that you have a medicine that can influence your devil fruit powers. Can you tell me more about those? Cherry inquired. Oh, my rumble balls. I suppose I could tell you, but you might not understand. Chopper clearly wanted to go on a passionate rant, but was worried he'd go too far. Don't worry whether I'll understand, just let loose and I'll ask questions where I need to. Cherry encouraged. Chopper kept things simple at first, explaining the basic idea of the wavelengths of devil fruit and how the rumble balls distorted them to create new forms. However, as Cherry asked her questions, he quickly realized he could go into the deeper nitty-gritty details. The two of them chattered away for hours throughout the night, before their hungry stomachs forced them to pause their discussion. The others aboard the Going Merry stopped understanding what they were talking about 10 minutes in, and gave up trying to follow along. Except for Luffy and Cabernet, who were completely lost almost immediately. 1. While the group ate breakfast, Cherry compared the devil fruit inscriptions of Cabernet and Chopper with her life sense. She noted the various similarities between the two, then a thought occurred to her. She shifted her life sense over to Luffy, who was currently trying to eat from everyone else's plates, despite not even having finished his own. Luffy, are you sure the fruit you ate was a paramecia? Cherry asked, prodding his thieving hand with a fork. 7. Previously she had noticed some similarities between his and Cabernet's devil fruit inscriptions, but had not thought much more about it. However, she realized now that the areas of overlap between Cabernet and Chopper's devil fruits overlapped a great deal with Luffy's devil fruit as well. She did not think this was coincidence. Of course it was a paramecia, Shanks told me so. Luffy answered with a mouthful of food. 1. I don't think that's right though. I think your devil fruit is a Zoan type, specifically one of the human models. It bears many similarities with both Chopper and Cabernet's devil fruits. Cherry speculated. I've never heard of any humans with rubber bodies though, Nami posed. The others indicated they hadn't either. Well, it's not like you've seen all the kinds of people in the world. It could even be a mythical model like the Fleet Admiral Sengoku's human devil fruit. He can transform himself into a golden daibutsu. At least that's what Don Chinjiao told me. Cherry responded. It doesn't matter either way, does it? Luffy asked, not seeing the point. 2. Well, to put it in a way you might be interested in, it could mean you can transform. Cherry said. 1. Oh wow, his eyes are shining so brightly it actually hurts to look at him directly. Cherry thought, covering her eyes with her hand. 4. Luffy jammed the rest of his food into his mouth in one go, then rushed outside. The rest finished up as well, and went outside to see what he was up to. Luffy was doing various poses while shouting different words and phrases, trying to trigger a transformation presumably. I can't figure it out. Chopper. How do you transform, tell me please? He begged, grabbing onto Chopper's leg. I don't know, I just do it. Let go of my leg now. Chopper tried to pull his leg away from him. Oh, I know. Give me one of your rumble balls, Chopper. That'll let me transform, right? Luffy demanded. I created those through years of painstaking trial and error. They'll only work properly for me and my devil fruit. Chopper insisted. While the two were arguing with one another, Cherry was thinking, was I wrong after all? Then what could it be that makes them the same? Perhaps mythical Zoan fruit work differently? Maybe I'll get a chance to see the Fleet Admiral in action someday and confirm it. 2. About 5 days into the voyage, the ship was running low on food supplies thanks to a few idiots. Said idiots were currently being forced to fish with little luck. They spotted a large amount of steam directly in their path, which Nami explained was safe enough to pass through. When they passed through to the other side, they were greeted with a strange sight. Please help me somebody. Anybody. A little ways ahead they spotted a ship that seemed to be drenched in blood manned by a crew of cannibals. How did they know they were cannibals, you ask? Because they were currently roasting a man dressed in strange swan-themed garb over a bonfire. Naturally, the Straw Hats could never ignore a cry for help, and decided to interrupt a perfectly good meal. 2. They sailed full speed ahead, and leapt onto the other ship once it was close enough, almost slipping in the disturbing amount of blood soaking the deck. "Who are you bastards?" cried the nameless goons, who were promptly swept away by more important characters. Cherry landed next to the Swan Man. "Hey, not to be a down ER, but it looks like your goose is cooked." "Heh. They're swans, damn it. Ouch. Untie me already, you foo-fool," Swan Man shouted. Cherry cut him free and he took part in kicking goon butt with a rather flamboyant martial art. Cherry didn't feel that it was really her style, but it seemed decent enough that if she had the chance she would consider learning it. One could never have too many weapons in their arsenal. "Oi oi oi, what's going on out here?" a deep voice issued forth. A man wearing a leather apron covered in blood and wielding a massive cleaver came out onto the deck. He stood 4 meters tall, had an enormous gut, had not a single hair on his body, and had teeth filed to points. "Captain Butch! They're too strong for us. Please help!" a goon shouted near him. "Ha!" Butch swung his cleaver, cutting the goon in half. The blood from the corpse flowed unnaturally fast out onto the deck. "Coward! Don't come to me to solve your problems." 1. Luffy, ever the proponent of the bond between friends, was naturally enraged at the sight of this betrayal. He charged towards the cleaver-wielding brute without any other thought than to pummel him into the ground. Chapter 41. Arrival in Alabasta. Luffy rushed in close to the blood-soaked pirate, Captain Butch, his arms trailing behind him. Gumbazooka!" Luffy's arms raced forwards and slammed directly into the unmoving Butch, who wore a sneer on his face. Then his arm penetrated through his torso and splashed blood all of the wall behind Butch. "Eh? I killed him?" Luffy exclaimed in surprise, not expecting this particular outcome. Hoink hoink hoink. A strange, throaty laugh came from Butch. Sensing something was wrong, Luffy tried to extract his arms, but found they were stuck within Butch's torso. "First time facing a Logia, meat?" Butch mocked with an evil smile. He wasted no time raising his hefty cleaver into the air and bringing it down upon the trapped Luffy. Thus came the end of Luffy's quest to become king of the pirates, like so many others before him. Oh, or it would have, if Zoro hadn't run in to block the strike. It was rather close, as Zoro was nearly overpowered despite blocking with all 3 of his swords. "Oh, this'll be good practice for you guys. Do your best. I won't step in unless you're going to die," Cherry said nonchalantly, while the rest of the crew was panicking. "You say that like you have a way of dealing with him?" Nami asked incredulously. "Of course I can deal with him. What kind of idiot would come to the Grand Line without a way to fight Logia users?" Cherry said shamelessly, as if she hadn't done the same thing. Sanji and the Swan Man joined into the fray, kicking into Butch's abdomen on either side of him and bisecting him. The resulting opening allowed Luffy to free his arms and create some distance. Butch's halves quickly stitched themselves back together. "It's been a while since I've had the chance to chop up some upstarts who don't know how wide the world is. I hope you can help me work up an appetite," Butch said, both his voice and his stomach growling. "Cherry, I didn't know you could eat people?" Cabernet asked innocently, though by the look on her face it didn't seem so innocent. "Eating people is almost always a bad thing and never a good thing, Cabernet. Don't follow their example," Cherry explained plainly. After a few rounds of futile attacks and close calls, the 3 men and the Swan guy, who kept counting his kick in some language Cherry had never heard before, seemed ready to abandon the wasted effort. "Our attacks just pass right through him. How are we supposed to kick his ass?" Luffy shouted in frustration. "Think outside the box, Luffy. Not every problem can be solved with your fists alone." "He's made of blood, so what can hurt blood?" Cherry prompted him. It was Sanji who had an idea first. "There are plenty of dishes involving blood. We can use fire to burn him." He leapt over to the still-burning bonfire and began kicking the flaming logs up and towards Butch. Butch showed annoyance for the first time, swatting the logs as they flew at him, but some still got through. He only sustained some minor burns. That's not enough to deal with me, meat. I'm the one who'll be cooking you in the end. Then it was Luffy's turn to have an idea, and he excitedly jumped over to the Going Merry, disappearing inside. Looks like the chewy meat ran away, hoink hoink hoink, Butch observed. Luffy reappeared shortly after carrying 2 berets. He jumped up into the air and launched the 2 barrels at Butch. Useless. Butch swung his cleaver, smashing the barrels apart, and inadvertently splashing himself with the contents. They were filled with rum. Ah, not the rum, damn it, Zoro exclaimed. Ooh. Butch staggered off balance. This isn't good? Cherry applauded. Nice one, Luffy. Not only is the rum flammable, you even remembered that alcohol in the blood is what causes drunkenness, and anticipated that Butch might absorb it directly. One did? Luffy asked, pointing at himself. Osanfi didn't waste any time, and launched a burning log at Butch, causing him to be set aflame. Rah! He roared in pain. Unfortunately, his instincts kicked in, and he desperately tried to get rid of the flames by shedding blood everywhere, spreading the flames all over the place. Well, it was a decent idea and got you in the right headspace, Cherry said, approaching the still somewhat burning Butch. When she reached his side, she reared back a fist and thrust out. Her fist flashed with black light and buried into the flesh of his gut, not allowing him to turn intangible. Butch's ribcage shattered, and he went flying overboard into the ocean, causing many of his crew to shout in alarm. Of course, the best way is to push them into the ocean, as always. She smiled with satisfaction. How did you do that? Luffy asked. How did I push him into the ocean? I just showed you how. Weren't you paying attention? Cherry answered jokingly. That's not what I meant, Luffy exclaimed. Getting the reaction she wanted from him, she stopped teasing him. It's called hockey, specifically armament hockey. You can use it to strengthen your attacks and, more importantly, to force a Loja fruit user to remain tangible. I'll tell you more later. For now, we should get going. The Going Merry moved away from the blood-soaked ship, having accomplished their goal of saving the Swan Man from being cooked and eaten by cannibals. The Swan Man introduced himself as Bon Clay, a self-proclaimed Okama. He thanked them from the bottom of his heart, then shamelessly asked for a hot meal. To show his appreciation, he put on a little show for the crew with his devil fruit. He was able to copy the appearances of those he touched the faces of with his right hand. Cherry naturally declined for both herself and Cabernet. Oh, Nami's chest is very nice, as expected. Ah, she hit him, Cherry thought. His ability is very unique and interesting, though. I've gotten some good data from this. It wasn't long before Bon Clay's ship appeared on the horizon. He left with some words about friendship not being determined by the time spent together. Cherry would have dismissed such fanciful thoughts before, but she's seen firsthand how quickly Luffy worms his way into people's hearts. After he boarded his ship, he told them to set off immediately, and his crew, strangely enough, it was Zoro who suggested that it was a good thing to meet him, so they could think of a countermeasure to his ability. They thought up their countermeasure for the remainder of the journey, encountered a sea cat, slipped past a fleet of Baroque-work ships, and finally arrived in Alabasta. When they dropped anchor in a decent hiding place, Luffy immediately rushed into the city in search of a restaurant. The others expressed their exasperation at his antics and followed after him once they were situated. They went shopping for supplies, while Cherry took Cabernet to gather information about the current affairs in Alabasta. Cherry wasn't expecting to learn such shocking information, however. King Nefertari Cobra has stepped down from the throne due to insanity. The Shichibukai and hero, Crocodile, has been appointed temporarily as the regent of Alabasta. Chapter 42 Rebels. When did this happen? Cherry asked the information broker. Just yesterday. The whole country is confused. My sources tell me Sir Crocodile was completely blindsided as well, and said he would go the capital, Alubarna, to find out what was happening. On the other hand, King Nefertari hasn't been seen or heard from since, said the greasy information broker. 1. Cherry asked the man some other questions, such as the locations and movements of the rebel forces and leader. She found out the rebels had moved their base of operations from the town called Yuba to the town of Catarrhea. When she finished, Cherry went outside to meet with Cabernet, but the silly ship was nowhere to be seen. "Where the hell did you go, Cabernet?" It wouldn't really be all that difficult to find her, as Cherry can simply use their blood bond to track her down. Unfortunately, Cherry could only send thoughts to her within a certain range, and Cabernet could not send her own to Cherry. The blood bond was not designed with two-way communication in mind. 2. There was still time before she was meant to meet back up with the Straw Hats and Princess Vivi, fortunately. So she went in search of her mischievous ship girl. Cherry walked in the direction of Cabernet, until she reached the eastern border of the town they anchored near, Nanohana. There was no Cabernet in sight, only the desert and the occasional traveler coming and going. Damn it. Cherry was in a foul mood. She had no way of knowing if Cabernet was in any danger. She couldn't just leave her be. Cabernet was something like a little sister to her. Ultimately, Cherry decided to pursue her. Though she wanted to tell the others what she had learned from the broker, it would have to wait. 1. Cherry sprung forward and ran at her top speed. She was a bit faster than Cabernet on foot under normal circumstances, though the sand did slow her down a bit. Cabernet shouldn't be flying after Cherry made her cover her wings and hair, then promise not to reveal them. It didn't take too long to catch up with Cabernet as she wasn't trying to create distance. It turned out she just got into a covered carriage out of curiosity, and didn't think to get off when it started moving. "Seriously, Cabernet? Why didn't you get off when it started moving?" Cherry interrogated, exasperatedly. There were interesting things inside of it, and it was so cool and comfortable. "I'm sorry." Cabernet apologized sincerely. Cherry couldn't stay angry at her. Sometimes she forgets that Cabernet is literally only a year old, 2 years if you count her time as an ordinary ship. "It's okay. Let's just go back," Cherry said, giving Cabernet a consoling hug. A little while later they made it back to Nanohana. Cherry went to the designated rendezvous point, but did not find anyone waiting there, even though she wasn't that much later than the agreed-upon time. It wasn't hard to guess why, seeing a number of Marines rushing about. "I guess I'll go to where the Going Merry was anchored, stealthily of course," Cherry thought. "Excuse me," a voice asked from behind her. Cherry turned around to find a woman with short black hair, wearing red glasses, gloves, and a very nice sword on her hip. "Do you mind if I have a look at that sword? I'm Master Chief Petty Officer Tashigi, a Marine, so I won't steal it," she asked politely. "Well, I guess you can have a look, just for a second," Cherry answered, ignoring the judging look from Cabernet. Cherry sent her a thought. "You wasted a lot more time than I did. This'll just take a moment." Cherry handed her sword to Tashigi, who inspected it closely and with great enthusiasm. "Amazing. I don't recognize this sword, so it's not one of the Meito, but it's of the same caliber as a great-grade Meito. Do you know who made this sword, if you don't mind me asking?" she asked, repositioning her glasses. "I'm afraid I do mind, unfortunately. The old man just wants to enjoy his retirement in peace after making his masterpiece," Cherry answered. "However, I know everything there is to know about the creation of this bad boy, if you want to know. I'm quite the skilled blacksmith myself, you see. I even created the alloy myself." Cherry and Tashigi chattered away frivolously about swords for about 10 minutes before they were interrupted. "Tashigi! We're going, so get over here." "Ah, yes, Captain Smoker. Sorry, I have to go." She said goodbye after handing the sword back and rushed away. With that pretty distraction out of the way, Cherry snuck out of town and towards the place where the Going Merry had been anchored, only to find it was no longer there. I figured as much. They wouldn't stick around with the Marines looking for them. "Oh well, I can just do things my way," Cherry thought, ignoring the piercing gaze of Cabernet, which seemed to blame her for missing them. "Vivi shouldn't know the rebels are in Catarrhea, so I guess I'll head there. I doubt their leader would just believe my words without hard proof. But I figure there is no way Baroque works wouldn't infiltrate both armies. All I have to do is find a few of them. Cherry decided. Is it really okay that we just left Cherry and Cabernet? Vivi worried. It's fine, you've seen how strong they are. Even if they run into Crocodile himself, they can use that hockey stuff and kick his ass. Usopp insisted. Usopp's right, and also time is precious. We need to go warn the rebels at Yuba like you said, Vivi. Nami agreed. Vivi knew that to be true, but she could help but to worry. The desert held many dangers that could kill even the strongest warriors if they didn't know to avoid them. However, many lives were on the line. She could not afford to be worried about just two, no matter how it pained her. All right, I'll trust them and hope for their safety, she declared. The next day Cherry and Cabernet arrived in Kataria. It normally took 2 or 3 days to reach on foot, but Cherry and Cabernet were both fast, strong, and had no need to conserve energy, so they made excellent time. 4. Finding the rebels wasn't hard at all. You couldn't exactly hide hundreds of thousands of people. The tricky part would be figuring out who was in charge of them all. These weren't soldiers, they didn't exactly wear identifying marks. Cherry had to be very careful. A stranger skulking about and asking questions would raise a lot of red flags. Obviously, she couldn't fight a whole army, though she was confident in running away. While Cherry was lost in thought, she overheard Cabernet speak to a group of rebels. Hey, can my sister and I join the revolution? 4. I swear this girl is a tribulation sent by the heavens. Cherry screamed inwardly. You want to join the revolution? Why? The man in the middle asked, peering through his orange sunglasses at them. He had dirty blonde hair, a scar next to his left eye, a red coat on his shoulder over a white t-shirt, and a blue scarf. Cherry did her best to save the situation. When we heard of the Alabastan people's plight, our hearts broke. It is such a terrible thing that brothers must spill one another's blood. So my countrymen's blood should be spilled by strangers instead? He probed. No, we are quite strong, so we could perhaps capture some key figures of the other side. Hopefully that would be enough to prevent some otherwise unnecessary bloodshed. Cherry elaborated. This man should be someone near the top of the rebel command structure, given his questioning. The man pondered for a moment before speaking again. Come with me. Chapter 43. Catching a Rat.
Sadly, that's the end of this video. I hope you enjoyed it. I would appreciate it if you would like and subscribe for the next part of this story.